exploring one of the most bizarre hypothetical scenarios you could imagine in the grim darkness of the far future. What happens when orcs capture a Chaos Dreadnought? And even more improbably, that tortured machine actually wants to join the Greenskin warband. This is a scenario that pushes against the very fabric of 40k lore. It requires us to examine the fundamental nature of two wildly different forces in the galaxy, to understand what makes them tick, and to explore what might happen when these incompatible philosophies collide. It's a thought experiment that reveals just how strange, how violent, and yes, how darkly comedic this universe can be. The Imperium of Man fights endless wars against the forces of chaos, viewing them as the ultimate corruption, the antithesis of everything the God Emperor stands for. Meanwhile, orcs fight everyone, including themselves, caring nothing for the philosophical implications of their enemies and seeing only the joy of combat. But what happens when these two chaotic forces meet not on the battlefield as enemies, but in a twisted alliance born from the most unlikely of circumstances? To understand this scenario, we need to first understand what a Chaos Dreadnought truly is. We need to comprehend the unique psychology of the orcs and how their culture operates. We need to explore the mechanics of orc looting, the power of the Gestalt, field, and the incompatibility between chaos corruption and orc beliefs. Only then can we begin to construct a plausible, or at least entertaining, exploration of this most unusual situation. The nature of chaos. Dreadnoughts, walking tombs of madness. Before we can understand how a Chaos Dreadnought might end up wanting to join an orc warband, we need to understand what these nightmarish machines actually are, and more importantly, what it's like to be entombed within one. In the Imperium, to be interred in a dreadnought is considered among the highest honors a space marine can receive. When a warrior has been so gravely wounded that death is certain, but his service is deemed too valuable to lose, he may be entombed within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought. His broken body is preserved in amniotic fluids, while his mind is hardwired directly into the war machine, allowing him to continue fighting for the Emperor even when his flesh has failed him. Loyalist Space Marines view this as a sacred duty, a way to serve the God Emperor for centuries or even millennia beyond their normal lifespan. But for Chaos Space Marines, this same process is nothing short of a living nightmare. The traitor legions that turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy retained much of the technology to create and maintain dreadnoughts, but without the resources and infrastructure of the Imperium, their dreadnought patterns have degraded over the millennia. More significantly, exposure to the warp and the malevolent influence of chaos has twisted these machines into something far more horrific than their Imperial counterparts. The most common type of Chaos Dreadnought in the current era is known as a Hellbrute. The very name speaks to the horror of what these machines have become. Unlike Imperial Dreadnoughts, which keep their pilots in a form of stasis sleep between battles, Hellbrutes offer no such mercy. The sarcophagus of a Hellbrute is pseudo-parasitic, its infernal warp-tainted machinery forcing an agonizing connection between the pilot's nervous system and the machine's corrupted systems. This interface subjects the pilot to an endless waking nightmare, a torment that rapidly drives even the most hardened Chaos Space Marine to the deepest pits of madness. The process doesn't end there. Over time, the flesh of the warrior within begins to literally meld with the metal of the machine. Muscle fuses with cables, bone merges with adamantium, until the line between biological being and mechanical construct becomes increasingly blurred. The machine itself begins to take on organic characteristics, with metal warping into claw-like talons and artificial limbs growing and mutating in grotesque parodies of life. What emerges is neither fully machine nor fully demon, but something that exists in a horrifying, liminal space between the two. For the consciousness trapped within, this transformation is accompanied by an ever-increasing madness. A Hellbrute pilot is consumed by rage, frustration, and despair in equal measure. He can no longer feel the kick of a bolter in his hands or see the battlefield through his own eyes. He cannot taste victory or smell the blood of his enemies. Every sensation is filtered through machine spirits corrupted by chaos. Every experience mediated by systems that inflict constant agony upon his consciousness. Many Hellbrutes go completely insane within days or weeks of their interment, their minds shattered by the trauma of the transformation. This insanity manifests in terrifying ways on the battlefield. Unlike Imperial dreadnoughts, which are revered and treated with the utmost respect by their battle brothers, Hellbrutes must be chained down between battles like rabid beasts. Their weapons are forcibly removed and their sarcophagi are disconnected from their chassis, left to seethe in darkness until they're needed again. When battle comes, the Hellbrute is awakened to a fresh hell of sensory input and psychic agony, and it's unleashed upon the battlefield with the single purpose of venting its rage on everything in its path, friend and foe alike. Among Chaos Space Marines, being interred in a Hellbrute is not an honor, but a punishment. It's a fate considered worse than death, and it's often used as such by Chaos Lords to dispose of rivals or punish those who have failed. The technology to create new Hellbrutes continues to exist, maintained by warpsmiths and the Dark Mechanicum, but unlike the Imperium, where only heroes are chosen for dreadnought interment, anyone can end up in a Hellbrute. The mortally wounded, the politically inconvenient, or simply those in the wrong place at the wrong time, can find themselves shackled to an existence of eternal torment. There are older patterns of Chaos Dreadnought that have not fully degraded into Hellbrutes. The Ferrum Infernus pattern, relics from the Horus Heresy itself, can vary widely in their state. Some pilots have retained enough sanity to become hardened veterans with millennia of combat experience. Others have descended into complete madness, their consciousness fractured by the long ages of war and exposure to chaos. These older dreadnoughts are prized by Chaos warbands, specifically because they haven't yet undergone the full transformation into Hellbrutes, though even they are gradually succumbing to chaos corruption as the centuries wear on. The rarest and most valued are the Contemptor pattern Chaos Dreadnoughts. These ancient war machines date back to the Great Crusade, incorporating technology that even the Dark Mechanicum struggles to fully replicate. Contemptors are built well enough and maintained carefully enough that their pilots do not suffer the same descent into madness that afflicts other Chaos Dreadnoughts. Interment in a Contemptor is typically reserved for powerful Chaos Lords, and the pilots retain enough of their faculties to remain effective battlefield commanders. But Contemptors are vanishingly rare, and few warpsmiths possess the knowledge to maintain them properly. Regardless of the pattern, being a Chaos Dreadnought means existing in a state between life and death, sanity and madness. The pilot's consciousness remains aware, but is slowly being consumed by rage, corrupted by chaos, and isolated from any meaningful connection with the living world. They fight because that's all they can do, because in combat, they can momentarily release some of the psychic pressure building within their tortured minds. But combat brings no real relief, only temporary distraction from their eternal torment. This is the being that we're imagining might somehow want to join an Orc warband. To understand why such a thing might happen, or how it could even be conceivable, we need to examine the circumstances that might drive a Chaos Dreadnought to such desperate measures, and what it might hope to gain from such an unlikely alliance. Understanding the Orcs, violence, simplicity, and the power of belief. To understand how Orcs might react to a Chaos Dreadnought wanting to join them, we need to understand how Orcs think, which is both surprisingly simple and bewilderingly alien to human comprehension. Orcs are not complicated beings. They exist for one purpose, and one purpose only: to fight. Not to conquer, not to build empires, not to spread ideology or worship gods in the traditional sense, just to fight. An Orc wakes up every morning with one question on his mind: what can I crump today? Everything else in Orc society flows from this simple, fundamental drive toward violence. This isn't metaphorical. Orcs are literally engineered for warfare, created millennia ago by the ancient Old Ones as weapons in their war against the Necrons and the Satan. Orcs are genetically programmed with instinctive knowledge, and an overwhelming urge toward combat. An orc doesn't choose to be a warrior the way a human might enlist in an army. An orc is a warrior in the same way that a shark is a predator or a plant seeks sunlight. It's not culture or training, it's fundamental biology. But orcs aren't mindless. They have distinct personalities, likes and dislikes, ambitions and fears, though they'd never admit to the latter. They form complex social structures organized around might making right. The biggest, strongest orc becomes the war boss, and other orcs follow him because he's obviously the best at crumping. If you want to take his place, you just need to crump him first. It's a remarkably efficient, if brutal, system of governance. Orc society is divided into clans, each representing a different philosophical approach to warfare. The Goths love close combat and headlong charges. The evil sons are obsessed with speed and vehicles. The bad moons are wealthy and flash, showing off their best gear. The Death Skulls are looters and scavengers who believe blue is lucky. The Blood Axes actually use tactics and sometimes even cooperate with other races, which most orcs find deeply suspicious and probably un-orky. Underlying all of this is the most important aspect of orc existence: the whack. The whack is many things. It's a war cry, it's a military campaign, it's a migration, but most fundamentally, it's a psychic phenomenon that defines the orc species. Every orc generates a low-level psychic field, and when orcs gather together in large numbers, these fields combine into a gestalt psychic energy that has real, tangible effects on reality. The WAG field is what allows orc technology to function. This is crucial to understanding how orcs might interact with captured enemy equipment. You see, orc technology shouldn't work. Their weapons are literally slapped together from scrap metal and held together with good intentions and the occasional rivet. Their vehicles are cobbled together from parts that have no business functioning together. By all the laws of physics and engineering, most orc technology should fall apart the moment it's used, if it even activates in the first place. But it does work, because orcs believe it works. The WAH field takes that belief and makes it real. Within limits, of course. An orc can't just pick up a rock, believe it's a gun, and start shooting. But if an orc builds something that could theoretically be a gun, even if it's technically non-functional by any reasonable engineering standard, the WAG field will give it that extra push it needs to actually fire. The more orcs present, the stronger this effect becomes. This same principle applies to orc cultural beliefs. Orcs genuinely believe that red vehicles go faster, and through the power of the WAG, they actually do. They believe blue is lucky, so blue equipment genuinely performs better in orc hands. They believe that if you paint flames on something, it becomes more effective at burning, and reality warps to accommodate these beliefs, at least when there are enough orcs around to power the Gestalt field. The orcs worship two gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is brutally cunning, and Mork is cunningly brutal. The difference between these two concepts is hotly debated by orcs, sometimes resulting in massive interclan warfare over whether Gork or Mork is the better god. Most non-orcs can't tell the difference, but to orcs it matters intensely. Gork hits you when you're looking, Mork hits you when you're not. Gork represents raw physical power, Mork represents tactical cunning. Both are necessary for proper orc warfare. Gork and Mork exist in the warp, much like the Chaos gods, but they're fundamentally different entities. They're reflections of the orc species' collective psyche, born from and sustained by the Gestalt psychic energy of all orcs everywhere. They're considered indestructible. Even when defeated in the warp, they always come back, just like orcs themselves. This is significant because it means orcs have their own warp entities to revere, entities that are completely incompatible with chaos. Which brings us to a crucial point. Orcs are highly resistant to chaos corruption, not immune. There are rare cases of individual orcs falling to chaos, particularly when isolated from other orcs for extended periods. But as a species, orcs are remarkably difficult for chaos to corrupt. Their souls are too blunt, their psyches too simple. They don't experience the complex emotions that feed the chaos gods. They don't feel despair that Nurgle can exploit, excessive pleasure that Slaanesh desires, elaborate scheming that Tzeentch thrives on, or even the sophisticated bloodlust that Khorne prefers. Orcs just want a good fight. That's not the same as Khorne's desire for skulls and blood. Khorne represents martial honor twisted into endless slaughter, a sophisticated concept of warrior pride corrupted by chaos. Orcs don't have that sophistication. They're not building skull thrones or conducting blood rituals. They're just hitting things because hitting things is fun. It's too straightforward, too honest for chaos to properly get its hooks into. Moreover, the presence of other orcs strengthens each individual orc's resistance to chaos. The wow field and the connection to Gork and Mork provide a psychic buffer against chaos corruption. An isolated orc might potentially be corrupted over time, but an orc in a proper warband is protected by the sheer mass of orky psychic energy surrounding him. This resistance to chaos is going to be crucial when we consider what happens when a chaos dreadnought encounters an orc warband. The Hellbrute is saturated with chaos corruption, its very existence sustained by the malevolent energies of the warp. But the orcs don't care about chaos, don't really understand it, and are largely immune to its influence. They're not going to be corrupted by proximity to a Hellbrute. They're just going to see a big stompy metal thing and think about whether they can loot it. Finally, we need to understand orc attitudes toward technology and salvage. Orcs are consummate looters. They'll grab anything that looks useful or interesting and drag it back to their mech boys to be fixed and turned into proper orky equipment. This includes enemy vehicles, weapons, and equipment. The Deathskulls clan in particular are famous for looting everything not nailed down, and sometimes things that are nailed down if they can find a crowbar. When orcs loot enemy equipment, they don't use it as is. That would be un-orky. Instead, they immediately begin modifying it, adding more weapons, painting it in garish colors, welding spikes and armor plates to it, and generally making it more proper. The original function of the equipment becomes secondary to making it big, loud, and intimidating. Subtlety is not an orc concept. If something works, you make it bigger. If it's broken, you hit it until it works. If it still doesn't work, you add more guns to it anyway, because that's never a bad idea. This is the culture and psychology that a Chaos Dreadnought would be encountering, a species that fights for the joy of it, that believes things into working through psychic gestalt fields, that's resistant to chaos corruption, and that will cheerfully loot anything they can get their hands on. Whether they'd accept a Chaos Dreadnought into their warband is another question entirely, one we'll explore in detail. But first, we need to understand how such an encounter might even occur in the first place. The capture. When chaos meets green. For a Chaos Dreadnought to end up in orc hands, and potentially asked to join them, we first need a scenario where the orcs actually capture one alive, or at least functional enough to communicate. This is trickier than it might sound, because both Chaos Space Marines and orcs tend to fight to the death, leaving very few opportunities for capture. Let's construct a plausible scenario. Imagine a Chaos Warband conducting raids across an Imperial sector. This warband is led by a particularly ambitious Chaos Lord who's been promised power by his patron god in exchange for securing certain artifacts or conducting specific massacres. The warband includes several units of Chaos Space Marines, corrupted Imperial Guard regiments, demon engines, and at least one Hellbrute. Let's call him Malog, a former Iron Warriors legionary who's been locked in his metal prison for over 3,000 years. Malog is profoundly insane. The centuries of torment have shattered his mind into fragments, but some part of him still remembers what it was like to be mortal, to feel sensation, to experience something other than rage and pain. This memory torments him more than the physical agony of his imprisonment, because it reminds him of what he's lost and can never regain. The Chaos Warband makes the mistake of attacking a world that happens to be in the path of a growing The orcs had been gathering for weeks, drawn by the presence of a particularly large and successful war boss named Gorfang Ironjaw. Gorfang's success against nearby Imperial and Toe forces has attracted thousands of orcs to his banner, and the Warg energy is building to critical levels. The Greenskin Horde is looking for a good fight, and the Chaos Warband has just announced themselves as perfect targets. The battle that follows is absolute carnage. The Chaos Space Marines are skilled warriors with millennia of combat experience, but they're vastly outnumbered. For every orc that falls to bolter fire, 3 more charge forward, roaring with delight at the quality of the fight. The Chaos Lord quickly realizes they're not going to win this engagement through conventional means, and begins calling for a fighting withdrawal to their landing craft. Malog the Hellbrute is positioned at a choke point, his twin heavy flamers turning entire mobs of orcs into charred corpses. But orcs are nothing if not persistent, and they recognize a tough opponent when they see one. Several mech boys in Gorfang's warband spot the Hellbrute and immediately begin salivating at the prospect of looting such an impressive war machine. They redirect their boys to focus on the Hellbrute, even as the rest of the Chaos forces begin to retreat. What follows is a brutal melee. Orcs swarm over Malog from all sides, attacking with crude power claws and rockets. Malog crushes dozens of them, his power fist pulping orc bodies with each swing, his flamers reducing entire squads to ash. But there are simply too many of them. An orc knob, with a massive power claw, manages to sever some critical power conduits, causing one of Malog's weapon arms to go dead. More orcs pile on, attacking joints and exposed cabling with brutal efficiency born from thousands of years of fighting armored opponents. Malog's rage reaches a crescendo. He can feel his systems failing, can sense the orcs overwhelming him through sheer weight of numbers. Some part of his fractured mind recognizes that the rest of his warband has abandoned him, leaving him to face the orc horde alone. The Chaos Lord didn't even try to extract him. Why would he? Hellbrutes are expendable, easily replaced with fresh victims. But instead of destruction, Malog experiences something unexpected. The orcs manage to disable his locomotion systems without destroying his sarcophagus. His consciousness remains intact, even as his ability to fight back is stripped away. He topples backward, crashing into the rockcrete, and suddenly he's surrounded by excited orc faces peering at him with fascination rather than hostility. "What's this thing?" one orc shouts. "It's a metal Yumi," another responds. "Look at all the Dakar on it." "Nah, it ain't just metal. There's something inside. I can hear it." This is when Malog makes a choice that will change everything. In the seconds before the orcs figure out how to pry open his sarcophagus or simply rip him apart for scrap, he does something that surprises even himself. He speaks. His Vox speakers crackle to life, powered by emergency backup systems. "Wait," he says, his voice a grinding mechanical rasp distorted by millennia of corruption. "I can help you." The orcs fall silent. This isn't normal behavior for loot. Loot doesn't talk. Well, sometimes it talks, but usually it's just demons screaming or machine spirits making weird noises. This is different. This sounds almost rational. The mech boys push forward, fascinated. One of them, a particularly clever big mech named Grotbog, peers at the Hellbrute's optical sensors. "You're still working, Din?" "I am. Functional," Malog responds. His mind races. What remains of it that can still think clearly? Why is he doing this? What does he hope to gain? But even as he asks himself these questions, he knows the answer. Anything is better than going back to the Chaos Warband. Anything is better than being chained in darkness between battles, serving masters who view him as nothing more than a weapon to be discarded when convenient. At least the orcs seem genuinely interested in him, as something other than expendable ammunition. "What can you do?" Grotbog asks, genuinely curious now. "I can fight," Malog says. "I have fought for 3,000 years. I know how to kill Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Xenos of every description. I can crush vehicles, destroy fortifications, and I require minimal maintenance compared to your own." He pauses, searching for a diplomatic term. Constructions. The orcs look at each other, confused. This isn't how loot is supposed to behave. But it is interesting, and orcs are nothing if not opportunistic. "We's gonna talk to the boss," Grotbog declares. "You stay right there and don't try nothing funny." As if Marlog could go anywhere with his locomotion systems destroyed. He lies there in the rubble, listening to the sounds of battle fade as the remaining Chaos forces retreat and the orcs begin celebrating their victory. He has absolutely no idea what's going to happen next, but for the first time in millennia, he's not chained in darkness waiting for the next deployment. And that, incredibly, feels like progress. This is how a Chaos dreadnought might end up in orc custody, not as inert wreckage to be stripped for parts, but as a functional, conscious being with agency and the desperate desire to avoid returning to his previous existence. Now the real question begins. What do the orcs do with him? The Mech Boys' examination. Orc engineering meets warp-tainted technology. When the orcs drag Malog back to their main camp, it causes quite a stir. Orcs are used to looting enemy equipment, but enemy equipment that talks and asks to join them is highly unusual. Gorfang Ironjaw, the war boss, is initially inclined to just have the thing torn apart for scrap. After all, it's clearly some kind of chaos thing, covered in spiky bits and weird symbols that hurt to look at, and it probably isn't lucky. But Grotbog the Big Mech argues passionately for keeping it intact. "Boss, think about it," Grotbog says, his eyes gleaming with technological avarice. "This thing's been fighting for 3,000 years. It's got all kinds of gubbins we could learn from, and it can still fight. We just need to fix it up proper." "It's a chaos thing," one of the other knobs points out. "Chaos ain't natural. Might corrupt the boys." Grotbog waves this off dismissively. "Chaos ain't nothing to us. We's orcs. We's got Gork and Mork looking out for us. Some spiky bits ain't gonna hurt nobody." This is actually a reasonable argument by orc standards. The orcs genuinely don't fear chaos corruption the way other species do, partly because they don't really understand it, and partly because they're largely immune to it. The WAG field surrounding the warband provides psychic protection, and their simple psyches don't offer much purchase for chaos to grip onto. The debate continues for several hours, with various orcs offering opinions. Some think it's a great idea, some think it's stupid. A few fights break out, as is traditional in orc political discourse. Eventually, Gorfang makes his decision. "All right, here's what we's gonna do. The Mech Boys get to tinker with it, see if they can fix it up and make it proper. But if it causes any trouble, we scraping it. And if it can fight good, maybe we keep it around. But it ain't a real boy until it proves itself." This is about as official as orc policy gets. Malog is dragged into the Mech's workshop area, which is less a proper facility and more a large cleared space full of half-assembled vehicles, piles of scrap, and Gretchen running around carrying tools and parts. The Big Mech and his crew of lesser Mech Boys and Spanners immediately begin examining their new acquisition with the enthusiasm of children on Christmas morning. "Look at all these cables," one Mech exclaims. "Check out the power core, it's still running on some kind of warp thing," another observes. "Ooh, nice shooters, we can probably boost dose." Marlog, conscious throughout all of this, experiences a mixture of horror and fascination. The orcs aren't treating him with the reverence the Adeptus Mechanicus might show to ancient technology, nor with the contempt his Chaos Masters displayed. They're treating him like a really interesting puzzle that might explode at any moment, which in a way is refreshing in its honesty. "Can you hear us?" Grotbog asks, tapping on Malog's hull. "Yes," Marlog responds through his Vox speakers. "Good. Now, we's gonna fix you up, but we gotta know what's broken and what ain't. Can you move?" "Yeah." Grotbog waves vaguely at Marlog's limbs. "Grabby things. My power fist is functional but low on power. My left arm's motivators are severed. My locomotion systems are offline. Internal diagnostics show damage to 17 major systems." The mechs look at each other, impressed. "It knows what's wrong with itself. That's proper useful, that is." What follows is one of the strangest experiences in Marlog's long existence. The orcs begin working on him with tools that range from precision cutters to large hammers, and their approach to repair could charitably be called creative. They have absolutely no understanding of the sophisticated technology that went into creating a dreadnought, let alone one corrupted by millennia of warp exposure. But they have instinctive knowledge of how mechanical things should work, and more importantly, they have the WAH field backing them up. "This conduit's all melted," a spanner observes, looking at Malog's severed locomotion control. "We need something to replace it." "Use that cable from diluted Lehman Russ," Grotbog suggests. "But boss, that cable's for treads, not legs. So, a cable's a cable. Hook it up." They proceed to do exactly that, welding and bolting the cable into place with cheerful disregard for compatibility issues. By all rights, it shouldn't work. The cable is designed for tank treads, not for the sophisticated servo systems of a dreadnought's leg. The gauge is wrong, the connections don't match, the power requirements are different. It absolutely should not function. But when they fire up the system, Malog feels his leg respond. Slowly, jerkily, but it moves. The cable is doing its job despite being completely inappropriate for the task. This is Malog's first direct experience with the WAG field in action. The orcs believe the cable will work, so it does. Their collective psychic energy forces reality to accommodate their expectations. It's not even conscious. The orcs don't know they're doing it. They just expect their repairs to work, and that expectation becomes reality. "Ha! Told ya!" Grotbog crows. "Now let's fix the other leg, and we gotta get more Dakar on this thing. Needs more guns." "It already has 2 heavy flamers," Malog points out. "Yeah, but they ain't working right now. And besides, you can never have too much Dakar. That's just common sense, that is." Over the next several days, the mechs systematically repair and modify Malog. They reconnect his locomotion systems using a mix of appropriate parts, salvaged from wrecked vehicles, and completely inappropriate parts that work anyway, because the orcs expect them to. They restore power to his weapons, though they also add additional guns that they weld directly to his chassis, including a rocket launcher that has no business being there. But it's the cosmetic changes that really drive home to Malog what he's gotten himself into. The orcs are offended by his appearance. He's covered in chaos symbols, spikes pointing in weird directions, and colors that the orcs find deeply unpleasant. "We gotta repaint this thing," Grotbog declares. "Can't have it looking all chaotic. That ain't proper." "What color should we paint it?" a mech asks. "Red. Red makes things go faster, but it's already got some red on it from the chaos gits." "Yeah, but not enough. We paint the whole thing red, except for the shooters. Those can be black, and we put the clan symbol on it so everyone knows whose it belongs to." Malog tries to object. "I would prefer not to be painted red." "Tough," Grotbog responds cheerfully. "You're one of us now, so you gotta look proper. Red makes you faster, and you need to be faster, because you're a big stompy thing, and big stompy things should be stomping all over their enemy." They proceed to paint him. Not carefully or artistically, but with generous splashes of red paint applied with industrial sprayers and large brushes. They paint over the chaos symbols, though some of them still show through the red. They add crude clan symbols and orky glyphs, working with genuine artistic enthusiasm, even if the results are objectively terrible. "Much better," Grotbog declares when they're done. "Now you look like proper orc stuff." Malog, viewing himself through his optical sensors, realizes he looks absolutely ridiculous. The sophisticated, terror-inducing appearance of a hellbrute has been replaced with a garish red war machine covered in orky symbols and with random guns bolted to his chassis at odd angles. He should be humiliated, but instead, he realizes he's feeling something he hasn't felt in millennia: amusement. The absurdity of his situation, the cheerful incompetence of the orc repairs, the sheer wrongness of being repainted red by Xenos who think it'll make him go faster. It's all so ridiculous that some fragment of his shattered psyche actually finds it funny. "You have made modifications," he observes dryly. "Yeah, you're all fixed up now, ready to test you out in a proper fight." The mechs roll him out of the workshop to cheers from the assembled orcs. He's still clearly not an orc. His shape is all wrong, he's still obviously a dreadnought chassis, and he speaks in precise High Gothic rather than orcish. but he's been made orky through the application of red paint, extra guns, and enthusiastic welding. Whether that's enough to truly integrate him into the warband remains to be seen. The Hellbrutes proposition: why join them? Before we go further into what happens with Malog and the Orcs, we need to address a crucial question. Why would a Chaos Dreadnought even want to join an Orc warband in the first place? What could possibly motivate such a decision? The answer lies in understanding just how torturous existence as a Hellbrute truly is, and how that compares to what the Orcs might offer. Malog spent 3,000 years serving various Chaos Lords. During that time, he fought in countless battles across the galaxy. Between battles, he was chained in darkness, his sarcophagus disconnected from his body, and left in storage like a piece of equipment, rather than a warrior with consciousness and agency. He had no say in when he fought, where he fought, or who he fought. He was simply activated when needed, and deactivated when not, his consciousness subjected to an endless cycle of violent awakening and forced dormancy. The madness that afflicts all Hellbrutes consumed much of his mind. He exists in a state of constant rage, his thoughts fragmenting under the psychic pressure of his imprisonment. But beneath the madness, some core of his identity persisted. The part that remembered being a space marine of the Iron Warriors, a warrior who chose to follow Horus and turn against the Emperor. That choice had been his own, but every choice since then had been stripped away, his agency sacrificed on the altar of his warband's military needs. The Chaos Lords he served viewed him as a weapon, nothing more. When he fought well, he was not praised. Weapons are expected to function properly. When his equipment needed maintenance, it was not provided out of respect, but out of practical necessity, the same way you oil a gun to keep it functioning. And when he was no longer immediately needed, he was stored away without a second thought for his continued consciousness and suffering. This is the existence that all Chaos Dreadnoughts endure, an existence so horrible that some actively welcome destruction in battle as release from their torment. The few who retain enough sanity to comprehend their situation find themselves trapped with no hope of escape, no possibility of change, no prospect of anything different for the remainder of their existence. But then, Malog encountered the Orcs, and everything changed. The Orcs didn't chain him in darkness. They left him conscious and aware. They talked to him, asked him questions, treated him like a being with opinions rather than an object to be used. When they worked on repairing him, they did so with enthusiasm and genuine interest in making him function better, not out of cold practicality, but because they found him fascinating. They argued about how best to fix him, laughed when repairs went wrong, celebrated when systems came back online. Most importantly, they gave him a choice. Grotbog asked what he wanted. They let him participate in decisions about his own repairs. They painted him red because they thought it would make him better, and when he objected, they explained their reasoning rather than simply overriding his objections with force. This is why Malog wants to join them. Not because Orcs offer a better life in objective terms. Being an Orc's war machine is hardly paradise, but because they offer something he hasn't had in 3,000 years. Agency. They're offering him the chance to be something other than a tool, to participate in deciding his own fate, to exist as more than just a weapon that's activated and deactivated at someone else's convenience. There's another, factor two, one that Malog might not fully consciously recognize. The WAG field is having an effect on him. The psychic energy of thousands of Orcs gathered together, all of them projecting their simple, straightforward desires for violence and excitement, is washing over his consciousness like a cleansing wave. It's not purifying him. The chaos corruption runs too deep for that. But it's drowning out some of the whispers of the warp, dampening the influence of the chaos gods that has been driving him toward madness. In the presence of the Orcs, Malog's thoughts are clearer than they've been in millennia. The rage is still there, the madness still present, but it's muted, made manageable by the overwhelming Orky psychic presence. He can think more clearly, can access memories and mental processes that have been buried under layers of corruption and insanity. The Wah field isn't healing him, but it's giving him a reprieve from the worst of his condition. Additionally, there's the simple fact that the Orcs are offering him something his Chaos Masters never did: membership in something that resembles a community. Orcs fight together, celebrate together, compete with each other in ways that, while violent, are at least comprehensible and consistent. There are rules in Orc society, even if those rules mostly amount to might makes right and loot everything. There's a clear hierarchy based on observable strength rather than Byzantine political maneuvering. And there's a refreshing honesty in how Orcs relate to each other. They want to fight, they say they want to fight, and then they fight. No schemes, no plots, no betrayals born of theological disagreements or personal ambition. For someone who's spent 3,000 years serving Chaos Space Marines, where betrayal is standard operating procedure, and every interaction is laden with hidden agendas and warp-spawned manipulation, the straightforward nature of Orc society is almost relaxing. An Orc who says he's going to fight you is going to fight you. An Orc who says you're part of his warband means it. There's no deeper game being played, no hidden corruption waiting to consume you from within. Of course, Malog's rational mind recognizes the absurdity of his situation. He's a hellbrute, a war machine of chaos, contemplating joining a Xenos warband as if he were signing up for a new employer. By any reasonable standard, this shouldn't even be possible. Chaos corruption and Orc culture are fundamentally incompatible. He's saturated with the energies of the warp, literally fused with demonic essence, while the Orcs are protected from chaos by their own gods and their psychic field. But maybe that's exactly why it might work. The Orcs aren't going to be corrupted by him. They're too orky for that. And their influence might actually suppress his chaos corruption, or at least make it manageable. He won't be cured, won't be redeemed, but he might be functional in a way he hasn't been for millennia. So when Grotbog asks him, "You want to be one of the boys?" Malog doesn't hesitate. "Yes," he says simply. "I do." The mechs cheer, not because they understand the significance of what Malog is saying, but because they're excited about having a new toy to play with and modify. But Malog understands perfectly. He's choosing this. For the first time in 3,000 years, he's making a choice about his own fate. It might be a terrible choice. It might lead to disaster, but it's his choice, and that makes all the difference. The philosophical problem: can this even work? Before we continue with what happens to Malog and the Orcs, we need to address the fundamental philosophical and metaphysical problems with this scenario. Can a chaos-corrupted being actually join an Orc warband? What are the implications for both parties? And what does the law actually say about such situations? The simple answer is that this probably shouldn't be possible according to strict 40K law. Chaos corruption and Orc culture are, in most ways, incompatible. But let's dig into why, and whether there might be edge cases where something like this could theoretically occur. First, let's consider the chaos corruption itself. Malog isn't just a former Chaos Space Marine. He's a hellbrute, meaning his flesh has literally merged with his war machine, and that merger was facilitated by warp energies. His existence is sustained by chaos. The machine spirits that once guided his dreadnought chassis have been corrupted into something malevolent and semi-demonic. He is, in a very real sense, partially made of chaos. Normally, extended exposure to something this thoroughly corrupted would be dangerous for any living being. Chaos is insidious. It seeps into cracks, exploits weaknesses, corrupts from within. Even touching chaos-tainted objects can be dangerous for unprotected humans. Being in proximity to a hellbrute should, by rights, expose anyone nearby to warp energies that could warp their minds and souls. But Orcs aren't normal living beings. They're genetically engineered weapons created by the Old Ones, and part of that engineering was making them resistant to warp corruption. Their souls are different from human souls, blunter, simpler, less susceptible to the complex emotions that chaos feeds upon. An orc doesn't experience existential despair, doesn't succumb to elaborate ambitions, doesn't feel pleasure in the refined ways that Slaanesh requires. An orc just wants to fight, and that desire is too straightforward for chaos to properly manipulate. Moreover, orcs have their own warp entities, Gork and Mork. These twin gods exist in the Immaterium and are sustained by the collective belief of all orcs everywhere. They're not chaos gods, they're something else entirely, reflections of the orcish psyche rather than corruptions of it. The presence of Gork and Mork in the warp provides a buffer between orcs and chaos, a competing psychic influence that keeps chaos from gaining purchase on orcish souls. The WAG field itself acts as additional protection. When orcs gather in large numbers, the Gestalt psychic energy they generate creates a tangible field that affects reality in their vicinity. This field makes orc technology work, empowers weird boys with psychic abilities, and crucially, it drowns out other psychic influences. In the presence of a strong WAG field, chaos whispers become background noise, drowned out by the overwhelming orky psychic presence. So theoretically, the orcs in Gorfang's warband aren't at significant risk of corruption from Malog. The WAG field protects them. Their own simple psyches provide natural resistance, and Gork and Mork offer spiritual protection against chaos influence. They could be in proximity to a hellbrute without succumbing to its corrupting presence. But what about the reverse? What effect does the WAG field have on Malog? This is where things get really interesting. Chaos corruption isn't invulnerable to other psychic influences. The chaos gods are powerful, but they're not omnipotent, and their influence can be blocked, suppressed, or even reversed under the right circumstances. The Emperor's psychic might can burn away chaos corruption. Eldar runes and psychic discipline can shield against chaos. Even faith, in the case of particularly devout Imperial citizens, can provide some protection. The WAG field isn't as sophisticated as Eldar psychic arts or as powerful as the Emperor's might, but it's present and constant. Malog would be immersed in orky psychic energy 24 hours a day, every day. That energy doesn't care about chaos. It doesn't recognize chaos as anything special or particularly important. It just emanates from thousands of orcs who want to fight and who believe their stuff works because it should work. This overwhelming presence of alien psychic energy might actually suppress Malog's chaos corruption, or at least make it less active. It's not purifying him. The changes that have been wrought on him are too fundamental for that. But it might quiet the whispers of the warp, might make the influence of the chaos gods less immediate and overwhelming. In gaming terms, it's like having a constant psychic white noise that drowns out more subtle signals. There's also the question of Marlog's own psyche. He's insane, yes, all hellbrutes are. But insanity isn't the same as complete loss of consciousness or agency. Some part of him still remembers being a space marine, still remembers making choices and having desires beyond simple service to chaos. That part of him is choosing to align with the orcs, and choice matters in the Warhammer 40k universe. The Chaos gods gain power from worship and service, but they don't have absolute control over their followers. It's possible for chaos-corrupted beings to resist, to make different choices, especially if they're supported by powerful alternate psychic influences. Now, let's address the elephant in the room. The lore suggests this shouldn't happen. There are virtually no recorded instances of chaos beings successfully integrating with orc warbands. The few cases of chaos-corrupted orcs that exist in the lore are usually isolated individuals who have been separated from other orcs for extended periods, and even those are extremely rare. The orcs themselves would view such corruption as deeply un-orky and would typically kill any corrupted orc on sight. But Malog isn't an orc. He's a war machine that happens to be piloted by a corrupted space marine. The orcs don't view him as one of their own. They view him as a particularly interesting piece of looted equipment that can talk and fight. That's a crucial distinction. They're not accepting a corrupted orc into their ranks. They're adopting a functional weapon that happened to ask nicely. This is actually consistent with orc behavior. Orcs will loot and use virtually any technology they can get their hands on, regardless of origin. They've been known to loot Imperial vehicles, Tau battlesuits, Elder tanks, and yes, even Chaos equipment. They don't care about the ideological or spiritual implications of using such equipment. They care about whether it's shooty enough and whether it looks good painted red. From the orc perspective, Malog is just a really fancy looted war machine that happens to have opinions. The fact that he's corrupted by chaos is mildly interesting, but not particularly concerning. They've painted him red and added more Daka, which makes him properly orky, regardless of his origins. There's one more factor to consider: the precedent of other strange alliances in 40k lore. The universe has seen Imperial forces cooperate with Tau against Tyranid invasions. It has seen Eldar working alongside humans to stop Chaos incursions. It has even seen brief truces between Imperium and Chaos forces when faced with greater threats. The galaxy is vast and strange, and desperate circumstances create unusual alliances. This isn't a formal alliance. It's one insane hellbrute choosing to join an orc warband because it's marginally better than his previous existence. It's the orcs accepting him because he's useful and interesting. Neither party is compromising their core beliefs or identity. The orcs are still orcs, just with a new toy. Malog is still corrupted by chaos, just surrounded by psychic energy that makes that corruption less overwhelming. Could it work long term? That's questionable. Could it work in the short term for a few battles or even a few years? Maybe. Could it happen in the wider 40k universe outside this specific scenario? Probably not often, if ever. But in this particular case, with these particular circumstances, we can at least construct a scenario where it's not completely impossible. And sometimes, in the grim darkness of the far future, not completely impossible is as good as it gets. The integration process. Teaching a hellbrute to be orky. With the philosophical groundwork laid and the mech's repairs complete, we now face the practical challenge. How do you integrate a Chaos Dreadnought into an orc warband? How do you take a being that spent 3,000 years serving chaos and turn it into something that can function alongside orcs without causing disaster? The answer, as with most things involving orcs, involves a combination of violence, enthusiasm, and a complete lack of concern for conventional limitations. Grotbog appoints himself as Malog's primary handler, partly because he's the big mech who repaired him, and partly because he finds the whole situation endlessly fascinating. The first order of business is teaching Malog how to actually move with his orc-repaired systems. The cable from the Lehman Russ controls his left leg differently than his original servos. The rocket launcher they bolted to his shoulder has thrown off his balance, and the fresh coat of red paint has somehow actually made him faster, which is disorienting given that he logically knows paint doesn't affect locomotive performance. "All right, let's get you walking proper," Grotbog announces. "Try taking a step." Malog attempts to walk and immediately stumbles, his repaired legs responding differently than he expects. He crashes into a pile of scrap metal, sending it flying in all directions. The watching orcs roar with laughter. "Not like that! You gotta stomp! Big stompy thing needs big stompy steps, like this!" Grotbog demonstrates by stomping around in an exaggerated manner that would look ridiculous on anyone but an orc. Malog tries again, this time with heavier, more deliberate steps. To his surprise, it works better. The orc-modified systems seem to respond better to blunt, forceful commands, rather than the precise control he's used to. It's as if the repairs want to be used crudely, as if subtlety is somehow offensive to them. Over the next several days, Grotbog puts Malog through what can only be described as orc training. This involves learning to roar properly when charging into combat. Malog's Vox speakers can produce the mechanical scream of a hellbrute, but Grotbog insists this isn't orky enough. "You gotta yell, 'Wag!' Try it. Wag, Marlog says flatly through his speakers. Nah, you gotta mean it. Wah! Grotbog demonstrates, the sound echoing across the camp. Wag! Marlog tries again, putting more energy into it. Better. Keep practicing. Learning to fight in the orc style, which means less precision shooting and more charging directly at enemies while firing everything at once. Grotbog sets up practice targets and makes Malog attack them repeatedly until he's learned to advance while shooting rather than taking up static positions. Understanding orc command structure, which is remarkably simple. Do what the biggest orc says, unless you're going to challenge him for leadership, in which case, you fight him. If you win, you're in charge. If you lose, you're dead. This is actually easier for Malog to understand than the complex hierarchies of Chaos Space Marine warbands. Learning which orcs are which. This is harder than it sounds because orcs all look similar to non-orcs, and Marlog's optical sensors weren't designed to distinguish between greenskins. Grotbog takes to painting identifying marks on important orcs so Malog can recognize them. That's the war boss. You see them extra boss pole? That means he's the biggest. That knob over there, he's in charge of the boys on the left flank. That other one, he's the one who likes to fight up close with his chopper. But the biggest challenge is teaching Malog to think like an orc, or at least to interact with orcs in ways they understand and appreciate. Orcs respect strength, direct action, and enthusiasm for violence. They don't respect complexity, subtlety, or hesitation. When Malog tries to explain tactical considerations or suggest strategic approaches, the orc's eyes glaze over. But when he simply points at an enemy and says, "I will destroy that," they cheer and understand perfectly. Orcs also have a completely different relationship with their equipment than Chaos Space Marines do. A Chaos Space Marine views his armor and weapons as sacred, part of his identity forged over centuries of service. An orc views his equipment as something to be constantly modified, improved, and occasionally hit with a wrench when it stops working. The idea that Malog might object to further modifications is simply not comprehensible to them. "We's thinking of adding more armor plates," Grotbog announces one day. "That will restrict my mobility," Malog points out. "Yeah, but you'll be tougher, and mobility ain't that important when you're a big stompy thing. You're supposed to walk through the enemy, not around them." They add the armor plates anyway, welding thick sheets of scrap metal to Malog's chassis in a pattern that makes no aesthetic or engineering sense, but somehow provides decent protection. Malog has learned to stop objecting to such modifications. The orcs are going to do what they want regardless, and arguing just confuses them. The biggest surprise for Malog is how the other orcs react to him. He expected hostility, suspicion, maybe even outright attacks. What he gets instead is curiosity and enthusiasm. Orcs keep coming up to examine him, asking questions, poking at his armor, suggesting modifications. They treat him like a particularly interesting piece of kit that their mech produced, something to be proud of and show off to other warbands. "Hey, you see our big stompy thing?" one orc boasts to a neighboring clan. "He can talk, and he's got all kinds of shooters. Bet your clan ain't got nothing like that." The other clan's orcs gather around to examine Malog, equally impressed. "That's proper cunning, that is. Where'd you get him?" "Looted him from the Chaos Gits. He was just laying there, so we fixed him up." There's no sense of corruption or danger in how the orcs relate to him. To them, he's just loot that happens to be ambulatory and chatty. The fact that he's covered in chaos iconography beneath the red paint and literally fused with warp-spawned machinery doesn't register as particularly significant. They've looted stuff before. This is just bigger and more interesting than usual. Malog gradually begins to understand something profound. The orcs literally don't care about chaos. Not in a "we're brave enough to face it" way or a "we're strong enough to resist it" way, but in a fundamental "this is not relevant to our interests" way. They're not afraid of chaos corruption because they don't really understand what chaos corruption is. Their entire worldview is so alien to the concepts chaos manipulates that there's no common ground for corruption to take root. This realization is both liberating and disturbing. For 3,000 years, Malog has existed in universes where chaos was the dominant concern, either serving it as part of a chaos warband or fighting against it as an iron warrior before his fall. The idea that there's a species that simply doesn't care, that views the powers of the warp as no more significant than any other enemy to fight, is difficult to process. But it also means he can exist among them without the constant pressure of chaos expectation. The chaos gods want worship, want service, want acknowledgement. The orcs just want him to shoot things and stomp on enemies. It's a simpler arrangement, and simplicity is something Malog has learned to appreciate after millennia of chaos complexity. After a few weeks of this integration process, Grotbog declares Malog ready for his first real test, an actual battle alongside the warband. This will determine whether all the repairs, training, and integration have been successful, or whether the Hellbrute will revert to his chaotic nature and need to be scrapped after all. Alright, tomorrow we's going to raid that Yumi outpost down south, Grotbog explains. You's gonna come with us. Stick with my mob, stomp any Humies that get in the way, and try not to shoot any of the boys. Can you do that? Yes, Malog responds. And for the first time in longer than he can remember, he actually means it. He's not being forced to fight, not being activated against his will. He's choosing to participate in this battle, to prove himself to the warband, to earn his place among them. It's a strange feeling, but not an entirely unpleasant one. The next day, as the orcs gather for the raid, Malog takes his position among them. He's painted red, covered in orky glyphs, equipped with looted weapons that shouldn't work but do, and surrounded by thousands of enthusiastic greenskins who've accepted him as their big, stompy thing. His existence has gone from being a tool of Chaos Lords to being the pet project of an orc warband. It's absurd. It's probably doomed to failure. But for now, in this moment, Malog allows himself to feel something he hasn't felt since before his interment as a Hellbrute. Anticipation, not just for the violence to come, but for what he might prove, what he might become in this bizarre new existence he's chosen for himself. Wag! The orcs roar as they begin their advance. Wag! Malog adds through his vox speakers, with significantly more enthusiasm than his first attempt. Combat scenarios. The Hellbrute proves himself. The Imperial outpost that Gorfang's warband attacks is a standard frontier garrison. Reinforced walls, heavy bolter emplacements, a small detachment of Astra Militarum soldiers, and a single Lehman Russ tank. It's meant to provide early warning of Xenos incursions and hold long enough for reinforcements to arrive. It's not meant to withstand a full orc. Whack! The orcs approach with their typical subtlety, which is to say none at all. Trucks and battle wagons race across the plains toward the outpost, orcs hanging off every surface and firing wildly. Defcopters scream overhead. Mobs of boys run alongside the vehicles, roaring with excitement at the prospect of a proper scrap. Malog advances with Grotbog's mob of looters and burner boys, his refurbished systems straining to keep up with the orcs' aggressive pace. His first instinct is to analyze the defensive positions, identify weak points, coordinate with other units for a combined assault. This is how Iron Warriors fought, with careful planning and combined arms tactics. But that's not how orcs fight. "That's the place," Grotbog shouts, pointing at the outpost. "We go in, we crump the Yumis, we take all the good stuff, easy." There are defensive emplacements covering the approaches, Malog observes. Heavy bolters in the towers, possible artillery positions behind the walls. A coordinated assault on multiple vectors would... What? Nah, we just go straight at 'em. Shooting stuff and yelling real loud. Always works. The orcs charge directly at the outpost's main gate. The Imperial defenders open fire, their discipline evident in controlled bursts from the wall-mounted heavy bolters. Orcs fall, their crude armor insufficient against sustained heavy weapons fire. But for every orc that drops, 3 more charge forward, and the ones who fall just make the others more excited about the fight. Marlow experiences a moment of cognitive dissonance. This is tactically insane. The orcs are taking unnecessary casualties, attacking fortified positions without suppressing fire or combined arms support. They should be coordinating their assault, using their vehicles to breach the walls while infantry suppresses the defenders. But it's working anyway. The sheer momentum of the orc charge is overwhelming the defenders. The humans are shooting as fast as they can, but there are just too many orcs, and the greenskins are completely undaunted by casualties. They're not running from the heavy bolter fire. They're running toward it, eager to get close enough to use their own weapons and chopper. "Come on, you big red thing!" Grotbog yells at Marlog. "Start shooting!" Marlog opens fire. His heavy flamers sweep across the wall, forcing defenders to abandon their positions or be immolated. The rocket launcher the mechs bolted to his shoulder fires, sending a crude missile arcing toward a tower. The missile wobbles in flight, spiraling drunkenly before impacting the tower's base with a satisfying explosion. The structure tilts, cracks and collapses, taking the heavy bolter crew with it. The orcs around him cheer. "That's the way! More Dakar!" Something changes in Marlog at that moment. For 3,000 years, he's fought because he was activated and pointed at enemies. The violence was compulsory, joyless, an expression of his madness rather than his will. But right now, fighting alongside the orcs, he realizes he's choosing this. He's not being forced to attack these imperial positions. He's doing it because he's part of this warband, because this is what the warband is doing, because this is his role now. And surprisingly, horrifyingly, wonderfully, he's enjoying it. Not in the way a horn berserker enjoys bloodshed, with sophisticated appreciation for death and carnage, but in the simple, straightforward way the orcs enjoy it. Because fighting is fun, because explosions are exciting, because stomping on enemies makes a satisfying crunch sound. There's no complex philosophy here, no offering to dark gods, no deeper meaning. Just violence for its own sake, enthusiastically embraced. Marlog charges toward the gate, his repaired locomotion systems carrying him forward with stomping strides. His power fist connects with the reinforced gate, the disruption field tearing through metal and concrete. The gate buckles, cracks, and finally explodes inward under his assault. Orcs pour through the breach, screaming their enthusiasm. Inside the compound, the fighting becomes even more chaotic. Imperial guardsmen try to establish defensive lines, but the orcs just overwhelm them through sheer numbers and ferocity. The Lehman Russ tank emerges from a bunker, its battle cannon traversing toward the main mass of orcs. Marlog spots it immediately. "Tank!" he announces over the vox. "What?" Grotbog responds. "Tank!" Marlog repeats, and charges the vehicle before the orcs can respond. His approach is not sophisticated. He doesn't maneuver for flanking shots or try to disable its tracks. He just runs straight at it, weathering its heavy bolter fire, and slams his power fist into its front armor. The blow caves in the glacis plate. His flamers wash over the vehicle, forcing the crew to close the hatches. He strikes again and again, pounding on the tank with single-minded determination until its armor ruptures and internal systems begin to fail. The Lehman Russ attempts to reverse, but it's too late. Marlog grabs the tank's turret with both hands and simply tears it off the chassis with a screech of rending metal. The crew attempts to bail out. Orcs swarm over them immediately, eager to claim their own. Kills. "That was brilliant!" Grotbog shouts, running up to examine the wrecked tank. "You just grabbed it and pulled bits off. Can we keep the tracks? The treads look like they'd work for something." The battle continues for another hour, but the outcome is never in doubt. The orcs overwhelm the defenders through sheer weight of numbers, take everything not bolted down, and many things that are, and celebrate their victory with typical orc enthusiasm. Marlog participates in the looting, helping the mechs identify useful components and equipment worth salvaging. As they return to camp, Grotbog walks alongside Marlog with evident satisfaction. "You did good. Proper stompy, lots of Dakar, smashed up that tank real nice. The boss'll be pleased." It was satisfactory, Malog responds, trying to maintain some dignity despite being covered in scorch marks and having a grot sitting on his shoulder examining his optical sensors. But internally, he's processing a realization that shakes him to his core. That battle was the most engaged he's felt in millennia. Fighting alongside the orcs, without the weight of chaos expectation or the torment of his master's demands, he actually experienced something approaching satisfaction. Not the hollow fulfillment of serving the chaos gods, but genuine enjoyment of the act of combat itself. This isn't how a Chaos Space Marine should think. This isn't how a servant of the ruinous powers is supposed to feel. He should be craving the complex pleasures of chaos worship, the sophisticated satisfaction of advancing dark agendas. Instead, he's pleased that he successfully destroyed a tank, and that the orcs around him are happy with his performance. The WAG field is definitely affecting him, dampening his chaos corruption, simplifying his desires. But more than that, being part of the warband is giving him something he's been missing, purpose that comes from his own choices, rather than being imposed from above. The other orcs start treating him differently after that first battle. Before, he was the weird metal thing that the mechs were playing with. Now, he's the weird metal thing that can really fight. Orcs who were indifferent before now greet him, ask him to help with tasks, even seek his advice on certain matters, usually related to destroying fortifications or armored targets, which he's evidently good at. "Hey, big red thing," an orc calls out a few days later. "We's gonna hit another Yumi place. You wanna come smash things?" "Yes," Marlog responds without hesitation. The orc grins. "Brilliant. You really are getting proper orky, ain't ya?" And to his surprise, Marlog realizes that maybe he is. The red paint, the extra guns, the crude repairs, they're not just cosmetic. They're actually changing how he thinks, how he approaches combat, how he relates to the world around him. The Wah field is rewriting his baseline reality, making him more orky by simple proximity and exposure. Should this terrify him? Probably. But it doesn't, because being orky is better than being a chained hellbrute, and right now, that's all that matters. Long-term consequences. What happens next? As weeks turn into months, Marlog becomes an established, if unusual, member of Gorfang's warband. He participates in raids, helps with heavy lifting during camp moves, and even serves as a mobile platform for Grotbog to work on other projects. The orcs have fully accepted him as their big, red, stompy thing, and he's found a strange form of contentment in his new role. But this unusual arrangement can't exist in a vacuum. The galaxy is a big place, and word of an orc warband with a tame hellbrute spreads. Other factions begin taking notice, and not all of them are pleased. First, there's the reaction of other orc clans. When Gorfang's warband encounters other greenskin forces, the presence of Marlog generates intense curiosity. Some war bosses are impressed and want to know where they can get their own big stompy thing. Others are suspicious, viewing Marlog as too chaotic and not properly orky. A few challenges are issued, orc fashion, resulting in Marlog having to prove himself in combat against skeptical greenskins. These fights are always spectacles. Orcs gather around to watch as Marlog faces off against Death Dreads, Killer Cans, or even other orcs' looted vehicles. He wins most of these contests through a combination of his sophisticated systems, however corrupted they may be, and the orc modifications that have been heaped upon him. Each victory cements his reputation as proper orc equipment, even if his origins remain suspect. But it's the reactions of other species that prove more problematic. Imperial forces that encounter the warband are confused and horrified in equal measure. Reports filter back to regional command centers about an orc force accompanied by what appears to be a chaos dreadnought fighting alongside them. These reports are initially dismissed as censor errors or the confused accounts of traumatized survivors. Surely no orc would ally with chaos. Surely no chaos war machine would serve Xenos. But the reports keep coming. consistent enough that they can't be ignored. Eventually, the Inquisition takes an interest. An inquisitor of the Ordo Xenos dispatches a team to investigate, concerned that this represents a new form of chaos corruption that somehow infiltrated Orc society. The Ordo Malleus also takes note, worried about a Chaos Dreadnought operating outside the normal parameters of Chaos operations. When Imperial kill teams attempt to engage the warband specifically to eliminate Marlog, they discover that killing him is substantially more difficult than killing a normal Hellbrute. Not because he's become more powerful, but because he's surrounded by hundreds of Orcs who've gotten quite attached to their big stompy thing and don't appreciate outsiders trying to break it. The Orcs defend Malog with the same enthusiasm. They defend their favorite battle wagons, which is to say, with overwhelming force and no regard for their own safety. Chaos forces that encounter Gorfang's warband have even stronger reactions. To them, Marlog's presence among the Orcs is a betrayal of the highest order. A servant of Chaos doesn't just join Xenos warbands. Hellbrutes are supposed to be eternally loyal to Chaos, trapped in service until destroyed in battle. The fact that one has apparently defected to Greenskins is deeply offensive to the natural order of things. Several Chaos warbands attempt to reclaim Malog, sending forces to capture or destroy their wayward brother. These attempts uniformly fail, usually because the Chaos forces underestimate just how many Orcs are willing to fight to keep their metal friend. One Iron Warriors warband, feeling particularly insulted that one of their ancient brothers has fallen so low, launches a full assault specifically to eliminate Marlog. The resulting battle is massive and indecisive. The Iron Warriors deploy with their characteristic precision, establishing kill zones and advancing under fire support. But the Orcs don't fight the way the Iron Warriors expect, throwing massive numbers of boys at defensive positions and overwhelming them through sheer momentum. Marlog himself finds himself fighting against his own former legion, a surreal experience that crystallizes just how far he's diverged from his origins. The Iron Warriors eventually withdraw after failing to capture or kill him, but not before their Warsmith broadcasts a message to Marlog. "You are a disgrace to the Iron. You have fallen lower than any traitor to the Imperium ever has, serving Xenos filth. When we meet again, we will destroy you utterly." Marlog's response, delivered through his Orc-modified Vox speakers, is simple. "I no longer serve masters who chain me in darkness. I choose this, and that makes me freer than you." The Warsmith's response is unprintable, but the most significant consequence of Malog's integration with the Orcs is the effect it has on him personally. As months pass, the WAG field continues to work on him, slowly but inexorably changing his psychological state. The constant exposure to Orky psychic energy dampens his chaos corruption, not eliminating it, but making it manageable. The whispers of the warp that have tormented him for millennia become background noise, easily ignored in favor of more immediate concerns like, where's the next fight? And, did Grotbog add more armor plates again? His personality, what remains of it after millennia of madness, begins to stabilize. He's still insane by most standards. Spending 3,000 years as a Hellbrute leaves permanent marks that can't be erased. But his insanity becomes more directed, more functional. Instead of the chaotic rage that characterizes most Hellbrutes, he develops something closer to Orc-style enthusiasm for violence. He's not sane, but he's sane in specifically Orky ways that make him effective, and even oddly pleasant to be around by Orc standards. The chaos corruption itself remains. His flesh is still fused with his war machine, his systems are still powered by warp energies, and he still bears the marks of millennia of service to the ruinous powers. But that corruption is no longer active, no longer progressing. It's like a scar rather than an open wound, present, permanent, but not currently causing harm. Grotbog observes these changes with scientific interest. "You know, you're not nearly as twitchy as you used to be," he comments one day while performing routine maintenance. "And you don't scream about the voices in your head no more." The voices are still there, Marlog responds, but they're quieter, easier to ignore. That's the wah for ya, fixes all sort of things. Made me span a grobit stop thinking he was a squig once. Well, mostly stop. I'm becoming more orky. Marlog states this as simple fact rather than concern. Course you are. You're one of us now. Look at ya. Red paint, loads of dakka, proper stompy locomotion. You're practically an honorary orc. There's something both troubling and comforting about this assessment. Malog the Hellbrute is disappearing, gradually being replaced by Big Red, the Orc Warband's favorite stompy thing. His identity as an Iron Warrior's legionary, his service to Chaos, his entire existence before the Orcs. It's all fading into irrelevance compared to his current purpose. Should he care about this? Should he be fighting to maintain his original identity? Probably, but he doesn't. Because being Big Red, Gorfang's big stompy thing that can talk and knows how to break tanks real good, is infinitely preferable to being a nameless Hellbrute chained in darkness between battles. Gorfang himself seems to have come to terms with Malog's presence. The warboss initially viewed him as a curiosity, then as useful equipment, and now as something approaching a valued member of the warband. When other warbosses question his decision to keep a Chaos thing around, Gorfang's response is simple. He fights good, he don't cause trouble, and he makes the boys happy. That's all that matters. It's perhaps the most insightful statement anyone has made about the entire situation. In Orc society, complex questions of ideology, corruption, and identity don't matter. What matters is, can you fight? Do you cause problems? And do you fit in with the boys? Marlog can fight exceptionally well. He doesn't cause problems anymore, and the boys have accepted him. Therefore, he's part of the warband. It's that simple. Of course, this situation can't last forever. Hellbrutes are built to last, but nothing lasts forever in the 40k universe. Eventually, Malog will fall in battle, or his systems will finally fail beyond even Orc repair capabilities, or some external force will end this strange alliance. But until that day comes, he continues to serve Gorfang's warband as their big, red, stompy thing, fighting alongside Orcs, being maintained by mech boys and slowly becoming more orky with each passing day. It's not the fate he would have chosen 3,000 years ago, when he was still a proud Iron Warrior, but it's infinitely better than the fate that was forced upon him when he became a Hellbrute. And in the end, that's all that really matters. Lore conflicts and fan theories, why this shouldn't work, but we're exploring it anyway. Let's be completely honest. What we've explored in this video shouldn't actually be possible according to most interpretations of Warhammer 40k lore. The scenario requires so many exceptional circumstances and convenient coincidences that it strains believability even by 40k standards, which is saying something for a universe that includes orcs making purple vehicles invisible by painting them. So let's break down all the ways this scenario contradicts established lore, and then explore why we might choose to overlook those contradictions for the sake of an interesting thought experiment. First, the fundamental problem. Chaos corruption doesn't work this way. When a Space Marine falls to Chaos and becomes fused with a Hellbrute, that corruption is permanent and progressive. It's not something that can be suppressed or reversed through exposure to alternative psychic energies. The Chaos gods don't lose their grip on servants just because those servants are hanging out with orcs. If anything, they'd try even harder to reclaim or destroy such a heretic. Hellbrutes, specifically, are supposed to be in a state of constant madness and rage. They're chained between battles because they'll attack anything nearby, including their own allies. The idea that a Hellbrute could communicate coherently enough to negotiate with orcs, let alone integrate into their warband, contradicts the established lore about how these creatures function. They're not rational beings capable of making long-term plans. They're psychotic war machines that barely remember they were once Space Marines. The orcs, meanwhile, have a well-established resistance to chaos, but that resistance comes with its own limitations. Orcs can't be corrupted by chaos because their psyches are too simple, and their connection to Gork and Mork is too strong. But that same simplicity should make them immediately hostile to anything obviously chaotic. Orcs might not understand the philosophical implications of chaos, but they can recognize enemies when they see them, and a screaming hellbrute covered in chaos symbols should register as enemy that needs crumping. Additionally, the lore has very few examples of successful integration between chaos forces and other factions, orc or otherwise. Chaos forces sometimes cooperate with other groups temporarily when facing common enemies, but these are always alliances of convenience that fall apart as soon as the immediate threat is dealt with. The idea of a chaos dreadnought permanently joining an orc warband has no precedent in official lore. The Wah field, while powerful, isn't portrayed as having cleansing or purifying properties. It makes orc technology work and empowers weird boys, but there's no suggestion in the lore that it can suppress chaos corruption in others. If it could, the orcs would be the perfect anti-chaos force in the galaxy, and clearly, that's not how they're portrayed. They're resistant to chaos, but not a cure for it. Furthermore, the orcs' own nature should make this integration impossible, even if all the other factors lined up perfectly. Orcs are fundamentally xenophobic. They fight everyone, including themselves. The idea that they'd accept a non-orc as a member of their warband, even a useful one, contradicts their basic tribal identity. They might loot enemy equipment, but they don't adopt enemy warriors as brothers in arms. So why have we spent this entire video exploring a scenario that contradicts so much established lore? Because Warhammer 40k is vast enough, strange enough, and has enough contradictory sources that you can find justification for almost anything if you look hard enough. The galaxy is immense, spanning millions of worlds across thousands of years. The Imperium doesn't keep perfect records. The Inquisition suppresses information about events that don't fit their understanding of the universe. Chaos does strange and unprecedented things, and orcs are, by their very nature, unpredictable and prone to doing things that shouldn't be possible. In a universe where orcs can make vehicles go faster by painting them red, where belief can literally reshape reality, where chaos can corrupt anything given enough time and exposure, is it really impossible that one specific hellbrute, under very specific circumstances, might find himself adopted by an orc warband? Is it so unthinkable that the orcs' resistance to chaos might suppress corruption just enough for such an arrangement to be temporarily viable? The official answer is probably yes. It's impossible. But 40k has always had room for homebrew scenarios, for what-if explorations that push against the boundaries of established lore. That's part of the appeal of the setting. It's so big and so strange that you can imagine almost anything happening somewhere, somewhen, to someone. Fan theories have explored stranger concepts. Imperial guardsmen who survive by disguising themselves as orcs. Tau who learn to use the warp. Tyranids developing immunity to bolter fire through rapid evolution. Most of these theories contradict official lore. That doesn't make them less interesting as thought experiments. It just means they're explorations of possibility rather than canon. This scenario falls into that category. It's not canon. It probably couldn't be canon without significantly revising fundamental aspects of how chaos, orcs, and dreadnoughts work in the 40k universe. But as a thought experiment, as a way of exploring the nature of chaos corruption, orc psychology, and the concept of choice in a universe where agency is so often stripped away, it's genuinely fascinating. It forces us to think about questions that don't usually come up. What does it mean to be corrupted by chaos? Is the corruption the physical changes or the psychological allegiance? If a chaos-corrupted being rejects the chaos gods and chooses a different path, does that corruption remain absolute? Can psychic energies from sources other than the Emperor counter chaos influence? It also makes us examine orc culture more deeply. Why are orcs resistant to chaos? What exactly is the Wah field, and how does it interact with other psychic phenomena? Could orcs theoretically cleanse or at least suppress chaos corruption through sheer orkiness? What does it mean for something to become orky? And it raises philosophical questions about identity and choice. If Malog was forcibly transformed into a hellbrute against his will, then chose to leave his chaos masters and join the orcs, is that redemption, defection, or just trading one form of servitude for another? Is his gradual transformation into something more orky a loss of identity or a gaining of a new one? These questions don't have easy answers, and that's what makes them worth exploring. The scenario might not fit comfortably into official lore, but it creates space for interesting discussions about the nature of corruption, choice, identity, and belonging in the 40K universe. So yes, this scenario is probably impossible according to strict lore interpretations. But in a universe where a massive orc called Tusker, Demon Killer, literally charges into the Eye of Terror to fight demons forever in Horn's realm, and the Blood God considers this entertainment rather than an insult, maybe one hellbrute joining an orc warband isn't the strangest thing that could happen. Conclusion: the absurdity of hope. We've explored a scenario that pushes against the boundaries of Warhammer 40K lore. A Chaos Dreadnought captured by orcs, choosing to join their warband and slowly being transformed by the wow field into something that's neither fully chaos nor fully orc, but somehow functional within the warband's structure. It's a ridiculous scenario. It requires exceptional circumstances, generous interpretation of lore, and a willingness to overlook numerous logical problems. But it's also strangely compelling because it asks a question that rarely gets asked in the grim darkness of the far future. Can someone choose to change? The 40K universe is built on stasis. The Imperium is locked in a slowly decaying nightmare, unable to innovate or improve. Chaos is eternal corruption with no possibility of redemption. The Tyranids are mindless consumption. The Necrons are ancient and unchanging. Even the Tau, for all their talk of the greater good, are presented as a rigid, ideological empire that doesn't truly evolve. But orcs change constantly. They grow bigger when they fight more. They adapt their technology to whatever they loot. They form new clans and adopt new tactics. They're the only faction in 40K that genuinely evolves from moment to moment. Not through careful planning, but through enthusiastic trial and error, and the sheer psychic force of believing things should work a certain way. Malog's story, hypothetical as it is, represents something rarely seen in 40K, the possibility of choosing a different path. He was an iron warrior who fell to chaos, became a hellbrute, served millennia in torment, and then chose something else. Not redemption. He's still corrupted, still insane, still fundamentally broken. But he chose a different form of existence, one where he has agency rather than being a tool for others to wield. The orcs gave him something the Imperium couldn't, and chaos wouldn't: the ability to make that choice. They didn't demand his loyalty, didn't require elaborate oaths or rituals. They just said, "Can you fight?" And when he said yes, they said, "Good, you're with us now." It's the most straightforward transaction imaginable, utterly devoid of the complex machinations that characterize both Imperial and Chaos interactions. And in being accepted by the orcs, in being painted red and given extra dakka and taught to stomp properly, Malog found something he hadn't known existed: contentment. Not happiness, he's far too damaged for that. Not peace. There's still violence in his core, but a form of contentment that comes from having a place, a purpose, and most importantly, a choice. Does this story have a happy ending? Of course not. This is Warhammer 40K. Malog will eventually fall in battle, or his systems will fail, or the WAG will move on and he'll be left behind. The Inquisition might finally succeed in destroying him. The Chaos Gods might reclaim him, or he might simply rust into immobility, becoming just another piece of scrap on some forgotten battlefield. But for however long this arrangement lasts, Malog will have had something that Hellbrutes aren't supposed to have. Agency. He will have chosen his battles, chosen his allies, chosen how to spend his existence. And in a universe where choice is so often stripped away, that's as close to victory as most beings can hope for. The real lesson of this thought experiment isn't about whether it's technically possible for a Hellbrute to join an Orc warband. It's about what it means to choose your own path in a universe designed to deny you that choice. It's about finding contentment in absurd circumstances. It's about the possibility that even the most corrupted, broken beings might still have enough agency left to decide their own fate, if only for a little while. In the grim darkness of the far future, there is only war. But maybe, just maybe, in the chaotic space between the grand factions and their eternal conflicts, there's room for one insane Hellbrute to paint himself red, bolt on extra guns, and stomp alongside orcs who don't care about his past as long as he fights well. It's not much of a hope, but then again, hope is in pretty short supply in the 41st millennium. You take what you can get. If you enjoyed this deep dive into one of the most bizarre hypothetical scenarios in Warhammer 40k, please hit that like button and subscribe for more explorations of the strange corners of this universe. Let me know in the comments. What other impossible scenarios would you like to see explored? What factions could theoretically cooperate under the right circumstances? What happens when incompatible forces collide? The galaxy is vast and full of strange possibilities. We've only scratched the surface. Until next time, may your Daka be plentiful and your stomping be proper. In the deep vaults beneath every Space Marine fortress monastery, where the air tastes of sacred oils and 10,000 years of accumulated silence, there stand rows of sarcophagi. Some hum with the quiet power of functioning life support systems. Others have gone cold, their ancient inhabitants finally granted the rest that was so long denied them. But a few, a precious and terrible few, contain warriors who remember a time before the Imperium became what it is today. They remember the Great Crusade. They remember the Emperor himself, not as the God Emperor of the Imperial cult, but as a man walking among his sons with purposes he would not fully explain. And they will not tell you what they know. These are the dreadnoughts of the Great Crusade, the oldest witnesses to humanity's greatest undertaking and its most catastrophic failure. They have lived for 10 millennia, watching empires rise and fall, seeing the Imperium transform into the very thing the Emperor claimed to oppose. They possess knowledge that could shake the foundations of the Imperium itself, truths that would call into question every prayer uttered in the Emperor's name, every sacrifice made in his supposed divinity. Yet when asked about those ancient days, about the Emperor's true intentions, and the real goals of the Great Crusade, these ancient warriors carefully measure their words. They speak of battles and tactics, of brothers long dead and victories hard won. But about the deepest questions, about what the Emperor truly wanted and why so much of it was kept secret even from his own sons, they remain strategically silent. This is not forgetfulness. These warriors remember everything with a clarity that would drive lesser minds to madness. This is not ignorance, for they stood in the Emperor's presence and heard his words when he still walked among mortals. This is choice. This is duty. This is the heaviest burden they carry, heavier even than the ceramite and adamantium shells that encase what remains of their mortal forms. They know what the Emperor really wanted. They understand why it failed, and they have chosen, for 10,000 years, to guard that knowledge like the most dangerous weapon in the Imperium's vast arsenal. Because perhaps the most terrifying truth they possess is this: the Imperium cannot survive knowing what they know. The current mythology, however false, is the only thing holding humanity together in a galaxy that wants nothing more than to devour it whole. Let me tell you why these ancient warriors, the last living links to an age of legends, have decided that some truths are too dangerous to speak aloud. The nature of entombment. To understand why these ancient dreadnoughts guard their secrets so carefully, you must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought, what it costs, and why the oldest among them are so rare and so revered. The dreadnought is not simply a weapon system or a suit of powered armor. It is a walking tomb, a life support system wrapped in weapons and armor, a prison that its occupants cannot leave until death finally grants them release. When a space marine suffers wounds so catastrophic that even the advanced medical technology of the apothecaries cannot restore them to fighting capacity, but their mind and will remain strong, they may be granted what the chapters call the highest honor. They are interred within a dreadnought chassis, their broken body sealed within an armored sarcophagus, their nervous system hardwired directly into the machine that will become their body for whatever time remains to them. The process is as brutal as it sounds. What remains of the Marine's body, perhaps only a torso and head, vital organs kept functioning by machines, is suspended in amniotic fluid within the sarcophagus. Their brain is connected directly to the dreadnought systems through a mind impulse unit, an archaic technology that translates thought into action, allowing the entombed warrior to control the massive combat walker as naturally as they once moved their own limbs. In theory, this is a kind of immortality. In practice, it is something far more complicated and far darker than the official rhetoric suggests. Extended neural interface with a machine as large and complex as a dreadnought causes immense mental stress. The tech marines speak clinically of lethargy, confusion, dyschronometria, and even senility setting in over time. What they don't often mention is the psychological toll of existence in such a state. Imagine, if you can, losing all sensation except what feeds through mechanical senses. No taste, no smell, no true touch. Your voice becomes a crackling mechanical approximation, synthesized by the dreadnought systems. Your vision is filtered through optical sensors that reduce the world to targeting data and threat assessments. You cannot feel the sun on your face, cannot taste food, cannot embrace a brother in arms. You exist in a state of profound sensory isolation. Your only purpose to wake when the chapter needs you, fight until the enemy is destroyed, and then return to the darkness of dreamless sleep. For most dreadnoughts, this sleep is a mercy. The chapters seal them in stasis vaults when not fighting, allowing them to skip decades or even centuries between awakenings. This preserves both the machine and the pilot, preventing the worst degradation that comes from extended consciousness. But it also means that when they wake, the world has changed. Brothers they knew are dead. Traditions have evolved. The Imperium itself has transformed in ways both subtle and profound. Each awakening is a small death, a reminder that you are a relic from a time increasingly distant from the present reality. You are honored, yes. Revered, certainly. But you are also fundamentally alone, a ghost haunting a present that barely resembles the past you remember. And that is the experience of ordinary dreadnoughts, those interred in the more recent millennia. Now imagine what it means to be one of the ancient ones, those who remember the Great Crusade itself, the dreadnoughts who fought beside the Emperor when he still walked openly among his warriors, the ones who remember the Primarchs in their prime, before betrayal and tragedy scattered them across the stars or claimed them entirely. These ancient warriors have been waking and sleeping for 10,000 years. They have watched the slow transformation of the Imperium from the Emperor's vision of a rational, atheistic civilization, united by science and reason, into the superstitious theocracy it has become. They have seen the imperial truth, which once held that there were no gods, and that mankind's destiny was to claim the galaxy through enlightenment, replaced by the imperial cult that worships the Emperor as a god and burns those who question this dogma. During the Great Crusade, several patterns of dreadnought were in common use, each with its own characteristics and capabilities. The Contemptor pattern. Dreadnought was perhaps the most prestigious, larger and more powerful than later models, featuring advanced systems including atomantic field generator technology that would later be refined into the storm shields used by Terminators. These machines incorporated secrets from the dark age of technology, mysteries that even the Mechanicum could barely maintain, let alone replicate. The Contemptors that survive into the current era are revered as holy relics, irreplaceable treasures containing both ancient technology and even more ancient warriors. The Leviathan pattern siege dreadnought was developed in secret on Terra during the latter days of the Great Crusade, created without the Mechanicum's knowledge or approval. These massive machines bristled with weapons powerful enough to crack open fortifications and shatter enemy armor, but they came with a terrible price. The mechanisms unique to the Leviathan pattern placed extraordinary strain on the pilot's mind, driving them to the edge of madness and beyond. The few that survive into the present are dreaded as much as they are revered, walking embodiments of barely controlled fury, containing minds ravaged by 10,000 years of torment. When a Leviathan wakes, even its own chapter treats it with a mixture of awe and fear, for no one knows if the ancient warrior within still possesses enough sanity to distinguish friend from foe. The Deredeo pattern served as heavy fire support, a test platform for advanced weapon systems developed during the 2 centuries of the Great Crusade. The Saturnine pattern, developed in the tech enclaves of Saturn, required pilots with specific mental gifts, possibly latent psychic abilities, to fully access its capabilities. Each pattern had its strengths, its weaknesses, its particular demands on the warriors sealed within. But they all shared one fundamental characteristic. They were prisons as much as they were weapons, and the sentence they imposed was eternal service in isolation from everything that made their occupants human. Now consider what this means for the knowledge these ancient warriors possess. They remember conversations held 10,000 years ago with perfect clarity, even as their ability to form emotional connections degrades with each awakening. They retain tactical and strategic information from battles fought when the Imperium was young, but struggle to care about the present conflicts in which they fight. Most importantly, they remember the contradictions. They remember what the Emperor said his goals were, and they remember the actions that suggested his true goals were something else entirely. They remember the imperial truth being proclaimed with absolute certainty, even as they watched it being selectively enforced or quietly ignored when expedient. They remember being told that humanity's future lay in reason and enlightenment, even as they witnessed their father creating weapons of war that would make reason meaningless. And unlike the historians and scholars who pore over fragmentary records trying to understand that distant age, these dreadnoughts don't have to guess or interpret. They were there. They saw it with their own eyes. They heard it with their own ears. The knowledge they possess is first-hand, undeniable, and potentially catastrophic to the Imperium's current ideology, which is precisely why they've spent 10 millennia carefully controlling what they reveal and what they keep locked away in the vaults of their ancient memories. The Imperial Truth and its Promises. To understand what the Great Crusade dreadnoughts know and why it matters, we must first examine what the Emperor publicly claimed he wanted for humanity. The foundation of the Emperor's vision was something he called the Imperial Truth, an ideology so central to his plans that it was enforced with the same zeal that the Imperium now reserves for hunting heretics. The Imperial Truth was a complete rejection of everything humanity had believed for tens of thousands of years. No gods, no spirits, no afterlife, no supernatural forces at work in the universe. Everything, the Emperor proclaimed, could be explained through science and reason. Faith was not merely unnecessary, it was actively harmful, a poison that had kept humanity divided and weak throughout the age of strife. The Emperor's arguments for this radical atheism were compelling, at least on the surface. He pointed to the religious wars that had scarred Terra's history, to the superstitions that had held humanity back from achieving its potential. He spoke of how faith in false gods, had divided mankind into countless warring factions during Old Night, each convinced that their particular deity demanded the destruction of all others. Under the imperial truth, all of this would be swept away. Humanity would unite not under the banner of shared faith, but under the cold clarity of shared knowledge. Science would replace superstition. Reason would conquer fear. And in conquering fear, humanity would become strong enough to claim its birthright as the dominant species in the galaxy. This was the vision sold to the Space Marine legions as they conquered world after world during the Great Crusade. The Astartes were not merely warriors, but missionaries of a sort, carrying the light of reason to human worlds lost in the darkness of ignorance. Each world brought into imperial compliance was introduced to the imperial truth by a corps of iterators, philosophers, and rhetoricians specially trained to convince planetary populations that everything they had believed was wrong. The old religions were banned, the churches were torn down, the priests were silenced, one way or another. And in the place of faith, the Imperium offered the promise of prosperity through science, unity through shared rationality, and progress toward a future where humanity would no longer need to fear the darkness. It was a seductive vision, especially for the Astartes. These were warriors created through scientific process, their bodies transformed by genetic engineering and surgical augmentation into something far beyond natural human capacity. They were living proof that science could achieve what religion only promised. Many of them had been recruited from worlds where they had witnessed firsthand the damage done by religious extremism and superstitious violence. The imperial truth offered them a clean break from that past, a chance to build something better. And at the center of it all stood the Emperor himself, the greatest scientist humanity had ever produced, living proof that one sufficiently advanced individual could reshape entire civilizations through the application of knowledge and will. But the dreadnoughts who remember those days also remember the questions that arose even then, long before the heresy exposed the deeper contradictions in the Emperor's vision. They remember how the imperial truth was supposedly universal and absolute, applying to all of humanity without exception. Yet the Mechanicum, the tech priests of Mars, whose assistance was absolutely essential to the Great Crusade's success, were openly religious. They worshipped the machine god, performed ritual prayers over technology, and treated scientific knowledge as sacred mysteries rather than empirical facts to be freely shared. The Emperor not only tolerated this, but formalized it in the Treaty of Mars, essentially granting the Mechanicum an exemption from the very philosophy that supposedly defined the Imperium itself. The ancient dreadnoughts remember the discussions this caused among the legions. Why was the Mechanicum allowed to keep their faith when every other human culture encountered was forced to abandon theirs? The official explanation was pragmatic. The Imperium needed the Mechanicum's technical expertise to maintain the weapons, ships, and equipment necessary for the Great Crusade. Alienating them over theological differences would be strategically foolish. But this pragmatism created an immediate problem with the supposedly universal nature of the imperial truth. If faith was genuinely the poison the Emperor claimed, if belief in the supernatural truly weakened humanity and left it vulnerable to exploitation, then shouldn't the Mechanicum be considered a threat? How could the Emperor trust them to maintain the Imperium's most critical systems while they openly engaged in the very practices he had violently suppressed everywhere else? The dreadnoughts also remember how unevenly the imperial truth was enforced, even among non-Mechanicum populations. On some worlds, the Imperium's forces brutally suppressed any hint of religious practice, destroying temples and executing priests with the same thoroughness they brought to exterminating Xenos. On others, especially those that accepted imperial compliance quickly and without resistance, local beliefs were tolerated as long as they didn't directly contradict the core principles of the imperial truth. Some planetary governors were allowed to maintain cultural traditions that were clearly religious in nature, as long as they avoided calling them religion and publicly endorsed the emperor's atheistic philosophy. This selective enforcement suggested that the imperial truth was less a sincere philosophical position and more a tool of political control, applied when useful and ignored when inconvenient. Perhaps most troublingly, for those who thought deeply about these matters, the Imperium itself was absolutely saturated with religious imagery and ritual despite its official atheism. The Astartes took oaths of moment, sacred vows that had all the weight and significance of religious commitments, even if they were supposedly secular in nature. The symbols of imperial authority were deliberate echoes of ancient religious iconography, from the aquila that adorned every banner to the golden eagles that topped the standards of every legion. The emperor himself was treated with a reverence that was functionally indistinguishable from worship, even though to call it such was forbidden. And as some of the more philosophically inclined legionaries pointed out, if you forbid something on pain of death and demand absolute obedience to a doctrine that cannot be questioned, you have created a religion in all but name, regardless of what you claim to believe about the supernatural. The Primarch Lorgar saw this contradiction more clearly than most. His legion, the Word-Bearers, had a particular talent for recognizing the religious impulse in human societies and using it to bring worlds into compliance. But Lorgar made the mistake of being too honest about what he saw. He penned a text called the Lectitio Divinitatis that argued the emperor was worthy of worship as the one true God of humanity. This text spread rapidly through the expeditionary fleets, finding an eager audience among baseline humans who had spent their entire lives in religious cultures and were struggling to adapt to the imperial truth's harsh atheism. When the emperor learned of this, his response was devastating. He ordered the Ultramarines to destroy Monarchia, a perfect city the Word-Bearers had spent decades building as a monument to the emperor's glory. The emperor then forced Lorgar and his entire legion to kneel in the ruins, while he berated them for failing to understand his vision. The ancient dreadnoughts remember this incident because it sent shockwaves through all the legions. The Word-Bearers had been among the most dedicated to the Great Crusade's mission, bringing more worlds into compliance through preaching and conversion than almost any other legion. Now they were being punished, not for failure in battle or disobedience to orders, but for interpreting the imperial truth in a way the emperor found unacceptable. The message was clear. The emperor's atheism was not negotiable, not even by those who sought to honor him. But the contradiction remained. If the emperor truly believed that worship of any kind was harmful, why did he demand and accept the absolute loyalty and reverence of his sons? If faith was truly a poison, why did the Imperium function through rituals and symbols that were identical in form and function to religious practices? The answers to these questions, the ancient dreadnoughts came to understand, lay in secrets the emperor had not shared with anyone, not even his gene-crafted sons. The imperial truth was not the ultimate goal of the Great Crusade. It was a means to an end, a tool being used to achieve a deeper purpose that the emperor kept hidden even from those who fought and died in his name. And it was this hidden purpose, this great secret project that consumed the emperor's attention after the Ulnar Crusade, that would ultimately reveal how little of the real plan had ever been shared with those who were expected to execute it. The emperor's hidden purpose. After approximately 2 centuries of leading the Great Crusade personally, commanding the expeditionary fleets from the front lines, and overseeing the expansion of the Imperium across the galaxy, the emperor made a decision that baffled and hurt many of his sons. Following the great victory at Ullanor, where the largest orc, Ag, ever encountered, was crushed, and the greenskin threat pushed back from the expanding borders of the Imperium, the emperor announced he was returning to Terra. He named Horus as War Master, granting him authority over all the other Primarchs and the power to command the Great Crusade in his absence. Then the Master of Mankind withdrew to the Imperial Palace and essentially disappeared from the visible prosecution of the war he had started. The Emperor offered no detailed explanation for this decision. He simply stated that he had important work to attend to on Terra, work that required his personal attention and could not be delegated. The Primarchs were told to continue the Great Crusade without him, to bring the remaining human worlds into compliance, and establish the Imperium as the dominant power in the galaxy. Once this was accomplished, the Emperor assured them, he would reveal the next phase of his grand plan for humanity's future. But what that plan entailed, what was so important that it required the Emperor to abandon the conquest he had personally initiated, this he did not explain. Not to Horus, his chosen war master, not to the other Primarchs, his gene-crafted sons, who had been designed specifically to execute his will, not to the legions, who had fought for 2 centuries believing they were building toward a specific vision that their father would eventually reveal in full. The ancient dreadnoughts remember the confusion and resentment this caused, even among the most loyal of the legions. The Emperor had been more than their commander. He had been the living embodiment of everything the Imperium stood for, the greatest psyker and scientist humanity had ever produced, the architect of a future that would see mankind ascend to dominance over the galaxy. His presence had united the disparate personalities and philosophies of the Primarchs, giving them a common purpose that transcended their individual differences. Now he was gone, offering no explanation beyond vague assurances that his work on Terra was necessary. Many of the Primarchs felt abandoned, some felt betrayed. Horus, despite the honor of his new position, struggled with the weight of command and the suspicion that the Emperor no longer trusted them to understand his true intentions. What the Emperor did not tell anyone, what he kept hidden even from those closest to him, was that he was working on a project so ambitious and so dangerous that its success or failure would determine humanity's ultimate fate. Deep beneath the Imperial Palace, in chambers sealed against all intrusion, the Emperor was attempting something that had never been accomplished before. He was trying to gain humanity access to the Webway. The Webway was an ancient network of tunnels that existed outside normal space, constructed eons ago by the Old Ones, and later inherited by the Eldari. It allowed instantaneous travel between distant locations without the need to enter the warp, that roiling dimension of psychic energy where the nightmares of sentient minds took on terrible reality as the Chaos Gods and their demonic servants. The Webway was how the ancient Eldari had built and maintained their galaxy-spanning civilization. It was the secret to their power, allowing them to move armies and resources across vast distances while avoiding the dangers that made warp travel so perilous for younger races. And it was precisely what humanity needed if the Emperor's ultimate vision was to be realized. The Emperor had discovered an ancient artifact on Terra, a device from the Dark Age of technology called the Golden Throne. This machine, whose original purpose was lost to history, could potentially be modified to create a portal into the Webway. But the task was monumentally difficult. The Webway's tunnels were constructed from psychically resistant materials that protected travelers from the predatory entities that dwelt in the warp. Humanity did not possess the technology to replicate these materials. Any new tunnels humanity constructed would be vulnerable to warp intrusion unless they were actively shielded by a psyker powerful enough to hold back the full force of chaos. And the only psyker with sufficient power for such a task was the Emperor himself. This was why he had returned to Terra. This was why he had essentially sequestered himself in the dungeons beneath the Imperial Palace, spending every moment working on the Golden Throne and the modifications necessary to make it functional. The Emperor sat upon the throne, using his immense psychic might to create and maintain a portal into the Webway, then to extend new tunnels that would connect the network to key Imperial worlds. It was exhausting work that required his constant attention and concentration. He could not leave the throne for more than brief periods without risking catastrophic failure of the psychic shields protecting the new tunnels from demonic invasion. This was the real reason the Great Crusade had to continue without him. This was the secret work that was supposedly more important than leading his sons to victory. But why had the Emperor kept this secret? Why not explain to the Primarchs, or at least to Horus as War Master, what he was attempting? and why it mattered so much. The official explanation, offered later by those few who knew of the project, was that the Emperor feared the navigator houses discovering his plan. The navigators held a monopoly on interstellar travel through their unique ability to perceive the Astronomicon and guide ships through the warp. If the Webway project succeeded, their services would become obsolete, and their power would evaporate overnight. The Paternova of the navigators was known to have dispatched agents to sabotage prototypes related to the Golden Throne, suggesting the Emperor's fears were not unfounded. But this explanation satisfied no one who thought deeply about it. The Primarchs were loyal beyond question, at least before the seeds of the heresy were planted. None of them would have betrayed the Emperor's plans to the navigators or anyone else. Keeping the project secret from the navigators did not require keeping it secret from his own sons. Moreover, the explanation fails to account for why the Emperor kept the secret from the Custodian Guard, his most loyal warriors, or from Malcador, the Sigillite, his closest advisor, who already knew countless other secrets. The selective secrecy suggested there were other reasons, deeper reasons, for the Emperor's silence. The ancient dreadnoughts, who knew of the Webway project, who learned of it later through fragments of information shared by those who had been involved, understood something that the official histories glossed over. The Webway was not the end goal. It was a tool, a means to achieve something even more ambitious and more dangerous. The Emperor's ultimate plan was to guide humanity's evolution into a fully psychic race, to transform the species so that every human possessed the kind of powers that currently manifested only in psychers. This transformation would, the Emperor believed, allow humanity to ascend to a level of power and sophistication that would make them the dominant force in the galaxy, perhaps even rivals to the ancient Aeldari at the height of their civilization. But this plan had one absolutely critical requirement. It had to be accomplished without empowering the Chaos Gods. The ruinous powers drew their strength from the emotions and beliefs of sentient beings, feeding on the psychic resonance created by faith, passion, and thought. Every prayer offered, every ritual performed, every moment of worship or devotion sent power flowing into the warp to sustain the entities that dwelt there. If humanity evolved into a psychic race while still bound to the warp through traditional means of interstellar travel and communication, the Chaos Gods would become immeasurably more powerful, potentially powerful enough to devour humanity entirely as they had devoured the Eldari. This was the real reason for the Imperial Truth. This was why the Emperor had suppressed religion with such fanatical zeal. It was not because he genuinely believed faith was merely superstition, though he certainly had little patience for supernatural explanations when scientific ones sufficed. It was because he knew, with a certainty born of direct experience, that worship empowered chaos. Every act of faith, no matter how sincere or well-intentioned, fed the dark gods. The Imperial Truth was designed to starve them, to cut off the flow of psychic energy that sustained their existence. And the Webway would complete the strategy by severing humanity's direct connection to the warp, allowing the species to evolve in isolation from the entities that would otherwise corrupt and consume them. This was the grand plan. This was what the Emperor had been working toward since before the unification wars on Terra. Everything else, the Space Marine legions, the Great Crusade, the conquest of the galaxy, all of it was preliminary. All of it was building toward this singular goal: transform humanity into a psychic species powerful enough to dominate the galaxy, while simultaneously protecting them from the Chaos Gods who would otherwise destroy them. It was an audacious vision, perhaps the most ambitious project ever conceived by any being in the galaxy's history. And it was a secret the Emperor kept from almost everyone, even those whose entire existence had been engineered to help him achieve it. The ancient dreadnoughts learned these truths in fragments, piecing together the reality from conversations overheard, from orders given and later regretted, from the behavior of the Emperor and his inner circle during the critical moments before everything fell apart. They understood, as few others did, the full scope of what the Emperor had attempted. They also understood, with a clarity born of 10,000 years of watching the consequences unfold, exactly why he had failed. The witnesses and what they saw. The Great Crusade dreadnoughts occupied a unique position in the hierarchy of the legions. They were veterans of the earliest campaigns, warriors who had proven themselves worthy of preservation when mortal wounds should have ended their service. But more than that, they were present at moments when the ordinary Astartes were not, awakened for battles where their ancient wisdom and tactical experience could make the difference between victory and defeat. This meant they witnessed conversations and events that were not recorded in official histories, saw the emperor and his advisors in moments when the careful public facade slipped, revealing glimpses of the deeper truths beneath. Consider the position of a dreadnought during the Great Crusade. When awakened for battle, they would be brought into the command structure as advisors, their centuries of experience valued by younger officers who sought their counsel. They stood in planning chambers where strategy was debated and decisions made. They heard the primarchs speak among themselves, sometimes forgetting that the ancient warrior in the corner, silent within his armored shell, was listening and remembering everything. They were present during embarkations and deployments, privy to conversations that younger Marines never heard, because no one thought to guard their words around a machine that was considered more relic than person. And occasionally, in rare and precious moments, they spoke with the Emperor himself. The Master of Mankind made it a practice to visit the ancient warriors of his legions when opportunity allowed, honoring them as embodiments of the Imperium's fighting spirit. These visits were brief, usually consisting of formal words of praise and encouragement. But sometimes, especially in the early days of the Crusade, when there were fewer dreadnoughts, and each one was more personally known to the Emperor, the conversations went deeper. The Emperor would ask them what they had seen, what they thought of the Crusade's progress, whether they believed the younger generation of Astartes understood what they were fighting for. The ancient dreadnoughts remember these conversations with perfect clarity, every word preserved in memory, enhanced by the dreadnoughts' recording systems. They remember the Emperor's voice, that carefully modulated tone that could inspire total loyalty or cut like a knife depending on his intention. They remember the questions he asked, probing and specific, seeking information rather than simply making speeches. And they remember the moments when the Emperor's mask slipped, when frustration or concern showed through the carefully maintained facade of absolute confidence. These were the moments when the dreadnoughts began to understand that the Emperor's public statements about the Great Crusade's purpose did not tell the complete story. One such moment came during the early years of the Crusade, when a veteran dreadnought of the Iron Warriors asked the Emperor about the destruction of religious sites on a newly compliant world. The dreadnought had witnessed the systematic demolition of temples that were architectural marvels, centuries old and of significant cultural value to the local population. The warriors doing the demolishing were enthusiastic in their work, treating it as a crusade within the crusade, but the dreadnought questioned whether such thoroughness was necessary. Could the temples not be repurposed as museums or administrative centers, preserving the architecture while stripping away the religious function? The Emperor's response was carefully phrased but revealing. He explained that the templates themselves were dangerous, that the architecture was designed to evoke specific emotional responses that reinforced religious thinking. The human mind was susceptible to such manipulation, he said, and removing the temptation entirely was more effective than trying to repurpose it. Then he added something that stayed with the dreadnought for the next 10 millennia. He said that humanity had to be protected from its own weakness. That faith was an addiction that required not just treatment, but the removal of all access to the addictive substance. The species had to go through withdrawal, painful though it might be, before it could be trusted with the next phase of its evolution. The dreadnought asked what that next phase might be. The Emperor smiled and said simply, "Ascension." Then he changed the subject, moving on to tactical discussions about the campaign ahead. But the ancient warrior in his armored shell had already learned something important. The imperial truth was not the end goal. It was preparation for something else, something the Emperor believed required humanity to be completely severed from its religious impulses before it could be revealed or attempted. Other dreadnoughts remember similar moments, brief glimpses behind the curtain of the Emperor's grand design. They remember a conversation where the Emperor spoke about the webway, mentioning it almost casually in the context of discussing logistics for the Great Crusade. One of the dreadnoughts asked how humanity might gain access to such technology, given that it was an Eldari creation, and the Xenos were notoriously protective of their secrets. The Emperor replied that humanity had its own means of accessing the webway, that ancient artifacts from the Dark Age of technology could be modified for the purpose. He said this with such confidence that it was clear he had already begun working on the project, even though this conversation took place decades before he would officially announce his return to Terra. The ancient warriors also remember the inconsistencies in how the imperial truth was enforced, and more importantly, they remember the explanations offered when these inconsistencies were questioned. The Emperor was pragmatic about the Mechanicum exemption, acknowledging that their religious practices were regrettable but necessary, given the Imperium's dependence on their technical expertise. But when pressed on whether this meant the imperial truth was negotiable, whether it could be adapted or compromised in other contexts where political considerations required flexibility, the Emperor's response was absolute. The Mechanicum, he explained, worshipped the machine rather than beings that dwelt in the warp. Their faith, misguided though it was, did not empower chaos in the same way that worship of gods or spirits did. It was a distinction that few of the dreadnoughts found convincing, but it revealed something about the Emperor's real priorities. He was not actually opposed to all faith. He was opposed to faith that fed the chaos gods. This realization, connecting the seemingly arbitrary rules of the imperial truth to a deeper concern about empowering chaos, was one that many of the ancient dreadnoughts made independently as they watched the Great Crusade unfold. The Emperor's absolute prohibition on certain practices, his tolerance of others, the specific way he phrased his objections to religion, all of it pointed toward a hidden truth that he was not sharing openly. He knew about chaos. He understood the danger in a way that even the Primarchs did not, at least not initially. And everything about the imperial truth, from its harsh atheism to its selective enforcement, was designed with one primary goal: deny the ruinous powers the worship they needed to maintain their strength. But the dreadnoughts also understood something else, something that would become tragically clear only after the heresy tore the Imperium apart. The Emperor's secrecy, his refusal to explain his real goals, even to his most trusted sons, was not wisdom. It was a catastrophic mistake. By keeping the truth hidden, he had created the conditions for doubt and resentment to grow among the Primarchs. Horus felt abandoned when the Emperor returned to Terra without explanation. Lorgar felt betrayed when his worship was rejected without a clear explanation of why faith was so dangerous. Magnus the Red sought forbidden knowledge because he had not been trusted with the legitimate knowledge of what the Emperor was actually attempting in the Imperial Palace. The secrecy that was meant to protect the project had instead created the perfect conditions for chaos to exploit. And the ancient dreadnoughts watched it happen. They saw the seeds of the heresy being planted, understanding as they observed that the Emperor's greatest plans were being undermined by his refusal to share those plans with the sons he had created to help him achieve them. They wanted to speak, to warn someone that the strategy of secrecy was failing. But they were dreadnoughts, ancient relics whose counsel was sought only on tactical matters. Who would listen to them about grand strategy and the politics of demigods? So they remained silent, watching as the Imperium stumbled toward the abyss, knowing that the catastrophe about to unfold could have been prevented if only the Emperor had been willing to trust his sons with the truth of what he was trying to accomplish. After the heresy, the tragedy complete, When the Horus heresy finally ended, when the War Master was dead, and the Emperor was entombed upon the Golden Throne, and the traitor legions were scattered into the Eye of Terror, the ancient dreadnoughts who survived faced a galaxy transformed beyond recognition. The Imperium they had fought to build was shattered. Half the Space Marine legions had turned traitor. The most brilliant of the Primarchs were dead or corrupted beyond redemption. And the Emperor himself, the architect of humanity's ascension, was reduced to a barely living corpse, sustained by machines and the sacrifice of 1,000 psykers every day. Worst of all, from the perspective of those who understood what the Emperor had truly wanted, was what humanity had become in the absence of his guidance. The imperial cult, that religion which the Emperor had so vigorously suppressed, which he had torn down churches to prevent, which he had destroyed monarchia to punish, had become the dominant ideology of the Imperium. The Emperor, who had insisted he was not a god and had rejected all worship, was now worshipped as the God Emperor by trillions of faithful across the galaxy. The imperial truth, that cornerstone of his vision for humanity's future, had been completely abandoned in favor of religious dogma that would have horrified him had he been able to speak. The ancient dreadnoughts watched this transformation with a growing sense of bitter irony. The Emperor had failed in the most fundamental way possible. His grand plan to protect humanity from chaos by denying the dark gods the worship they needed had collapsed, and in its place arose a religious fervor that fed the ruinous powers more efficiently than any previous human civilization had managed. Every prayer offered to the God Emperor sent psychic energy flowing into the warp. Every church built in his name, every shrine erected to his glory, every martyr who died calling on his divine protection, all of it empowered chaos, even as the faithful believed they were serving the Emperor's will. And the dreadnoughts knew, with absolute certainty, that the Emperor would have been horrified by this outcome. They had heard him speak about the dangers of worship. They had seen his reaction to Lorgar's attempts to deify him. They knew beyond any doubt that the current state of the Imperium was the exact opposite of what he had fought to achieve. But what could they say? Who would listen? The Imperium of the 41st millennium had no place for the truth the ancient dreadnoughts possessed. The lie had become too useful, too necessary for the Imperium's survival to be questioned or undermined. Because here was the terrible truth that the ancient dreadnoughts eventually came to understand. The Imperium needed the imperial cult. Without the unifying force of shared faith in the God Emperor, the million worlds of humanity would have nothing holding them together. The rational philosophy of the imperial truth had required the Emperor's personal presence and authority to maintain. With him gone, silence upon the Golden Throne, there was no one with sufficient authority to enforce atheism against the deep human need for faith and meaning. The imperial cult had filled that void, and in doing so had become the glue holding the Imperium together against forces that would tear it apart. The ancient dreadnoughts had to watch as generation after generation of Space Marines were indoctrinated into beliefs that contradicted everything the Emperor had taught during the Great Crusade. They had to listen as chaplains preached about the Emperor's divinity, about how faith in the God Emperor protected the faithful from the corrupting influence of chaos, about how the Emperor had always been destined to ascend to godhood and now watched over his children from his throne of gold. These teachings were presented as ancient truth, as if they had always been the foundation of the Imperium, as if the imperial truth had never existed or had been merely a temporary measure until humanity was ready to embrace its God. And the terrible thing, the thing that made the ancient dreadnoughts' knowledge so heavy and so dangerous, was that the chaplains were not entirely wrong. Faith in the Emperor did seem to provide some protection against chaos corruption. Worlds with strong imperial cult presence were measurably more resistant to chaos infiltration than those where faith was weak or divided. The belief that the Emperor was watching over humanity, protecting it from the darkness, created a kind of self-fulfilling prophecy, where that belief itself generated psychic resistance to chaos influence. It was as if the collective faith of trillions of humans had created something real in the warp, a reflection of the Emperor that existed independent of his physical form and acted according to how the faithful believed he should act. This was the ultimate irony, and the ancient dreadnoughts were perhaps the only ones who fully appreciated its bitter completeness. The Emperor had tried to deny chaos by starving them of worship. He had failed, and the Imperium had embraced worship more thoroughly than any previous human civilization. But somehow, in failing so completely that his own desired outcome was reversed, the Emperor had achieved a kind of victory anyway. The worship that empowered chaos also empowered something that resisted chaos, a reflection or echo of the Emperor in the warp that pushed back against the ruinous powers. It was not the clean, rational solution he had envisioned. It was messy, paradoxical, and sustained through continuous sacrifice and suffering. But it worked, after a fashion, in a way that his original plan never could have. So what were the ancient dreadnoughts to do with this knowledge? Reveal the truth about the Imperial truth and risk undermining the faith that held the Imperium together? Explain that the God Emperor worshipped by trillions was actually an atheist who would have rejected their prayers with disgust? Teach the younger generations of Space Marines that everything they believed about their holy mission was based on a misunderstanding of what the Emperor actually wanted. The consequences of such revelations would be catastrophic. The Imperium was already teetering on the edge of collapse, held together by faith and tradition and the shared belief that they were serving the Emperor's divine will. Remove that belief, replace it with the knowledge that they were actually betraying what he wanted, and the whole structure might crumble into civil war and chaos. This is the burden the ancient dreadnoughts have carried for 10,000 years. They know the truth. They remember the Emperor as he was, not as the Imperium imagines him to be. They understand what he truly wanted and how completely the Imperium has failed to achieve it. But they also understand that revealing this truth would do more harm than good, that some knowledge is too dangerous to share, that the Imperium's survival depends on lies they have the power to expose, but lack the right to destroy. So they remain silent, or nearly so. They tell stories of the Great Crusade, yes, but they carefully select which stories to tell. They speak of battles and tactics, of the Primarch's brilliance and the Emperor's strategic genius. They honor the memory of brothers long dead and keep alive the traditions of their legions and chapters. But when asked direct questions about what the Emperor truly wanted, about why he created the Imperium the way he did, about what his ultimate goals were for humanity, their voices become carefully vague. They speak in generalities about unity and strength, about mankind claiming its rightful place among the stars. They do not speak about the Imperial truth's real purpose or the Webway project's ultimate goal. They certainly do not speak about how the current Imperium represents the complete failure of the Emperor's actual vision. And when younger Space Marines, confused by the ancient dreadnoughts' carefully measured words, ask them directly to explain the contradictions they sense, the ancient warriors have learned to deflect. They say that the times were different, that modern Astartes cannot truly understand the Great Crusade without having lived through it, that some truths are best left to those who were there. It is not lying, precisely. It is simply refusing to tell the complete truth, choosing silence over revelation, protecting the Imperium from knowledge that would tear it apart. This is why the Great Crusade dreadnoughts will not say what the Emperor really wanted. Not because they do not know, not because they have forgotten, but because they know too well, and they understand that the truth they possess is more dangerous than any weapon in the Imperium's arsenal. Better to remain silent, to carry this burden alone, than to speak and watch the Imperium destroy itself with the knowledge of how completely it has failed to achieve what it was created to accomplish. The oldest voice, Bjorn the Fell-Handed. If there is any dreadnought who could reveal the full truth about the Emperor's intentions and the Great Crusade's real purpose, it is Bjorn the Fell-Handed of the Space Wolves. Bjorn is unique among all the ancient warriors of the Adeptus Astartes. He is not merely old, not merely a veteran of the Great Crusade. He is the oldest, the last living space marine who can personally claim to have fought beside the Emperor himself, to have served in the Wolf King Leman Russ's personal guard, to have witnessed the birth of the Imperium and survived its 10,000-year decline. When Bjorn speaks, even the most prideful space marine listens in respectful silence. For this is a voice from the age of legends, the last living link to a time when Primarchs walked among their sons, and the Emperor's vision for humanity seemed achievable. Bjorn's memory, unlike that of many ancient dreadnoughts, remains remarkably clear, despite the immense span of years he has endured. When awakened from his long sleeps to advise the Space Wolves in times of crisis, he speaks with authority and precision about events that occurred 10 millennia ago, recounting details that would have been lost to history without his testimony. The youngest Bloodclaws, hearing his stories for the first time, struggle to believe they are hearing true recollections rather than legends embellished by centuries of retelling. But Bjorn's stories are true, and he speaks with the certainty of one who was there, who saw with his own eyes and heard with his own ears the things he describes. Yet even Bjorn, the eldest and most honored of all the ancient dreadnoughts, carefully controls what he reveals. He will tell stories about Leman Russ, about the Wolf King's fierce loyalty to the Emperor and his complicated relationship with his brother Primarchs. He will describe battles fought across hundreds of worlds, the enemies defeated and the victories won. He will speak of the camaraderie of the legions before the heresy, when space marines of different legions fought side by side as brothers, rather than regarding each other with the suspicion that would come later. His voice carries the weight of lived experience, and every word is treasured by those fortunate enough to hear him speak. But there is one subject where Bjorn's voice falters, where the certainty and clarity that normally characterizes his speech breaks down into something more painful and more profound. When he speaks of Leman Russ's departure into the Eye of Terror, when he recounts his own appointment as the first Great Wolf of the Space Wolves chapter, when he remembers being left behind while his Primarch and his closest brothers ventured into the warp on a quest from which they never returned, Bjorn's mechanical voice takes on a quality that transcends its artificial nature. Those who have heard him speak of these events describe it as hearing a soul in torment, grief and loss bleeding through the layers of ceramite and adamantium that separate Bjorn from the world. This moment of vulnerability, this crack in Bjorn's otherwise unshakable certainty, is the closest he comes to revealing his true thoughts about the Emperor's plan and its ultimate failure. Bjorn was there when Russ made the decision to abandon his chapter and seek the Emperor in the warp. He heard the Wolf King's reasons, saw the desperation in his Primarch's eyes as Russ tried to explain why he had to leave, why finding a path to the Emperor was more important than remaining with his sons. And Bjorn understood, perhaps better than Russ himself, that this quest was born from the failure of everything the Emperor had tried to accomplish. The Primarch was searching for answers, trying to understand where things had gone wrong and whether there was any way to salvage the wreckage of the Emperor's dream. But Bjorn will not speak of this understanding. When questioned about Russ's departure, he tells only the surface facts. The Wolf King left to search for the Emperor. He took his most loyal warriors with him. He promised to return. He never did. These statements are true as far as they go, but they conceal depths of meaning that Bjorn refuses to explore in his public reminiscences. Why did Russ believe he could find the Emperor in the warp when the Emperor sat upon the golden throne on Terra? What did the Primarch hope to accomplish through this quest? What did he know or suspect about the Emperor's true nature and intentions that drove him to abandon everything else in search of answers? Bjorn knows. He was in the Wolf King's confidence during those final days before the departure. He heard things that were never recorded in any official history, but he will not share this knowledge, not even with the Space Wolves who regard him as the keeper of their chapter's truest history. This is Bjorn's burden, perhaps heavier even than the knowledge carried by other ancient dreadnoughts. Because Bjorn does not merely know what the Emperor wanted. He knows what the Primarchs suspected, what Leman Russ believed had gone wrong, what drove the Wolf King to abandon his chapter in a desperate quest that Bjorn, even after 10,000 years, cannot bring himself to fully describe. The only hints Bjorn gives come in unguarded moments when the weight of his memories becomes too heavy to contain entirely. He has been known to speak, seemingly to himself rather than to any audience, about the futility of great plans and grand visions. He has muttered, in the mechanical voice that somehow conveys deep bitterness, about secrets kept and trust betrayed. He has said, more than once, when he thought no one was recording his words, that the Emperor should have trusted his sons, should have explained what he was attempting, should have been honest about the dangers they faced, rather than trying to protect them from knowledge they deserved to possess. These fragments, these brief glimpses behind the wall of Bjorn's careful silence, are all that the Space Wolves have to suggest that their most ancient brother carries truths too dangerous to speak openly. The current Great Wolf, like his predecessors for 10,000 years, has learned not to push Bjorn too hard on these matters. The eldest has given his entire existence to the defense of the Imperium and the preservation of the Space Wolves' honor and traditions. If he believes some truths should remain unspoken, then he has earned the right to keep his silence, even if that silence leaves questions unanswered and mysteries unsolved. But Bjorn knows that his silence will not last forever. He is old beyond measure, and even dreadnoughts do not last eternally. Eventually, the systems that keep him alive will fail beyond repair, or the organic components of his body will decay past the point where even the most advanced life support can sustain them. When that day comes, the last living voice of the Great Crusade will be silenced, and with it will die knowledge that exists nowhere else. Bjorn has considered, more than once during his long centuries of service, whether he should record a full testimony before that final day arrives. He could speak everything he knows into a data archive, sealed with the strongest encryption, to be opened only by future Great Wolves when they judge the time is right. But each time Bjorn considers this possibility, he returns to the same conclusion. The knowledge he possesses is too dangerous, not for him, not for the Space Wolves, but for the Imperium as a whole. If his testimony were to become public, if the truth about the Emperor's real goals and the complete failure to achieve them became widely known, the consequences would be catastrophic. Better that the knowledge dies with him. Better that future generations struggle with incomplete histories and fragmentary records than inherit a truth that could destroy the faith holding the Imperium together. So Bjorn continues his pattern of measured revelation and careful silence, telling stories that inspire the young warriors of his chapter, while concealing truths that would shake the foundations of everything they believe. He has become, over 10,000 years of service, the perfect keeper of dangerous knowledge, completely trustworthy because he understands exactly why the truth must remain hidden, yet burdened by that understanding in ways that those who seek his counsel can only dimly perceive. The eldest speaks, and the Space Wolves listen in reverent silence, but they do not hear what he is not saying, and they do not understand that the greatest wisdom Bjorn has to offer is the wisdom of knowing what should not be spoken. The traitor's perspective. There is a particular cruelty in the way knowledge is distributed across the surviving dreadnoughts of the Great Crusade era. The Loyalists, those who remained true to the Emperor and the Imperium, are bound by duty and honor to protect the institution they serve, which means carefully controlling what they reveal about its flawed foundations. But the traitors, the dreadnoughts of the Chaos Space Marine legions who followed their Primarchs into damnation, labor under no such restrictions. They have spent 10,000 years in the Eye of Terror, transformed by the corrupting influence of chaos into something that barely resembles what they once were, and in their corruption, they have gained a perverse freedom to speak truths that their loyalist counterparts must conceal. The Chaos Dreadnoughts, those ancient warriors who have become hellbrutes, and worse, through prolonged exposure to the warp's influence, are not reliable narrators. Their minds have been twisted by chaos, their memories corrupted by demonic influence, their motivations warped beyond anything their younger selves would recognize. They rage against the Imperium and the Emperor with a hatred that goes beyond reason, driven by 10,000 years of bitterness and the whispers of the dark gods. Everything they say must be filtered through the knowledge that they are, fundamentally, compromised witnesses whose testimony serves the interests of the ruinous powers. Yet even accounting for all of this, even recognizing that their words are poison designed to corrupt and destroy, the Chaos Dreadnoughts speak truths that the Loyalists will not. They mock the Emperor's plan to starve chaos through the Imperial truth, pointing out with savage glee how completely it failed. They describe the Webway project, which they learned about only after their corruption, but have since studied obsessively, highlighting every flaw in its conception and execution. They speak of the Emperor's arrogance in thinking he could guide humanity's evolution while keeping his plans secret from those he expected to die in service to those plans. And they do all of this, not out of some commitment to truth or justice, but because they know how deeply such revelations would wound the Loyalists if they allowed themselves to believe. The most sophisticated among the Chaos Dreadnoughts have learned to weaponize this knowledge. They understand that the Loyalists who know the truth must remain silent to protect the Imperium, which means the Loyalists cannot directly refute the claims made by traitors who no longer care about consequences. This creates a kind of asymmetric warfare, where the truth becomes a weapon that only one side can wield freely. When a Chaos Dreadnought encounters a Loyalist ancient in battle, the physical combat is often secondary to the psychological warfare. The traitor will speak of the Emperor's failures, describe the contradictions in his plan, mock the faith that sustains the Imperium as a betrayal of everything the Emperor actually wanted. And the Loyalist can say nothing in response, because to defend the Emperor's real vision would require admitting how completely the current Imperium fails to embody it. This is particularly painful when the Chaos Dreadnought speaking is one who remembers the same events as the Loyalist he faces. They served in different legions perhaps, but fought in the same campaigns, heard the same speeches, witnessed the same contradictions. The traitor can say, "You remember, brother, you know I speak truth. The Emperor lied to us about what he wanted, what he was doing, why he needed us to conquer the galaxy for him. We were pawns in a game we didn't understand, and when we tried to understand, when we sought the knowledge he kept from us, we were punished for our curiosity. At least in chaos, we found gods who do not hide their nature or conceal their intentions." And the Loyalist Dreadnought must remain silent, or respond only with the official ideology that both of them know is a comfortable lie. He cannot say, "Yes, the Emperor hid his true intentions, but he did so to protect us from knowledge that would have corrupted us." He cannot admit, "The Imperial truth was a tool, not an end in itself, meant to accomplish something greater that we were not ready to understand." To speak such things, even in refutation of chaos propaganda, would be to acknowledge that the propaganda contains truth. Better to respond with bolt of fire and plasma cannon, to drown the words in violence before they can take root in minds that might be vulnerable to such seeds of doubt. The tragedy is that the Chaos Dreadnoughts are not entirely wrong in their accusations. The Emperor did keep secrets from his sons. He did refuse to explain his real goals, even to those who deserved to know. He did create a situation where Magnus the Red felt compelled to seek forbidden knowledge because legitimate knowledge was denied to him, where Lorgar felt betrayed and abandoned because he could not understand why his worship was rejected, where Horus felt confused and resentful because he was expected to prosecute a war without understanding its ultimate purpose. The secrecy that the Emperor maintained, that seemed so necessary to protect the Webway project and the plan to elevate humanity, created the conditions that allowed chaos to corrupt half the legions and shatter the Imperium. But acknowledging this, even in the privacy of their own thoughts, is almost unbearably painful for the Loyalist Dreadnoughts who understand it. They gave everything for the Emperor's vision. They accepted internment in walking tombs rather than die, believing that their continued service would help achieve the future he promised. They have endured 10,000 years of isolation and suffering, waking to fight battles in an imperium that bears little resemblance to the one they helped create, watching the slow decay of everything they once held dear. To admit that all of this might have been prevented if the Emperor had simply trusted his sons with the truth, if he had been willing to explain rather than command, if he had treated the Primarchs as partners in his grand design rather than tools to be used without understanding, this admission would render their sacrifice meaningless. So they cannot admit it. They cannot acknowledge what the Chaos Dreadnoughts mockingly proclaim, even though they know in their hearts that the accusation contains truth. All they can do is continue fighting, continue serving, continue maintaining the silence that protects the Imperium from knowledge of its own founding failures. And in doing so, they become complicit in the very secrecy that destroyed the Emperor's plan in the first place, perpetuating across 10,000 years the pattern of concealment and partial truth that Chaos exploited to bring about the heresy. This is perhaps the deepest tragedy of the ancient Dreadnoughts' position. They learned, through the catastrophe of the heresy, that secrecy and hidden knowledge could be exploited by Chaos to corrupt even the most loyal servants of the Emperor. They watched as the refusal to share critical information created the conditions for betrayal and civil war. They understood, too late, that trust and transparency might have saved everything. Yet now, they find themselves in a position where they must maintain secrecy about different truths, must keep hidden different knowledge for the same basic reason the Emperor once gave, because revealing it would cause more harm than good. They have become the thing they once might have criticized, guardians of dangerous truth who believe that ignorance is the only protection available to those they serve. And the Chaos Dreadnoughts know this. They understand the bind the Loyalists are in, and they take savage pleasure in exploiting it. Every battle between ancient warriors who once fought on the same side becomes an opportunity to twist the knife, to force the Loyalists to confront truths they cannot acknowledge, to mock the choices that honor and duty require them to make. The Chaos Dreadnoughts have no solutions to offer, no genuine wisdom to share. They simply want to spread the misery of their own damnation, to make the Loyalists taste something of the bitterness that has sustained the traitors through 10 millennia of spite and hatred. And so the asymmetric war of words continues, with truth as the primary weapon in an arsenal of psychological torture. The traitors speak what the Loyalists know but cannot say. The Loyalists maintain silence about what the traitors proclaim. Neither side achieves victory because the real battle is not between them, but within the hearts of every Space Marine who hears these exchanges and wonders which side is telling the complete truth. The ancient Dreadnoughts on both sides carry the memory of the Great Crusade forward, but they carry it as a wound rather than a blessing, knowledge that poisons rather than enlightens, truth that must be hidden or weaponized, but cannot be freely shared for the benefit of those who come after. The necessity of the lie. After 10,000 years of watching the Imperium struggle to survive, the ancient Dreadnoughts have come to understand something that would have seemed impossible during the Great Crusade. They have learned that sometimes lies are necessary, that truth can be a luxury that civilization cannot afford, that the myths that bind humanity together are more important than the historical facts that would tear those myths apart. This understanding is not corruption or cowardice. It is hard-won wisdom born from watching what happens when uncomfortable truths collide with desperate people's need for hope and meaning. The imperial cult, from the perspective of those who remember the imperial truth, is a comprehensive betrayal of everything the emperor claimed to want. He spent centuries suppressing religion, destroying churches, forcing populations to abandon their faith and embrace rationalist atheism. He did this, the Dreadnoughts know, because he believed that worship empowered chaos, that every prayer sent psychic energy flowing into the warp to sustain the dark gods. The imperial truth was his attempt to starve chaos, by denying them the faith they fed upon. By this measure, the imperial cult represents complete and total failure. Trillions of humans now worship the emperor as a god, offering him exactly the kind of reverence he spent the Great Crusade trying to eliminate. But the ancient dreadnoughts have also watched what this faith accomplishes. They have seen worlds facing demonic invasion hold out longer because the population's faith in the emperor gave them courage to resist. They have witnessed space marines drawing on their belief in the god emperor to resist chaos corruption that might otherwise have claimed them. They have observed that the most faithful imperial worlds tend to be the most resistant to chaos infiltration, while worlds where faith is weak or divided fall more easily to the ruinous powers. The correlation is clear, even if the mechanism is not fully understood. Faith in the emperor, however much it might have horrified him, provides genuine protection against the very forces he sought to deny through the imperial truth. More than that, the imperial cult gives the Imperium something the imperial truth never could: unity without the emperor's personal presence. The imperial truth required active enforcement by someone with the authority and power to make humanity accept it against their instinctive desire for faith and meaning. The emperor had that authority and power, but no one else did. Certainly not after his internment on the Golden Throne removed him from the visible governance of the Imperium. Without his active enforcement, the imperial truth would have collapsed within generations, replaced by 1,000 competing faiths and ideologies that would have torn humanity apart as they competed for dominance. The imperial cult filled that vacuum. It provided a common mythology that could be shared across 1,000,000 worlds, a faith that transcended cultural and linguistic barriers because it focused on a single figure that everyone agreed was worthy of worship. It gave humanity something to unite around, a shared purpose and identity that held disparate populations together, even when the Imperium's physical infrastructure collapsed. On worlds cut off from the rest of humanity by warp storms or Xenos invasions, the imperial cult maintained the population's identification with the Imperium and their willingness to resist when they could easily have surrendered or negotiated with the enemy. The faith that the emperor had tried to suppress became the Imperium's most effective tool for maintaining cohesion across the vast distances and incomprehensible diversity of human civilization. The ancient dreadnoughts have had 10,000 years to contemplate this irony. The emperor's plan failed completely, yet somehow in failing, it created something that worked in ways his original vision never could have. The careful strategy of denying chaos through rational atheism was abandoned, replaced by a religious fervor that fed the dark gods even as it resisted them. It was messy, paradoxical, and completely contrary to what the emperor had wanted, but it allowed humanity to survive when survival seemed impossible, to maintain unity when fragmentation should have destroyed them. Faced with this reality, what could the ancient dreadnoughts do except accept that the lie was necessary? This acceptance does not come without cost. Every time an ancient dreadnought listens to a chaplain preach about the Emperor's divinity, every time he hears young space marines talk about serving the God Emperor's holy will, every time he witnesses the religious rituals that now permeate every aspect of imperial military and civilian life, he must suppress the knowledge of what the Emperor actually believed and wanted. He must watch the systematic betrayal of the Emperor's vision, and not only remain silent about it, but actively support it through his continued service and tacit endorsement. Some of the ancient dreadnoughts have found ways to reconcile this. They tell themselves that the Emperor, could he speak, might acknowledge that circumstances changed, and that rigid adherence to the imperial truth would have been foolish in the face of the heresy's aftermath. They imagine that he might approve of whatever works to keep humanity unified and fighting, even if it contradicts his earlier principles. They construct elaborate theological arguments about how the Emperor might have evolved into something like a god through the collective belief of trillions of worshippers, how the being sustained by faith might be different from the man who rejected worship. These mental gymnastics allow them to serve without feeling that they betray the Emperor's memory. Every moment they remain silent, about his real beliefs. But other ancient dreadnoughts find no such reconciliation. They know what the Emperor wanted, and they can see how completely the Imperium has failed to achieve it. Yet they also understand that revealing this failure would accomplish nothing except destroying the faith that keeps the Imperium functioning. So they endure, carrying the knowledge of betrayal and failure like a wound that never heals, waking from their long sleeps to fight battles in service of lies they cannot expose without causing more harm than good. Their silence is not acceptance. It is duty performed in the full knowledge that the cause they serve has become the opposite of what it was meant to be. This is the burden that the ancient dreadnoughts have carried for 10,000 years, and will carry until the last of them finally falls and can rest. They are the guardians of forbidden knowledge, the keepers of truths too dangerous to speak, the witnesses to a failure so complete that acknowledging it would destroy the civilization they gave everything to build. They know what the Emperor really wanted. They understand why he wanted it. They can see how and why his plan failed, and they have chosen, individually and collectively, to protect the Imperium from this knowledge by taking it to their graves, or to the final destruction of the armored sarcophagi that serve as their graves. It is a lonely duty, perhaps the loneliest that exists in the Imperium. The ancient dreadnoughts cannot share their burden with their younger brothers who were not there, who do not remember the Emperor as he was, who have been raised in the imperial cult and would not understand how completely it betrays the Emperor's real vision. They cannot find solace in their shared knowledge because each ancient warrior is isolated within his own armored shell, waking only rarely, and never knowing if the other ancients with whom they might have spoken have survived to wake again. They cannot even take comfort in the Emperor's approval, should he be capable of expressing it, because they know that their silence about his true beliefs makes them complicit in the systematic betrayal of everything he fought to achieve. All they can do is continue serving the Imperium, even as it becomes something the Emperor would not recognize. Continue fighting in the Emperor's name, even though his name is now invoked in ways he would have despised. Continue maintaining the silence that protects the necessary lie, the comfortable myth, the faith that binds humanity together, even as it accomplishes the opposite of what the Emperor's centuries of work were meant to achieve. This is their sacrifice, far more profound than the physical sacrifice of accepting internment in walking tombs. This is their burden, heavier than any weapon they carry into battle. And this is why, when asked what the Emperor really wanted, the ancient dreadnoughts of the Great Crusade will carefully measure their words and choose silence over truth. Conclusion. The weight of ages. Deep in the fortress monasteries, in halls where the air tastes of sacred oils and ancient machinery hums its eternal song, the oldest dreadnoughts stand in their stasis cradles. Some will never wake again, their systems finally failing after millennia of service. Others sleep dreamlessly, waiting for the chapter's need to grow desperate enough to justify rousing them once more. And a very few remain awake, bearing witness to yet another generation of space marines who know the Imperium only as it has become, not as it was meant to be. These ancient warriors have seen the full span of the Imperium's history, from the golden promise of the Great Crusade to the desperate struggle for survival that defines the 41st millennium. They remember the Emperor as he was, walking among his sons with purposes he would not fully explain. They witnessed the birth of the dream that would become the Imperium, and they have watched it transform into something the Emperor might not recognize, something he might have opposed had he retained the power to do so. They carry knowledge that could shake the Imperium to its foundations, truths that would call into question every prayer offered in the Emperor's name, every sacrifice made for his supposed divine will. Yet they remain silent, or nearly so. They tell stories, yes, but carefully selected stories that inspire without revealing too much. They offer counsel to those who seek their ancient wisdom, but they frame that counsel in ways that support the current Imperium rather than undermining it. They have become, over 10,000 years of service, the perfect keepers of dangerous knowledge, absolutely trustworthy because they understand exactly why the truth must remain hidden, yet burdened by that understanding in ways that those who benefit from their silence can never fully comprehend. This is their final service to the Emperor and to humanity, not the battles they fight, though those continue whenever their chapter has need of their ancient power. Not the tactical wisdom they share, though that wisdom is genuinely valuable and freely given. Their final service is silence itself, the choice to protect the Imperium from knowledge of its own founding failures, and the complete reversal of its creator's actual intentions. It is a service no one asked them to provide, a sacrifice no one acknowledges, a duty that brings no glory and offers no relief. Bjorn the Fell-Handed stands, in his sanctum in the Fang, awaiting the next crisis that will require his awakening. Around the Imperium, in the depths of other fortress monasteries, other ancient warriors wait in similar isolation. Some are loyalists who have spent 10 millennia protecting the Imperium from truths it cannot handle. Others are traitors who mock the Imperium with truths their loyalist counterparts cannot acknowledge. All of them, loyalist and traitor alike, carry the memory of the Great Crusade forward into a future that bears little resemblance to the past they remember. All of them know what the Emperor really wanted, and all of them, in their different ways, have chosen what to do with that knowledge. The loyalists have chosen silence, believing that the Imperium's survival requires the comfortable lie of the imperial cult more than it needs the uncomfortable truth of the Emperor's actual beliefs. They watch chaplains preach about the God Emperor's divine will and say nothing. They hear young Space Marines swear oaths to serve the Emperor's holy purpose and do not correct them. They participate in religious ceremonies that would have horrified the man they remember, and they do so willingly because they understand that these ceremonies serve a function that the imperial truth never could. This is not weakness. This is not cowardice. This is the hardest kind of courage. The courage to bear witness to betrayal and call it necessary. To watch everything you believed in transform into its opposite and defend that transformation as the best available option. The ancient dreadnoughts of the Great Crusade have that courage. They have earned it through 10,000 years of watching the consequences of the Emperor's failure and their own silence about that failure. They will carry this burden until the last of them falls, and when they are gone, the knowledge they protected will die with them. Perhaps that is for the best. Perhaps the Imperium truly cannot survive knowing what its oldest warriors know. Perhaps the faith that binds humanity together is more valuable than the historical accuracy that would tear those bonds apart. Or perhaps the ancient dreadnaught's silence represents the final tragedy of the Emperor's grand plan, the last consequence of his decision to keep secrets from those who deserve to know them. Perhaps if the truth had been shared from the beginning, if the Emperor had trusted his sons with full knowledge of what he was attempting and why, the heresy might have been prevented and the current situation might have been avoided entirely. But that possibility exists only in the realm of might have been, and the ancient dreadnoughts deal in the reality of what is. They know what the Emperor really wanted. They understand why he failed to achieve it. They recognize that the current Imperium represents the complete reversal of his actual goals. And they have chosen, individually and collectively, to keep this knowledge locked away in their ancient memories, to carry it as a burden rather than share it as a warning, to protect the Imperium from truth by maintaining the comfortable lie that it desperately needs to survive. So when you see an ancient dreadnought, when you hear it speak of the Great Crusade in its crackling mechanical voice, when you witness the reverence with which Space Marines treat these living relics of a bygone age, remember what you are really seeing. You are looking at a walking tomb that contains not just the shattered remains of a warrior who refused to die, but also secrets that could destroy the Imperium if spoken aloud. You are hearing stories carefully edited to inspire without revealing, wisdom shared with the understanding that complete honesty would do more harm than good. You are witnessing the last of those who knew the Emperor as he truly was, and who have chosen to protect his memory by concealing his actual intentions from those who worship him as a god He insisted he was not. This is the silence of the ancients, and it is the heaviest burden any warrior could bear. Heavier than the armored shell that encases them, heavier than the weight of 10,000 years of memory, heavier than all the enemies they have destroyed across millennia of endless war. They know what the Emperor really wanted, and they will never tell you, because they understand that some truths are too dangerous for humanity to know. Their silence is their final gift to the Imperium, and it will remain unbroken until the last of them falls and can finally rest. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the secrets of the Great Crusade and the burden carried by its oldest witnesses, make sure to like and subscribe to Stories of Hammer for more Warhammer 40,000 lore content. The grim darkness of the far future holds countless untold stories, and we're here to illuminate them, one tale at a time. Until next time, may the Emperor protect. In the grim darkness of the far future, where mercy is a forgotten luxury and compassion is deemed weakness, there exists a Space Marine chapter that defies the cold calculus of endless war. The Salamanders stand as an anomaly among the Emperor's finest, warriors who have never forgotten that beneath the armor and genetic enhancement, they were once mortal men who lived among families, who knew the warmth of hearth fires, who understood what it meant to protect rather than simply to destroy. This is the story of what happens when one of their most ancient warriors, entombed within a walking sarcophagus of adamantium and ceramite, falls into the hands of the galaxy's most brutal and paradoxically innocent race. It is a story about memory, about what makes us human even when humanity seems lost, and about the strange places where understanding can bloom in a universe designed for nothing but war. The nature of the green tide. The orcs are a paradox wrapped in green skin and strapped with enough firepower to level a city block. They are a race born for war, genetically engineered by the ancient Old Ones during the War in Heaven, designed to be the perfect soldiers in a conflict that tore the galaxy apart millions of years before humanity even learned to make fire. Every orc emerges from fungal spores with an instinctive understanding of violence, an innate knowledge of how to fight, kill, and survive in the most hostile environments imaginable. They grow larger and stronger through combat, their physiology rewarding aggression with physical might, creating a society where the biggest and meanest rise to the top through sheer brutality. But to understand the orcs as merely mindless brutes is to fundamentally misunderstand what makes them so dangerous. Yes, they love nothing more than a good scrap, and yes, their idea of diplomacy involves seeing how many heads they can crack before someone bigger tells them to stop. But within that love of violence exists something remarkably pure, something almost innocent in its directness. Orcs do not fight for ideology or conquest or some grand vision of the future. They fight because fighting is what they were made to do, and they approach it with the same enthusiasm that a human child might approach their favorite game. This psychological makeup creates a culture that is simultaneously terrifying and oddly straightforward. An orc warband operates on principles that are brutally simple yet infinitely complex in their execution. The biggest orc is the boss because he can beat up anyone who disagrees. The best weapons belong to those strong enough to take them or clever enough to make them. Territory is claimed by planting your banner on it and daring anyone to knock it down. It is a society of pure meritocracy enforced through violence, where every day brings new challenges and new opportunities to prove your worth in the only way that matters to an orc, through glorious combat. Yet within this culture of constant warfare exists something that other races often fail to recognize: curiosity. Orcs are fascinated by technology, by weapons, by anything that makes a loud noise or causes impressive destruction. Their mech boys, the technical caste of orc society, possess an almost instinctive understanding of mechanical principles that would shame many human engineers. They can take the most disparate components, pieces scavenged from a dozen different sources, and somehow make them function through a combination of ingenuity, brute force, and the peculiar psychic field that all orcs generate collectively. This psychic field, this gestalt consciousness that connects all greenskins, is perhaps the most remarkable and least understood aspect of orc biology. It allows their ramshackle technology to function despite seemingly violating every known law of physics. A gun assembled from scrap metal and random components will fire if an orc believes it will fire. A vehicle painted red will go faster because every orc knows that red ones go faster. It is not magic, not exactly, but rather a form of collective reality manipulation, where belief becomes truth when enough orcs share that belief. The mech boys serve as the conduits and amplifiers of this effect. Their innate technical knowledge, encoded into their very genes by the old ones, gives them an intuitive grasp of mechanical principles that they express through crude but effective engineering. They do not truly understand why things work the way they do, any more than a human understands the biochemistry of breathing, but they know what works and what does not, with a certainty that comes from deep genetic memory. When orcs encounter enemy technology, particularly technology from the more advanced races, their reaction is one of immediate and intense interest. They do not see a sophisticated piece of imperial engineering as something to be feared or respected. They see a new toy, a challenge to be overcome, something to be taken apart and rebuilt in ways that make more sense to the orc mind. This is not destruction for its own sake, but rather a form of aggressive curiosity, the desire to understand through disassembly and reconstruction. This scavenging instinct extends to everything an orc warband encounters on the battlefield. Weapons, armor, vehicles, even entire buildings if they look interesting enough, all become potential loot to be claimed and repurposed. The Death Skulls clan in particular have elevated this practice to an art form, their obsession with looting becoming legendary even among their fellow greenskins. They believe that blue is lucky, and so they paint everything blue in the hopes that fortune will smile upon their acquisitions. But what happens when orcs encounter something they have never seen before? Something that challenges their understanding of what constitutes loot? What happens when they capture not just a machine, but a tomb containing a living warrior whose very existence blurs the line between flesh and steel? The Salamanders, humanity's guardians. Among the 1,000 chapters of the Adeptus Astartes, among the countless warriors who have sworn oaths to defend humanity from the horrors that press in from all sides, the Salamanders stand apart. They are the sons of Vulcan, the Primarch who embodied the ideal that strength should be used to protect rather than merely to dominate. Where other chapters see civilians as resources to be managed or obstacles to be worked around, the Salamanders see people worthy of protection, lives that matter as much as any strategic objective. This philosophy did not emerge from doctrine or training, but from the very culture of their homeworld. Nocturne is a death world, a volcanic nightmare where tectonic activity can reshape continents in a matter of hours, and the sky glows with the reflected light of molten rock. Life there exists in 7 sanctuary cities, built to withstand the planet's fury, communities that must work together to survive in an environment that seems determined to kill them. When the young Vulcan was discovered by the Emperor, he was not a warlord or a conqueror, but a blacksmith and protector, a figure revered by the people, not for his ability to make war, but for his dedication to keeping them safe. That legacy lives on in every salamander who walks the galaxy. Unlike most Space Marine chapters, which sever all ties with their mortal past upon ascension, the salamanders maintain connections with their families and communities. They live among the people of Nocturne when not called to battle, serving as leaders and guardians, keeping alive the understanding that they are not simply weapons, but warriors with a purpose beyond killing. This makes them slower to recruit than other chapters, their numbers always smaller than the Codex Astartes would recommend. But every warrior they produce carries within him an unshakable conviction about what they are fighting for. The Second War for Armageddon provided perhaps the clearest demonstration of what makes the Salamanders unique. When warlord Gazgakul Mag Uruk Thraka descended upon that industrial world with millions of orcs at his command, the Imperium responded with overwhelming force. Multiple Space Marine chapters deployed alongside uncounted regiments of the Imperial Guard, creating a military presence of staggering scale. The Blood Angels under Chapter Master Dante coordinated the defense. The Ultramarines held the hive cities, and various other chapters took positions across the combat zones. And the Salamanders, under their newly appointed Chapter Master Tushan, took on the mission that other chapters saw as secondary, protecting the civilians. While other Astartes pursued glory and direct combat against the Orc hordes, the Salamanders positioned themselves at refugee camps, evacuation routes, and civilian shelters. They held bridges for days against overwhelming odds, not to secure strategic positions, but to allow non-combatants to reach safety. They defended water purification plants, not because of their tactical importance, but because without them, millions would die of thirst. This attitude brought them into direct conflict with chapters that operated under different philosophies. The incident involving the Marines Malevolent became infamous across the sector and beyond, when an Orc warband broke through Imperial defenses and penetrated a refugee camp near Hades' Hive, taking over 12,000 civilians hostage. The Marines Malevolent responded with their whirlwind artillery. They waited deliberately for the Orcs to mix among the refugees, ensuring maximum greenskin casualties, then opened fire with anti-personnel munitions that shredded Orc and human alike. Captain Vinya of the Marines Malevolent defended his actions with cold logic. The refugees, he argued, were acceptable casualties in the pursuit of military objectives. Their deaths saved time and resources that could be better spent elsewhere. There was no such thing as innocence, he proclaimed, only degrees of guilt, and those who allowed themselves to be captured had proven themselves unworthy of the Emperor's protection. When Chapter Master Tushan confronted him about the 4,000 dead refugees, Vinya spat at the feet of an Imperial Guard colonel who dared question his methods. He spoke of the Marines' malevolent superiority in war, their understanding that victory required hard choices and harder hearts. And then he turned to face Tushan, perhaps expecting agreement, or at least understanding from a fellow Space Marine. What he received instead was a rebuke that echoed across the command center and later across the entire Imperium. Tushan, whose chapter revered above all else the protection of innocent life, told Vinya and his entire chapter that they had betrayed everything they were sworn to protect. The power-armored fingers that could crush skulls gestured toward the refugee camp where bodies were still being counted, and Tushan's voice carried the weight of absolute moral certainty. Those people were not acceptable casualties. They were the very reason Space Marines existed at all. The confrontation nearly came to blows, and many who witnessed it spoke of the fury barely contained within Tushan's massive frame. Only the discipline earned through decades of service and the wisdom of his position kept the chapter master from physically attacking Vinya on the spot. But the message was delivered, and it resonated throughout the Imperial forces present. Here was a Space Marine chapter that actually cared, that saw value in individual human lives beyond their utility as soldiers or workers. This philosophy extends into every aspect of Salamander culture. Their chaplains preached not just of duty and honor, but of the sacred responsibility to protect those weaker than themselves. Their tech marines craft weapons and armor with the same care they would give to works of art, understanding that these tools will be used to defend the defenseless. Their apothecaries tend not just to their battle brothers, but to civilians caught in war zones, applying their advanced medical knowledge to save lives that most Astartes would consider beneath their notice. The physical marks of their homeworld show on every salamander. The radiation and unique minerals of Nocturne react with their gene seed to produce coal-black skin and eyes that glow like embers in the darkness. These features, combined with their often larger-than-average build even for Space Marines, give them an intimidating appearance that belies their protective nature. Children who might flee in terror from the sight of other Astartes learn to recognize the green armor and drake symbols of the salamanders as signs of safety rather than threats. Their mastery of fire-based weapons is both practical and symbolic. Flamers and melter guns see more use in salamander armories than in any other chapter, weapons that can purge the taint of chaos or reduce heretical structures to molten slag. But fire also represents cleansing, renewal, the forge that tempers steel into something stronger. Every salamander learns the arts of the smith, understanding that creation and destruction are two sides of the same coin, that the hands that wield the flamer can also craft beauty from raw materials. This combination of martial prowess and humanitarian concern creates warriors unlike any others in the Imperium. A salamander, advancing across a battlefield, does not see just terrain and target points. He sees homes that will need rebuilding, civilians who will need protection, infrastructure that must be preserved whenever possible. The calculus of war for a salamander includes factors that other chapters ignore entirely, and while this sometimes makes them seem inefficient by cold strategic standards, it also makes them the chapter that civilians pray will answer their calls for aid. The dreadnought's existence. To become a dreadnought is to experience death without dying, to cross a threshold from which there can be no return to what you once were. It begins with catastrophic injury, wounds so severe that even the formidable regenerative abilities of a space marine cannot repair them. A body shattered by the strike of a Titan's weapon, organs liquefied by exposure to extreme temperatures, a spine severed by the blow that should have ended everything. In those moments when mortal injury meets superhuman constitution, when the warrior hovers in the space between life and death, a choice is made. Most brothers who fall in battle are granted the mercy of death, their gene seed harvested to create the next generation of warriors, their names added to the rolls of honor, where they will be remembered for all time. But for a few, for those deemed too valuable to lose, or those who possess knowledge and experience that cannot be replaced, the chapter's apothecaries and tech marines offer another option. They can transfer what remains of the warrior into a new body, a walking tomb of adamantium and ceramite that will allow him to continue serving the Emperor long after his flesh has failed. The process is a surgical horror that pushes the boundaries of what the Mechanicus considers possible. The dying warrior's body is stripped away piece by piece, everything that is not essential to maintaining consciousness removed with mechanical precision. Limbs are severed, organs that can no longer function properly are extracted, bones that will never heal are cut away. What remains is reduced to the bare minimum: the brain and spinal cord, a few critical organs to maintain basic biological function, enough flesh to keep the neural tissue alive. This remnant of a human being is then placed into an armored sarcophagus filled with nutrient-rich amniotic fluid. Thousands of neural connections are made, cables that burrow into the brain and link the warrior's consciousness directly to the dreadnought's machine systems. The mind impulse unit creates a bridge between thought and action, allowing the entombed marine to control the massive walking machine as if it were his own body. But the translation is imperfect, filtered through layers of technology and artificial sensation that can never quite replicate the feeling of true flesh. The first moments of awakening are described by those few who have survived them as a form of sensory hell. The warrior tries to move his arms and finds only weapon systems responding to his commands. He attempts to breathe and hears only the mechanical wheeze of life support. He seeks his heartbeat and discovers instead the thrumming of power generators and coolant systems. Everything that defined his physical existence has been replaced by cold machinery, and yet his mind remains trapped within this metal shell, fully aware of everything he has lost. Most newly interred dreadnoughts experience a period of psychological trauma so severe that they must be kept in medically induced unconsciousness until their minds can adjust to their new reality. Dreams become nightmares of paralysis and entombment, memories of physical sensation turning into cruel reminders of a body that no longer exists. The warrior remembers the feeling of sun on his face, wind in his hair, the simple act of eating a meal, or drawing breath without mechanical assistance. All of these experiences are now forever beyond his reach. But the chapters that employ dreadnoughts are not cruel for the sake of cruelty. They understand that what they ask of these warriors is perhaps the greatest sacrifice imaginable: to live when death would be merciful, to serve when rest has been earned 10 times over. And so they offer what comfort they can in the form of sleep. Between battles, when the dreadnought is not needed, the sarcophagus is removed from its armored shell and placed into stasis. The warrior inside falls into a dreamless unconsciousness that can last for decades or even centuries, awakening only when the chapter has need of his strength and wisdom. These sleep cycles become both blessing and curse. The blessing is obvious. In sleep, there is no awareness of the prison that holds you, no sensation of being trapped within an unfeeling shell of metal. But the curse is more subtle and far more terrible. Each period of sleep erodes something from the warrior's mind, wearing away at memories like waves against stone. The organic components of the brain, no longer supported by a fully functional body, begin to deteriorate in ways that even the most advanced life support systems cannot prevent. The first things lost are often the most recent memories, experiences from the warrior's time as a flesh and blood space marine fading like morning mist. Names of brothers who fought beside him become harder to recall. Faces blur together into indistinct shapes. Specific battles merge into a general impression of violence and glory, without the details that made each one unique. It is not Alzheimer's or dementia in any conventional sense, but rather a slow erosion of identity caused by the fundamental incompatibility between organic neural tissue and extended cybernetic existence. As centuries pass, the degradation continues. The warrior begins to lose not just recent memories, but older ones as well, fragments of his life before becoming a space marine disappearing into darkness. He forgets the face of his mother, the sound of his father's voice, the names of childhood friends who never survived the trials that transformed him into an Astartes. These losses might seem insignificant to those who view space marines as weapons without pasts, but they represent the final threads connecting the warrior to his humanity. And as they snap one by one, something essential begins to slip away. The most ancient dreadnoughts, those who have served for millennia, often display signs of this profound psychological damage. They speak in archaic dialects that have not been used for thousands of years, their language frozen in the era when they first fell in battle. They reference brothers who died in campaigns that have faded from all but the most ancient records. They struggle to understand the modern galaxy, confused by political situations or technological developments that occurred during their long sleeps. Some become irritable and withdrawn, frustrated by their inability to connect with the warriors around them. Others grow distant and philosophical, speaking in riddles and metaphors that reflect minds that have drifted far from conventional human cognition. Yet despite all this horror, despite the slow erosion of self and the endless cycle of sleep and violence, most dreadnoughts maintain a core of identity that persists even through centuries of entombment. This core is built from the principles and training that made them space marines in the first place, the indoctrination and conditioning that runs deeper than memory or personality. A Dark Angel dreadnought will maintain his chapter's obsession with hidden truths. A Space Wolf dreadnought will retain his love of sagas and brotherhood. And a Salamander dreadnought will never forget the fundamental truth that was beaten into him from the moment he began his transformation. Protect the innocent, defend the weak, fight not for glory, but for the people who cannot fight for themselves. This persistence of core values is perhaps the most remarkable aspect of the dreadnought experience. Even as specific memories fade, even as personality traits erode and cognitive function declines, the fundamental principles that defined the warrior remain. It is as if the indoctrination process that creates a space marine burns these values so deeply into the psyche that they become inseparable from consciousness itself, surviving even when almost everything else has been stripped away. For a salamander dreadnought, this means that no matter how many years pass, no matter how much of his former self is lost to the ravages of time and mechanical existence, he will never lose sight of why he fights. The faces of specific civilians may blur and fade, but the principle of protecting civilians remains crystal clear. The details of individual evacuations may be forgotten, but the memory of holding the line so that innocents could reach safety persists as a defining characteristic of his consciousness. When worlds collide, the capture, the battle that would lead to the unthinkable began, like countless others across the Imperium's endless war zones. A mining colony on the edge of the Segmentum Ultima had sent desperate astropathic messages reporting orc raiders in nearby systems, green-skinned hordes growing bolder with each passing week. The salamanders responded as they always did, deploying elements of their third company to investigate and eliminate the threat before it could spread to more populated regions. Brother Ancient Barkan had walked the battlefields of the Imperium for over 500 years. His original body had fallen during the defense of a shrine world against a chaos incursion, crushed beneath the rubble of a collapsing cathedral after holding a choke point long enough for 15,000 pilgrims to reach evacuation ships. The chapter's tech marines had recovered his broken form and offered him the choice that all mortally wounded salamanders received: final rest among his honored dead brothers, or continued service in the shell of a dreadnought. He had chosen service, as so many before him had chosen, and for 5 centuries he had served as a walking monument to the chapter's values. The memories of his time before entombment had faded significantly over those centuries. He could no longer recall his birth name or the face of his mortal family on Nocturne. The specific details of his transformation into a space marine had blurred into a general impression of trials and pain and eventual triumph. But the core of what made him a salamander, the unwavering commitment to protecting human life, remained as strong as the day he first swore his oaths. If anything, the years had strengthened this conviction, as he witnessed generation after generation of salamanders living up to Vulcan's teachings. The mining colony of Prometheus's Hope had been established on a world rich in rare minerals needed for plasma weapon manufacturing, a collection of habitation domes and processing facilities that housed approximately 40,000 workers and their families. Intelligence reports suggested that the Orc Raiders were a relatively small force, perhaps a few thousand greenskins under the command of a minor war boss who had broken away from a larger to seek his own glory. It should have been a straightforward operation: deploy, eliminate the threat, ensure the colony's safety, depart. But the Orcs had been significantly underestimated. What appeared to be a minor raiding force was actually the vanguard of a much larger warband that had been hiding in the asteroid fields surrounding the system. When the Salamander's strike cruiser entered orbit, they found themselves facing not thousands, but tens of thousands of Orcs, a horde that had been slowly gathering strength while using small raids to mask their true numbers. The war boss leading them was no minor chieftain, but an experienced nob named Grisnak Iron Teeth, who had learned cunning along with cruelty during decades of warfare. The Salamanders found themselves fighting a defensive battle instead of the offensive operation they had planned. Captain Enkeln made the only decision that his training and his chapter's philosophy would allow. Instead of withdrawing to regroup, the third company would hold their ground and protect the colonists while calling for reinforcements. It was a decision that every Salamander understood, even as they recognized the terrible cost it might demand. Brother Ancient Baken was deployed at the main approach to the colony's central habitation complex, positioned where his heavy weapons could create a killing field that would slow the Orc advance. His assault cannon spoke with mechanical thunder, each burst of fire cutting through the green tide like a scythe through wheat. His power fist crushed Orc vehicles and smashed through their crude fortifications, his centuries of experience allowing him to identify and eliminate threats with cold efficiency. For 3 days he held his position, weathering attacks that would have broken conventional defensive lines a dozen times over. But the Orcs kept coming, and with each wave they learned. Grisnak Irontif was cunning enough to recognize that the huge walking machine was the linchpin of the human defense, and brutal enough to order suicide charges specifically designed to bring it down. Orc vehicles loaded with explosives crashed into Baken's position, detonating in massive fireballs that scarred his armor but did not breach it. Tank busters fired, concentrated volleys of rockets that forced him back step by step. Meganobs closed in melee range, their power claws searching for weak points in his chassis. The killing blow came from an unexpected direction. A looted wagon that the orcs had captured and modified with typically excessive firepower managed to maneuver through the chaos of battle until it had a clear line on Baken's back. The plasma weapon they had somehow mounted to it, a piece of advanced technology they did not truly understand, but knew made things explode real good, fired a sustained burst directly into the dreadnought's rear armor plating, where the power coupling connected to his sarcophagus. The plasma bolt did not penetrate fully, but the thermal shock was catastrophic. Systems that had functioned for centuries suddenly went dark. Coolant systems ruptured, flooding delicate mechanisms with superheated liquid. The mind impulse unit that connected Baken's consciousness to his mechanical body suffered cascading failures that sent false signals screaming through his nervous system. For a moment, that seemed to stretch into eternity, he experienced every sensor in his frame reporting critical damage simultaneously, a cacophony of failure that his organic brain struggled to process. Then the emergency protocols kicked in, and Baken's world went dark as his sarcophagus automatically sealed and initiated its independent life support systems. From the outside, the mighty dreadnought that had held the orcs at bay for 3 days simply stopped moving, its weapons falling silent mid-burst, its massive frame freezing in place like a statue of an ancient warrior. The orcs swarmed over the fallen giant with whoops of triumph, dozens of greenskins climbing on the motionless dreadnought and claiming credit for bringing down the mighty war machine. For a moment it seemed they would simply tear it apart for parts, stripping away the armor plating and weapons to be used in their own crude constructions. But Grisnak Ironteeth pushed through the mob and stared at the machine with an expression that would have been contemplative on a less brutish face. This was not just a vehicle or a weapon. Even an orc could see that this was something different, something that combined machine and something else in a way their looted wagons never did. The careful way it had fought, the strategic positioning, the focused fire on priority targets, all of this spoke of intelligence guiding the massive frame. And orcs, despite their reputation for mindless violence, respected cunning and skill when they saw it. "Get the mechs," Grisnak ordered, his voice carrying the authority of unchallenged dominance. "I wants to know what makes this thing work." It was a command that would lead to one of the strangest confrontations in the long history of the Salamanders chapter, and one that would test the fundamental question of what it means to maintain your humanity when your very existence has been reduced to consciousness, trapped within a mechanical shell. The Mech Boys' intervention. The workshop where the orcs brought their prize was a ramshackle structure that defied conventional understanding of engineering principles. It had been constructed from the crashed remains of an Imperial transport ship, with walls made from hull plates welded together at odd angles, and a roof consisting of armor plating held up by support beams that looked like they might collapse at any moment. Inside, a chaotic collection of machinery in various states of assembly or disassembly filled every available space, the air thick with the smell of promethium, burning metal, and that peculiar ozone scent that accompanied orc technology. 3 mech boys converged on the captured dreadnought with the focused intensity that only true craftsmen display when confronted with an interesting puzzle. Gricket was the oldest, his green skin crossed with scars from decades of explosive experiments, and his mechanical right arm a testament to the dangers of his profession. Borguz was younger but talented, his natural instinct for machinery marking him as potentially the next big mech of the warband if he survived long enough. The third, a runt named Snazgit, served primarily as a fetcher and holder of tools. But his sharp eyes caught details that his larger colleagues sometimes missed. They circled the motionless dreadnought, like predators examining dangerous prey, grunting and gesturing as they pointed out features that caught their interest. The assault cannon with its multiple barrels capable of impressive dakka, the power fist with its energy field that could crush tanks, the armor plating that had withstood direct hits from their biggest guns. All of it represented technology they wanted to understand, to take apart, to rebuild in ways that made sense to the Orc mind. "We gonna strip it for parts?" Borguz asked, already imagining how that assault cannon could be mounted on his war buggy. "Or we gonna try to get it working and use it ourselves?" The question was practical from an Orc perspective. Looted technology was valuable, but functional looted technology was a prize worth bragging about for years. Gricket ran his mechanical hand over the dreadnought's chassis, feeling the quality of the craftsmanship with an appreciation that transcended species. "This ain't like the other Humi machines we grabbed," he said thoughtfully. "This one's special. I can feel it. We figure out how it works. We learn something good." His instincts, honed through decades of taking apart and rebuilding everything from guns to war engines, told him there was something unusual about this particular machine. They started with the obvious external components, documenting in their crude way how the various systems connected and functioned. The weapon mounts came off first, heavy bolter and assault cannon carefully removed and set aside for later installation on other vehicles. The armor plating was more challenging, sealed with technology that the mechs respected, even as they figured out ways to break it. Beneath the external layers, they found the sophisticated targeting systems, the power distribution networks, the coolant lines and ammunition feeds that kept the dreadnought operational, and then they found the sarcophagus. It was buried deep within the dreadnought's torso, protected by multiple layers of armor and shielding, connected to the machine by thousands of cables and tubes. The moment they exposed it, all three mechs knew they had discovered something significant. This was not a control system like the ones in their looted wagons. This was something that looked almost biological, a container that seemed to pulse with its own rhythm, maintaining an environment separate from the machine that surrounded it. "What's in there?" Snazgit asked, his smaller size allowing him to squeeze closer and peer at the readouts and displays that covered the sarcophagus's surface. "Looks like it's keeping something alive." His tone held genuine curiosity rather than malice. Orcs could be cruel, certainly, but they were not gratuitously so. They killed because it was fun, and because it was what they were made to do, not out of any particular hatred for their enemies. Gricket studied the life support systems with growing fascination. Here was technology that did not just keep a machine running, but sustained something living within it. The concept intrigued him in ways that simple weapons or vehicles never could. "The machine's got something inside it, something important." He traced the neural connection cables that ran from the sarcophagus throughout the dreadnought's frame. I think this is how the Humi controls it. Days inside the machine, making it work." This revelation changed everything. What they had thought was simply a powerful war machine was actually something far more interesting. A warrior who had become part of his weapon, or a weapon that had been given a warrior's mind. The distinction was unclear from an Orc perspective, but the fundamental strangeness of it captured their imagination completely. The mechs had disassembled and rebuilt hundreds of human machines over the years. They understood Imperial tanks, knew how to hotwire land raiders, could figure out the basic principles of even the most sophisticated vehicles given enough time and willingness to make things explode. But this was different. This required them to understand not just mechanics, but the intersection of flesh and machine, the point where organic life and cold metal merged into something that was simultaneously both and neither. "Can we wake it up?" Borguz asked, the practical question cutting through their theoretical speculation. "If there's a Humi and Dare controlling it, maybe we can make it work for us." The idea had obvious appeal. An Orc-controlled dreadnought would be a trophy worth showing to any war boss, proof of technical mastery that would earn respect throughout the warband. Gricket considered the question carefully, his mechanical fingers drumming against his tool harness as he thought. Maybe, but we gotta be careful. Don't want to break it just when we's learning something good. He pointed at the various displays and monitors surrounding the sarcophagus. See all these things? Day's watching how the human inside is doing. If we mess with the wrong thing, we might kill whatever's in there. The concept of being careful was not one that orcs naturally embraced. Their approach to problem solving usually involved hitting things until they worked or exploded, with both outcomes considered at least somewhat successful. But even orcs could recognize when brute force was inappropriate, when the value of understanding exceeded the immediate satisfaction of destruction. They spent hours examining the life support systems, tracing how nutrients were delivered and waste removed, how the temperature was regulated and the atmosphere maintained. The sophistication of it impressed even these masters of crude engineering, the recognition that sometimes precision and delicacy could achieve things that raw power could not. Each discovery led to more questions, more curiosity about how the system functioned as a whole. Finally, Gricket made his decision. We try waking it up, but slow like. We don't go changing nothing yet. Just see if the human inside can hear us. He reached for a control panel that seemed to regulate the power flow to the sarcophagus. And we keep something heavy ready, just in case it wakes up angry. A voice in the dark for Brother Ancient Bakken. Consciousness returned like surfacing from deep water, a slow ascent through layers of darkness toward a distant light. At first there was only the awareness of existing, the fundamental certainty of thought that confirmed he still lived even when all sensory input suggested otherwise. Then came the recognition of his situation, memories flooding back of the plasma strike and the cascading system failures, and the emergency protocols sealing his sarcophagus. He tried to move and found his connection to the dreadnought's frame completely severed. The mind impulse unit that normally translated his thoughts into mechanical action was silent, leaving him trapped within the sarcophagus, with no way to interact with the world outside. It was like being paralyzed, but worse, because he could remember what it felt like to command a body, even a mechanical one, and now that capability was gone. His audio sensors still functioned, however, and through them, he heard sounds that made no sense in the context of his last memories. Instead of the battle cries of his brother salamanders or the roar of weapons fire, he heard voices speaking in the guttural language of orcs. Instead of the clean workshop sounds of Imperial tech marines, he heard the clang and crash of crude tools and the distinctive whine of poorly maintained power systems. The realization came slowly, but with absolute certainty. He had been captured. His dreadnought shell had been taken by the enemy, and now he was in their hands with no way to fight back or escape. For any space marine, captivity was a fate worse than death, but for a dreadnought, the horror was magnified 1,000-fold. He could not even end his own life. He was dependent on life support systems that were now controlled by Xenos, who had every reason to keep him alive for study or sport. 500 years of service had not prepared him for this particular nightmare. He had faced death countless times, had welcomed it even, knowing that each battle might be his last. But this was not death. This was helplessness, dependency, the knowledge that his fate now rested entirely in the hands of creatures he had been designed to destroy. The psychological weight of it pressed down on him like a physical force, threatening to overwhelm the discipline that had sustained him through 5 centuries of existence. Then he heard the voice, filtered through his audio sensors, speaking in broken Gothic, with an accent so thick it was almost unintelligible. Oi, Humi in the box, you awake in there? The question was followed by the sound of metal being struck, probably one of the orcs hitting his sarcophagus with something. We knows you's in there. Saw all the readouts changing when you woke up. The rational part of Bakken's mind understood that responding was pointless at best and potentially dangerous. These were orcs, mindless brutes who lived only for violence and destruction. Anything he said would either be ignored or used against him. The smart response was silence, maintaining operational security even in captivity, denying the enemy any information that might prove useful. But another part of him, a part that had been slowly eroded over 5 centuries of mechanical existence, desperately needed to communicate with something, anything, that could acknowledge his existence. The long sleeps between battles had isolated him from his battle brothers, and each awakening found fewer and fewer warriors who remembered him from before his entombment. He had been drifting toward a kind of existential loneliness that comes from being ancient in a world that continues without you, and now that loneliness threatened to overwhelm what remained of his sanity. "I am Brother Ancient Baken of the Salamander's Third Company," he said finally, his mechanical voice emerging from the sarcophagus's external speakers. "And I will give you nothing, Xenos filth." It was defiance born of desperation, the need to assert some form of control over his situation, even when he had none. The response was not what he expected. Instead of threats or violence, he heard what sounded like excited chattering in the Orc language, multiple voices overlapping as they reacted to his words. Then the one who had spoken before addressed him again, and this time there was something in the tone that almost resembled curiosity. "So you's a Humi what lives in there? Machine? That's proper weird, that is. How's that work, then?" The Orc seemed genuinely interested, approaching the question with the earnestness of a child asking about something fascinating. "Do you see through the machine's eyes? Feel when it gets hit? How's you control all the weapons and things?" The questions caught Baken completely off guard. He had expected threats, torture, demands for information about Imperial deployments or defensive positions. The last thing he anticipated was a technical discussion about how dreadnoughts functioned. "Why do you care, Xenos?" he asked, unable to keep a note of confusion from coloring his mechanical voice. "'Cause it's interesting, innit?" Gricket replied, and the simplicity of the answer was perhaps its most disarming quality. "We's never seen nothing like this before. Machines we know how to strip 'em down and make 'em work for us. But this is different. This is a Humi what's part of the machine, or a machine what's part of a Humi, and we want to understand how it works." Over the next several hours, an utterly surreal conversation developed between the captured salamander and his Orc captors. At first, Baken refused to answer their questions out of simple military discipline, but he quickly realized that the mech boys were perfectly capable of figuring things out through direct experimentation. If he wanted to maintain any influence over what they did to his sarcophagus and life support systems, he needed to guide their curiosity in directions that would not kill him. So he began to explain, in the simplest terms possible, how the Mind Impulse unit worked to translate neural signals into mechanical commands. He described the balance between organic tissue and mechanical components, the delicate equilibrium that kept a dreadnought pilot alive despite catastrophic injuries that should have been fatal. He talked about the sleep cycles and the slow erosion of memory, though he did not explain why the chapters employed this practice or what strategic advantages it offered. The mechs listened with an attention that would have shocked any Imperial commander familiar with Orc behavior. They asked surprisingly insightful questions about power distribution and signal routing, about how the biological components interfaced with the mechanical systems. Their understanding of the underlying principles was instinctive rather than theoretical, expressed in crude terms, but demonstrating genuine comprehension of complex concepts. What disturbed Baken most was not their curiosity, but the growing realization that these Xenos were not the mindless brutes he had been taught to expect. They were curious, creative, even oddly respectful of the craftsmanship that had gone into his construction. They did not see him as simply an enemy to be destroyed, but as a puzzle to be solved, a challenge that engaged their natural mechanical talents. "You fought good out there," Gricket said at one point, his tone carrying what might have been approval. "Held the line for days, took out loads of our boys. That's proper fighting, that is. If you wasn't in that box, we'd probably give you a good scrap face to face." The compliment, if it could be called that, was delivered with complete sincerity. Trapped within his sarcophagus, cut off from any hope of immediate rescue, brother Ancient Baken found himself engaged in the strangest conversation of his long existence. And despite himself, despite everything he had been taught about the Xenos threat, he discovered something unsettling. These orcs, for all their brutality and crudeness, possessed something that many of the humans he had fought alongside lacked. They possessed genuine curiosity, unburdened by fear or hatred, approaching the universe with a kind of innocent enthusiasm that seemed almost alien in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. Memories of protection. As the hours turned to days and Grickett's experiments continued, Baken found his thoughts returning again and again to the memories that defined him not as a weapon, but as a warrior with purpose. The Mech Boys' questions about how he functioned had led inevitably to questions about why, about what drove him to fight, and what goals he pursued beyond simple survival. And in trying to answer those questions to beings who understood violence but not necessarily purpose, he was forced to examine the core beliefs that had sustained him through 5 centuries of mechanical existence. He told them about Prometheus's hope, the mining colony he had been defending when they captured him. 40,000 people living on a world that would have killed them without the infrastructure their labor maintained. Families who worked in the processing plants and returned to HAB units where children played and learned and grew. He described how the evacuation had been going when his systems failed, how hundreds of colonists were still making their way to the transport ships when the orcs finally overran his position. "Why'd you care?" Borges asked, genuine confusion in his voice. "They ain't fighters. They ain't even proper ard. What's the point of defending humies what can't defend themselves?" It was not mockery, but honest puzzlement. The question of a being whose entire culture revolved around strength and combat prowess. Baken struggled to find words that would make sense to an orc. How could he explain to creatures who saw weakness as something to be exploited that protecting the weak was the highest calling a warrior could answer? How could he convey to beings who measured worth in combat ability that there were other forms of value, other reasons for existence beyond fighting? "Because they are what we were," he said finally. "Before the gene seed and the surgeries and the training, every space marine was mortal. Weak by our standards, yes, but possessing something that we gave up when we became weapons. Families, futures, dreams that extended beyond the next battle. Those, people at Prometheus's hope, they are what humanity is meant to be. We salamanders exist so that they can continue existing." He found himself telling them stories from his long service, memories that he had not revisited in decades, bubbling up from the depths of his consciousness. The evacuation of Hive Scorius, when tyrannid tendrils had descended from orbit, how he had held a choke point for 16 hours while millions of civilians fled through the Undercity, the refugees on Armageddon, families clutching whatever possessions they could carry as they fled the orc hordes, looking to the salamanders for protection that they provided without question or hesitation. The incident that weighed most heavily on his memory involved a single child. It had been during a campaign against a chaos cult on an agri-world, the kind of operation where civilian casualties were considered inevitable by most Imperial forces. A little girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, had been separated from her parents during the fighting. She had hidden in the rubble of a destroyed building, terrified into silence while cultists and Imperial forces clashed around her position. Baken, even in his dreadnought shell, had heard her crying. The audio sensors that allowed him to detect enemy movement had picked up the quiet sobbing, the sound of a child who had witnessed horrors no young mind should have to process. Following that sound, he had found her huddled in a corner, covered in dust and shaking with fear. And despite the fact that his squad was engaged with enemy forces less than 100 meters away, despite the tactical necessity of maintaining his position, he had stayed with that child until reinforcements arrived who could carry her to safety. "You stopped fighting just to watch over one little Humie?" Snazgit asked, his voice full of wonder. Even though there was more enemies to kill, the concept seemed to boggle his mind, the idea that a warrior would prioritize protection over destruction. She needed protection more than the cultists needed killing, Baken replied. My brothers could handle the combat. Only I was in position to ensure that child survived. He paused, accessing memories that had grown dim over the centuries. She reminded me of someone, a face I can barely remember now, someone from before I became this. I think she might have been my sister, my mortal sister, from before my transformation. The memory was fragmentary, eroded by time and the degradation that came with extended life in a dreadnought shell. But the emotion attached to it remained strong, a core conviction that had survived even when the specific details faded. Protecting the innocent was not just a tactical decision or a chapter doctrine. It was the last thread connecting him to the human he had once been, the final proof that beneath all the metal and machinery, something fundamentally human persisted. Gricket was quiet for a long moment after Baken finished that story. When he spoke again, his voice carried a thoughtfulness that seemed at odds with his brutish appearance. We don't do that. Orcs, I mean. We fight 'cause fighting's fun, and we protect our own 'cause that's how the mob works. But protecting other things what can't fight back, that ain't part of how we does things. Perhaps it should be, Baken said quietly. The words surprised him as much as they must have surprised the mech boys. Here he was, a prisoner of war, suggesting to his captors that they should adopt the values of their enemies. But something about the orcs' genuine curiosity, their willingness to listen and try to understand, rather than simply destroying what they did not comprehend, made him want to share the philosophy that had defined his entire existence. But why? Borguz pressed. If something's weak, it's gonna get stomped anyway. That's just how things work. Strong eats the weak, and the biggest boss gets the best stuff. Protecting the weak just means they stay weak, innit? Baken considered how to answer that, how to express a concept that was so fundamental to salamander philosophy that they rarely examined it explicitly. Strength without purpose is just violence. Any creature can destroy. Any fool can take what he wants by force. But to build something, to protect something, to create a future where the next generation can be stronger than you were, that requires a different kind of strength. The kind that comes from choosing to restrain your power in service of something greater than yourself. The words hung in the air of the workshop, profound and strange against the backdrop of scrap metal and crude machinery. Three orcs who had spent their entire lives in a culture that valued strength above all else found themselves confronting a philosophy that suggested there were more important things than personal power. It was a concept so foreign to their experience that they struggled to even frame it properly in their minds. Yet something about it resonated. Perhaps it was because orcs, for all their brutality, possessed their own form of community loyalty. They protected their clanmates not out of weakness, but because the mob was stronger than the individual. They followed their war boss, not just from fear, but from a genuine belief that he would lead them to the best fights. In their own crude way, they understood the concept of loyalty to something larger than oneself. Use a strange humie, Gricket said finally, but I think I'm starting to understand why you fought so hard. You wasn't just fighting for yourself. You was fighting for all them other humies what couldn't fight for themselves. He paused, his mechanical hand scratching at his scarred head. That's actually pretty proper, that is, in a weird sort of way. The unlikely understanding. As days turned into weeks, the relationship between captive and captors evolved in ways that neither side could have anticipated. The mech boys continued their experiments, carefully documenting how Baken's systems functioned and slowly learning the principles behind Imperial Dreadnought technology. But their work had taken on a different character, less focused on simply stripping the machine for parts and more interested in understanding the warrior within the shell. Gricket had ordered the other orcs to stop calling Baken Dahumia in the box and start using his actual name. It was a small gesture, but significant in orc culture, where names carried weight and recognition. Enemies were just targets, obstacles to be crushed or blasted out of the way. But warriors who earned respect through their actions deserved to be acknowledged as individuals, and Gricket had decided that anyone who had held the line for 3 days against impossible odds had earned that much at least. The breakthrough in their understanding came when Snazgit, while examining the neural interface connections, noticed something that his larger colleagues had overlooked. The patterns in the data streams connecting Baken's brain to his former dreadnought shell showed spikes of activity whenever they discussed civilians or protection. It was as if those concepts triggered stronger responses than tactical discussions or questions about combat capabilities. "What's this about?" the smallest mech asked, pointing at the readouts he was examining. "Every time we talks about defending them weak humies, your brain goes all funny like. Why's that?" Baken considered the question, recognizing that he was being asked to explain something so fundamental to his identity that he had never really examined it consciously. "Because that is what defines me, not the weapons I carry or the battles I've won. Those are just actions, means to an end. What makes me who I am, what has kept me sane through 5 centuries in this tomb, is the knowledge that I fight for something worth protecting." He found himself sharing memories that he had not accessed in decades, experiences from the early years of his service that had shaped his understanding of what it meant to be a salamander. He told them about his first deployment as a full battle brother, assigned to protect a refugee convoy fleeing from a dark Eldar raid. How he had seen families torn apart by the cruel Xenos, children taken as slaves while their parents were left to die in the smoking ruins of their homes. That experience had crystallized for him the fundamental truth that would guide every decision he made for the rest of his service. There were beings in the galaxy who inflicted suffering simply because they enjoyed it, who saw weakness as something to be exploited rather than protected. And against such cruelty, the only moral response was unwavering opposition, the absolute commitment to stand between the predators and their prey, no matter what the cost. Griznak Irantif himself visited the workshop during one of these conversations, drawn by reports from his mechs about the unusual prisoner they had captured. The massive warboss stood before Baken's sarcophagus, his power claw flexing as he listened to the salamander's words. When the story was finished, he grunted thoughtfully. "You's talking about the weak like days worth something," the warboss rumbled. "But weak things get eaten. That's just how it works. Why waste time defending things what can't defend themselves?" It was the same question that Borguz had asked, but coming from the warboss, it carried additional weight, the fundamental challenge of their entire worldview. "Because strength is only meaningful if it serves a purpose," Baken replied, his mechanical voice steady despite the vulnerability of his position. "You orcs, you fight because it's what you were made to do. You're genetically programmed for war, born from fungal spores with instinctive understanding of combat. But even you must have something you protect, something you value beyond the next battle. Your clan, perhaps. Your war boss. The orcs who fight beside you." Griznak's expression shifted slightly, something that might have been consideration crossing his brutish features. "The mob's different. They can fight, even if they ain't as big as me. We's all orcs together." He paused, his small eyes fixed on the sarcophagus, as if trying to see through the armor to the warrior within. "But you's talking about protecting humies what can't fight at all. What's the point?" "The point," Baken said slowly, "is that they are what we are fighting for, not territory or resources or glory. The actual people, the individuals with their own dreams and fears and hopes. A child who wants to grow up to be a craftsman, a woman who hopes to see her grandchildren before she dies, a man who simply wants to provide for his family in peace. These are not grand ambitions, but they are real, and they are precious, and they deserve to be protected from those who would destroy them for sport or profit." The workshop fell silent as the orcs processed this philosophy, trying to reconcile it with everything they understood about how the universe worked. In their experience, the strong survived and the weak perished, and any other arrangement was simply delaying the inevitable. But here was a warrior who had proven his strength beyond question, who had held them off for 3 days in combat that earned their deep respect, arguing that using that strength to protect the weak was not just acceptable, but noble. Snazgit was the first to speak, his voice hesitant. So, you thinks the whole point of being strong is to protect things what ain't? It was a question that seemed to genuinely puzzle him, as if he was trying to fit together pieces from different puzzles. Not the whole point, Bakken clarified, but an important part of it. Strength without compassion is just tyranny. Power without purpose is just destruction. What separates a warrior from a murderer is that the warrior fights for something beyond himself, for principles or people or ideals that matter more than his own survival. Gricket's mechanical fingers drummed against his tool harness as he thought. That's actually pretty clever when you think about it. If you's protecting all dem weak humies, and some of dem become warriors later, then you's making more strong things instead of less. It's like planting crops instead of just eating all the food right away. The analogy was crude, but demonstrated genuine understanding of the long-term implications. And it's more than just tactical thinking, Bakken added. It's about what kind of future you want to create. Do you want a galaxy where the strong simply prey on the weak in an endless cycle of violence? Or do you want something better? A place where strength is used to create stability and safety so that others can flourish? The question hung in the air, profound and challenging, asking beings who had never considered anything beyond the next fight to imagine a fundamentally different way of existing. It was asking orcs, creatures designed and bred for war, to comprehend the concept of peace and to see it as something worth working toward, rather than simply a boring stretch of time between battles. Grisnak Arantif stared at the sarcophagus for a long moment, his expression unreadable. Then he turned to Gricket and spoke in their own language, a rapid exchange that Bakken could not follow. The mech boy responded with equal intensity, gesturing at the various readouts and displays surrounding the life support systems. The war boss asked questions and received answers, the conversation growing heated at points before finally reaching some kind of resolution. When Grisnak turned back to address the captured salamander, his tone had changed subtly. "You's given me and my mechs something to think about, Humie. Most prisoners we takes, they just curse us or beg or try to tell us military things we don't care about. But you's actually tried to make us understand what makes you fight. That's..." He paused, searching for the right words. "That's proper brave, that is. Or proper stupid. Maybe both." "My chapter has a saying," Bakken replied. "Into the fires of battle, unto the anvil of war. We are forged in violence but tempered by compassion. If I am to die here, at least I can die knowing I stood for something worth dying for. And if by some miracle I survive, perhaps this conversation will not have been meaningless." The war boss grunted what might have been respect or amusement. It was hard to tell with orcs. "You's an odd Humie, salamander, but I think I'm starting to see why your lot gives us so much trouble. It ain't just that you fight good, it's that you actually care about what you's fighting for." He turned to leave the workshop, then paused at the entrance. "Keep working on fixing his systems," he told Gricket. "I wants to see if we can get him moving again. Might be useful to have a dreadnought what knows the value of protecting things." Brothers' desperate search. 800 light years away, on the volcanic surface of Nocturne, Chapter Master Tushan sat in his private chambers, reviewing reports that had been delivered by astropathic message just hours before. The third company's strike cruiser had emerged from the warp with news that would have devastated a lesser chapter. Brother Ancient Bakken was missing, presumed lost when Orc forces overran Prometheus's hope. The Salamanders had fought valiantly and ultimately succeeded in their mission, evacuating all 40,000 colonists before withdrawing under heavy fire. But in the chaos of the retreat, they had been forced to abandon their fallen dreadnought, unable to recover his massive frame before the position was completely overrun. Captain Enkeln's report was precise and thorough, documenting every attempt made to retrieve their fallen brother. 3 separate rescue missions had been attempted, each turned back by the sheer weight of Orc numbers and firepower. The third company had taken significant casualties trying to recover Bakken's shell, losing 2 tactical squads and a Devastator squad before Enkeln made the painful decision to prioritize the living over the dead and order a full withdrawal. We did not leave him willingly, the captain's report concluded. Brother Ancient Bakken bought us the time we needed to complete the evacuation, and his sacrifice will be remembered in our chapter's halls. But I must recommend that we do not mount a recovery operation at this time. The Orc presence in the system has grown to overwhelming strength, and risking more brothers to recover what is almost certainly an empty shell would be strategic folly. Tushan read the report 3 times, his massive hands steady despite the fury that burned within him. He understood Nikeln's reasoning, recognized the tactical soundness of the decision. A chapter master's responsibility extended beyond any individual warrior, no matter how honored, and the cold calculus of war sometimes demanded terrible sacrifices. But understanding did not make acceptance any easier, and Tushan found himself thinking about the warrior trapped within that fallen dreadnought shell. 500 years of service, 500 years of waking to fight and sleeping between battles, watching generations of brothers come and go while he remained trapped within his mechanical prison. Thousands of civilians saved through actions that ranged from holding choke points against impossible odds to simply staying with frightened children until help arrived. And now, if the standard assumptions held true, Bakken's consciousness had finally ceased, his organic components failing when his life support systems were destroyed, granting him the final rest he had been denied for so long. Except Tushan knew that assumption might be wrong. Dreadnought sarcophagi were built to survive catastrophic damage to the surrounding shell, designed to maintain life support even when completely separated from the machine they controlled. If Orcish weapons had disabled the dreadnought without breaching the sarcophagus itself, then Brother Ancient Bakken might still be alive, trapped and helpless in the hands of Xenos, who had no reason to show mercy. That possibility, slim as it was, changed everything. Tushan had been chapter master during the Second and Third Wars for Armageddon. He had seen what Orcs did to their captives when they bothered to take any. Human prisoners were worked to death in slave camps or used as test subjects for increasingly creative forms of violence. The thought of a salamander, especially one of their honored ancients, suffering such a fate was intolerable. He activated the Vox link to his command staff, calling together his captains and senior advisors for immediate consultation. The gathering took place in the chapter's strategic planning chamber, deep within the fortress monastery on Prometheus, Nocturne's moon. Tactical displays showed the Prometheus's Hope system, now designated red for hostile control, surrounded by neighboring systems and potential approach vectors. Brother Ancient Bakken may yet live, Tushan told the assembled officers without preamble. His sarcophagus was designed to survive exactly the kind of catastrophic damage Captain N. Kellen reported. If the Orcs have captured him intact, we have both a duty and an opportunity. Captain Mirzan of the First Company, the Fire Drakes, was the first to speak. A rescue operation into Orc-controlled space would require significant force deployment, he said carefully. And there is no guarantee that the Orcish forces will have preserved our brother's sarcophagus, rather than simply destroying it for scrap. I am aware of the risks, Tushan replied. But I am also aware of our chapter's obligations. We do not abandon our brothers, living or dead, and if there is even a chance that Brother Ancient Bakken survives, we must make every effort to recover him. His gaze swept across the assembled officers, challenging any of them to argue against action. None did. Whatever reservations individual captains might have harbored about the tactical wisdom of the mission, none were willing to voice them in the face of their chapter master's determination. The Salamanders had built their reputation on their willingness to sacrifice for others. It would be the height of hypocrisy to refuse to extend that same commitment to one of their own. The planning phase took 3 days of intensive work. A strike force would be assembled consisting of 2 full battle companies plus supporting elements. Enough strength to fight through Orc resistance, but not so large as to strip the chapter's other commitments. The 4th and 6th companies were selected, both at full strength and recently returned from successful campaigns. They would be supported by elements from the 1st company, including a squad of Terminators, and by the chapter's available dreadnoughts, who viewed the mission as a personal obligation to their entombed brother. The approach would be made via the Cicatrix Maledictum's outer edges, using the turbulent warp storms to mask their fleet's movements until they could emerge at the system's periphery. From there, they would conduct reconnaissance to determine the Orc warband's current disposition and locate Baken's sarcophagus if it still existed. The mission timeline was aggressive, driven by the knowledge that every day's delay reduced the chances of finding their brother alive. Master of the Forge, Mirsin, was tasked with preparing specialized equipment for the recovery. If Baken's sarcophagus was found but separated from its dreadnought shell, they would need portable life support systems capable of sustaining him during extraction. If he remained entombed within the disabled dreadnought, they would need heavy lifters and transport capacity to carry the entire assembly back to their ships. Every contingency was planned for, every possible complication addressed with typical Salamander thoroughness. But beyond the tactical planning, Tushan felt the weight of a more personal obligation. Brother Ancient Baken had been serving the chapter since before Tushan was born, had fought in campaigns that were now legend, had embodied the Salamander ideal of protection through sacrifice. If he still lived, trapped and alone in the hands of their enemies, then every moment he suffered was a stain on the chapter's honor that demanded immediate action. The strike force departed Nocturne 4 days after the initial report reached the chapter, their fleet cutting through the warp with desperate speed. In the ready rooms and meditation chambers, Salamanders prepared themselves for what they knew would be a brutal fight. They checked their weapons and armor with ritualistic care, each warrior knowing that they went not in search of glory or conquest, but in pursuit of a single objective: bringing their brother home, the rescue and aftermath. The Salamander's approach to the Prometheus's Hope system was conducted with a stealth that seemed at odds with their reputation for direct action. Their strike cruisers emerged from the warp at the system's edge, using the asteroid fields and debris clouds for cover as they conducted long-range auger sweeps of the Orc-held territory. What they found confirmed their worst fears. The Greenskin presence had grown significantly since the Third Company's withdrawal, with multiple Orc cruisers in orbit and clear evidence of fortified positions on the planet's surface. But the Salamanders also had advantages that pure numbers could not overcome. Their scouts, some of the best trained in the Imperium, infiltrated the Orc positions through a combination of careful planning and calculated aggression. Infiltrator squads deployed via drop pod to the planet's surface, using jamming equipment and careful positioning to avoid detection while they mapped out the enemy's disposition. And gradually, piece by piece, they assembled a picture of where their brother might be held. The breakthrough came when a scout team detected unusual energy readings emanating from what appeared to be a mechboy workshop on the outskirts of the main Orc encampment. The power signature matched that of dreadnought life support systems, and thermal imaging suggested active maintenance work being conducted on sophisticated Imperial technology. It was exactly what they had been searching for, and Tushan wasted no time ordering the assault to begin. The attack came at dawn, when even Orcs were at their least alert. Thunderhawk gunships screamed down from orbit, targeting the Orc anti-aircraft positions with surgical precision. Drop pods slammed into the ground around the workshop, disgorging Salamanders who moved with coordinated fury toward their objective. Terminators teleported directly into the heart of the encampment, their storm bolters clearing approach routes while their power fists smashed through crude Orc fortifications. Inside the workshop, Gricket and his fellow mechs heard the sounds of battle approaching and immediately understood what was happening. "Dahumi's mates are coming for him," the old mech said, not with anger, but with something almost like satisfaction. "I knew they would. Those Salamanders don't leave their own behind." He looked at the sarcophagus where Baken had spent the past weeks. The life support systems they had carefully maintained and even improved with their crude but effective modifications. "Should we fight them?" Borguz asked, already reaching for his weapons. The sounds of combat were getting closer, the distinctive roar of Space Marine bolters cutting through the morning air. But Gricket shook his head. "Nah, we's learned enough from the Ancient. and I ain't keen on getting squashed by a bunch of angry salamanders. He walked over to Baken's sarcophagus and knocked on it with his mechanical hand. Oi, salamander, your boys are here. We's gonna leave before they turn us into paste, but I wants you to know something first. Trapped within his prison, Baken felt a surge of emotions so powerful they threatened to overwhelm his discipline. Hope, relief, gratitude, all mixed with the strange melancholy of knowing that his captivity was ending, and with it, this bizarre period of communication with his former enemies. Speak quickly, mech boy. My brothers will not show mercy if they find you here. We's been thinking about what you said, about protecting the weak and fighting for some fine besides just fighting. Gricket's voice carried an unusual weight, as if he was trying to express something profound, but lacked the vocabulary to do it properly. I don't think we's gonna become all soft and start defending humies or nothing. We still orcs, and fighting's still the best thing ever, but maybe we can be more careful about who we's fighting and why. You showed us that being strong ain't just about crushing every fine smaller than you, Snazgit added, his smaller voice barely audible over the sound of approaching battle. It's about choosing what to do with that strength, and that's something we ain't never really thought about before. You have given me much to consider as well, Baken admitted, his mechanical voice softened by genuine emotion. I spent 500 years believing that all Xenos were simply threats to be eliminated. But you three showed me curiosity instead of cruelty, respect instead of ridicule. You could have destroyed me or tortured me, but instead you sought to understand. That is not what I expected from orcs, and I will carry the memory of it for however many years I have left. The workshop's entrance exploded inward, bolt of fire from salamanders in crimson and green armor cutting through the crude fortifications like paper. But by the time they breached the interior, the mech boys were gone, escaped through a back entrance that led into the maze of scrap and tunnels that made up the orc encampment. What the salamanders found instead was Brother Ancient Baken's sarcophagus, intact and functioning, sitting in the middle of a workshop that showed clear evidence of careful maintenance rather than destructive experimentation. Tushan himself entered the workshop, his massive form filling the doorway as he surveyed the scene. His eyes fell on the sarcophagus and the displays showing stable life signs, and for a moment, the chapter master's iron discipline faltered. Brother Ancient Baken, he said, his voice heavy with emotion, we have come to bring you home. Chapter Master, Baken replied, his mechanical voice stronger now that hope had returned. I am glad to hear your voice, though I must tell you that my time here has been far stranger than you might imagine. The recovery operation took less than an hour, the salamanders establishing a defensive perimeter, while tech marines worked to stabilize Baken's sarcophagus for transport. The orcs mounted several counterattacks, but they were disorganized and easily repelled by the superior firepower and discipline of the Space Marines. By the time Warboss Grisnak Ironteeth organized a serious response, the salamanders were already withdrawing, their Thunderhawks carrying the recovered dreadnought back to their strike cruisers in orbit. During the long journey back to Nocturne, Tushan visited Baken's sarcophagus regularly, listening with growing fascination to his brother's account of the weeks spent in orc captivity. The story of the mech boys' curiosity, of conversations about philosophy and purpose, of finding understanding in the most unlikely of places, challenged everything the chapter master thought he knew about their enemies. They were orcs, Baken said at one point, his mechanical voice thoughtful. Brutal, crude, designed for war, but they were also capable of curiosity, of genuine interest in understanding rather than simply destroying. They asked questions I have not had to answer in centuries, forced me to examine beliefs I had taken for granted. And in the end, I think we both learned something valuable from the experience. What did you learn? Tushan asked, genuinely curious. That even in the darkest places, humanity can find expression. That compassion does not require gentleness, only the willingness to see value in others. And that the line between warrior and weapon is thinner than we like to admit. But maintaining that distinction is what keeps us from becoming the monsters we fight. Tushan was quiet for a long moment, processing words that carried the weight of 5 centuries of experience. And what do you think the orcs learned? he finally asked. "I hope," Baken replied slowly, "that they learned there are things worth protecting, principles worth fighting for, beyond the simple joy of violence. I do not expect them to become peaceable or civilized by our standards. But perhaps, somewhere in that warband, there are now orcs who understand that strength can serve purposes other than domination. And perhaps that understanding will spread, slowly, over generations, until it changes something fundamental about how they view the universe." It was an idealistic hope, perhaps naive even. The orcs were what they were, creatures of violence shaped by genetic imperatives older than human civilization. But Tushan found himself wanting to believe that communication could change even the most entrenched patterns, that understanding could create bridges where none should exist. Philosophical implications. Upon returning to Nocturne, Brother Ancient Baken's sarcophagus was installed in a specially prepared dreadnought shell, one that incorporated some of the modifications that the orc mech boys had made to improve his life support systems. The irony was not lost on the chapter's tech marines that their ancient brother's survival had been aided by Xenos technology they would normally refuse to even examine. But pragmatism won out over pride, and Forge Master Mirsin personally oversaw the integration of the improved systems. The weeks that followed saw extensive debriefing sessions where Baken recounted every detail of his captivity and the conversations he had with his captors. Librarians attended these sessions, documenting everything for the chapter's archives while also analyzing the psychological impact of such an unusual experience. There was concern, carefully voiced, that Baken's time among the orcs might have affected his judgment or commitment to the Imperium's cause. But when asked directly about his loyalty, Baken's response was immediate and uncompromising. "I hate the orcs no less than I did before my capture. They are a threat to everything the Imperium represents, and I will fight them with every weapon at my disposal until my final rest. But hatred does not require misunderstanding. I can despise what they are, while still acknowledging that they are more complex than we have given them credit for. And that complexity, that capacity for something beyond pure violence, is actually what makes them so dangerous." The distinction was subtle but important. Recognizing that orcs were capable of curiosity and even a crude form of respect did not make them any less of a threat to human civilization. If anything, it made them more dangerous because it suggested they were capable of adaptation and learning in ways that simple-minded brutes would never manage. An enemy who could understand your philosophy was an enemy who could potentially find ways to counter it, and that made vigilance more important than ever. But there was another implication to Baken's experience, one that resonated deeply with salamander philosophy. If even orcs, creatures designed and bred for war, could show curiosity and attempt understanding, then surely humanity's enemies were not monolithic in their evil. The galaxy was full of threats that needed to be opposed with overwhelming force, but perhaps not every Xenos species was beyond all possibility of communication or coexistence. This idea was heretical by the standards of the Imperium at large, where the official doctrine was that all Xenos were threats to be eliminated without mercy or consideration. The Inquisition would have serious concerns about any Space Marine chapter that suggested otherwise. But the Salamanders had always operated under a slightly different philosophy, one that prioritized the protection of human life over the destruction of alien threats. If protecting humanity could be achieved through means other than eternal war, was not that worthy of at least consideration? Tushan called a council of his senior officers to discuss the implications of Baken's experience. The conversation ranged widely, from tactical considerations about how orc psychology might be exploited in future conflicts to deeper philosophical questions about the nature of the enemy and the purpose of the Space Marines' endless crusade. We are taught from our earliest training that the Xenos is a threat beyond all possibility of redemption, Captain Mirsan said thoughtfully. And for most species we encounter, that assessment is accurate. The Tyranids exist only to consume. The Dark Eldar delight in suffering. The Necrons seek to exterminate all organic life. But the Orcs... He paused, choosing his words carefully. The Orcs fight because it is what they were made to do, not because they hate us or want to destroy us specifically. They are a threat, certainly, but perhaps not an absolute evil. Does that distinction matter? Asked Captain Takir of the 6th Company, who had led the assault force that rescued Barken. Whether they fight from malice or instinct, the result is the same. Human worlds burn. Innocent people die. Our duty is to stop them, not to understand their motivations. I disagree, Chaplain Navos interjected. Understanding your enemy is always valuable, even if that understanding does not change your ultimate course of action. Brother Ancient Baken's experience suggests that Orcs are capable of restraint when given reasons to exercise it. Could we not use that knowledge to minimize civilian casualties in future conflicts? To create situations where the Orcs' natural curiosity leads them away from population centers toward military targets, we can defend more easily. The discussion continued for hours, exploring implications and possibilities that ranged from the practical to the theoretical. But underlying it all was a fundamental question that every salamander present felt in his core. What was the purpose of their strength? Was it simply to destroy the Emperor's enemies, or was there something more, some higher calling that their Primarch Vulcan had understood when he shaped the chapter's philosophy? Librarian Velkona, one of the chapter's most respected psychers, offered perhaps the most profound observation. We speak of the Orc's capacity for understanding as if it is something new, some revelation that changes everything. But is it not simply the same truth that has guided our chapter since its founding? That beneath the violence and the war, beneath the genetic modifications and the indoctrination, consciousness persists. The Orcs are conscious beings, and consciousness inherently creates the possibility of change, of growth, of becoming something other than what you were designed to be. You suggest, Tushan said slowly, that the same capacity for transcendence that we claim for ourselves must logically exist in our enemies as well, that if we can rise above our conditioning to show compassion and restraint, then perhaps they too can exceed their programming. I suggest, Velkona replied, that the universe is more complex than our doctrines allow for, and that rigidity of thought is as dangerous as any physical enemy. Brother Ancient Barkin was forced by circumstance to see past his assumptions, and what he discovered was not that the Orcs were good or innocent, but that they were real, actual beings with thoughts and interests beyond simple destruction. And that reality, uncomfortable as it may be, is something we ignore at our peril. The Council concluded without any formal declarations or policy changes. The Salamanders would continue to fight the Emperor's enemies as they always had, with fire and fury and unwavering commitment to protecting human life. But among the officers present, something had shifted, some subtle change in perspective that acknowledged the complexity of the galaxy they fought to defend. For Brother Ancient Baken, the experience had created a different kind of burden. He found himself thinking often about the mech boys who had captured him, wondering what had become of them and whether the conversations they shared had any lasting impact. It was a strange form of connection to feel toward beings who by all rights should be nothing more than enemies, and he struggled to reconcile this feeling with his duty as a space marine. During one of his meditation periods, when his dreadnought shell was powered down and he existed in the liminal space between full consciousness and sleep, he tried to examine this paradox. How could he maintain both hatred for the Orcs as a species and a kind of respect for the specific individuals he had encountered? How could he commit to their destruction while hoping they might somehow become something better? The answer, when it came, was quintessentially salamander in its philosophy. He could hold both truths because they operated on different levels of reality. On the strategic level, the Orcs remained a threat that needed to be opposed with overwhelming force. Their invasion of Prometheus's hope had endangered 40,000 civilian lives, and that fact alone justified any action taken against them. But on the individual level, Grikkit and Borguz and Snazgit had shown him that even enemies could be more than faceless monsters, that consciousness created moral complexity regardless of species or circumstance. This realization did not make his duty any less clear, but it did make it more painful. Every orc he killed in future battles might be someone who could have learned, could have grown beyond their programming if given the chance. But protecting humanity required difficult choices, and the luxury of exploring that possibility could not take precedence over the immediate need to save lives. The tragedy was not that he had to fight, but that the galaxy was such that fighting was necessary. That curiosity and understanding had to take second place to survival. Closing, the weight of memory. Months after his rescue, Brother Ancient Bakken found himself deployed once again, this time to defend an agricultural world from an orc raid that threatened to disrupt food supplies for an entire subsector. The deployment was routine by his standards, the kind of operation he had participated in hundreds of times across 5 centuries of service. His dreadnought shell strode through the fields of golden grain, weapons systems tracking orc raiders who had come seeking violence and found space marines instead. But something was different this time. As he fought, as his assault cannon spoke thunder and his power fist crushed greenskin armor, he found himself paying attention to details he might have overlooked before. The way individual orcs moved, the patterns in their tactics that suggested thought rather than pure instinct. The occasional moment of hesitation when they encountered civilians, as if some of them were at least considering whether these weak humans were worth bothering with. Most of the orcs showed no such restraint, of course. They were what they had always been, brutal and direct in their pursuit of violence. But a few, just a few, seemed to evaluate the situation before attacking, seemed to weigh whether the fight was worth the effort. And Bakken wondered if perhaps, somewhere in the vast orc collective consciousness, the idea of selective engagement was spreading. The notion that some targets were more interesting than others. He would never know if Grikkit or his fellow mechs survived the Salamander's assault on their workshop. The chances were good that they had escaped, as orcs were remarkably hard to kill and notoriously difficult to track once they decided to disappear into their own territory. But even if they had fallen in battle, the conversations they shared might have influenced others, might have created ripples that spread through the orc collective in ways too subtle for human understanding. When the battle ended and the agricultural world was secure, Bakken stood at the edge of a field, watching human families return to their homes. Children ran through the golden grain, their laughter carrying on the wind. Adults began the work of repairing damage and restoring order, confident that the salamanders would protect them while they rebuilt. It was a scene he had witnessed countless times across countless worlds, and each time it reminded him why he fought. But now, there was an additional layer to that understanding. He fought not just against the enemies that threatened these people, but in service of a principle that extended beyond immediate tactical considerations. He fought because consciousness was precious, because the capacity for thought and growth and change was something that deserved to be protected even when it manifested in unexpected places. The civilians he defended and the orcs he battled were not so different in the end, both subject to forces beyond their control, both trying to navigate existence in a galaxy that seemed designed to crush anything soft or vulnerable. That night, as his sarcophagus was prepared for the sleep that would carry him through the weeks or months until he was next needed, Bakken dictated a message to the chapter's archivists. It was part testimony, part philosophical meditation, part warning for future generations of salamanders who might one day face similar circumstances. "I have learned," he said slowly, his mechanical voice carrying the weight of 500 years of existence, "that memory is both burden and blessing. I can no longer recall my mother's face or remember my father's voice. The specific details of countless battles have faded into darkness, and each awakening finds me more distant from the human I once was. But the core truths that define us, the principles we choose to embody regardless of circumstance, these persist even when everything else is stripped away. My time among the orcs taught me that the galaxy is more complex than our doctrines allow for, that consciousness creates moral weight regardless of species or programming. I do not regret my duty or question my chapter's mission, but I carry with me now a fuller understanding of what we fight against and what we fight for. We oppose tyranny, not with counter-tyranny, but with principled resistance. We protect the weak, not because they deserve it, but because we choose to value vulnerability over predation. And we maintain our humanity, not by avoiding difficult truths, but by embracing the full complexity of existence in all its tragic beauty. To future brothers who may read these words, remember that you are more than weapons. Your strength serves purposes beyond destruction, and your consciousness imposes obligations that transcend tactical expediency. Fight with fury when fighting is needed. Show mercy when mercy is appropriate. And never forget that what makes us salamanders is not our ability to kill, but our commitment to protecting life in all its forms. The recording ended, and Baken's systems began their shutdown sequence. As consciousness faded and the darkness of sleep reached up to claim him, his last thoughts were not of battles or victories or the eternal war that defined existence in the 41st millennium. They were of a small orc named Snazgit, asking with genuine wonder why anyone would choose to protect the weak, and of his own answer that strength without purpose was just violence, that power without principle was just tyranny. It was a simple truth, but one that had sustained him through 5 centuries of mechanical existence. And as sleep finally claimed him, Brother Ancient Baken felt something that he had not experienced in longer than he could remember. A kind of peace, the knowledge that despite everything, despite the horrors and the losses, and the slow erosion of self, he had remained true to the ideals that defined him. He was a salamander, a son of Vulcan, a warrior who remembered that beneath all the metal and machinery, he fought to protect rather than simply to destroy. And in a workshop somewhere on an orc-held world, a mech boy named Gricket looked at a piece of machinery he was repairing and found himself thinking about a conversation he'd had weeks before, thinking about what it meant to be strong, thinking about whether might always had to make right, or if there were other ways of viewing the universe. The thoughts were crude and fragmentary, shaped by a mind that was not designed for philosophical contemplation, but they were there, and perhaps that was enough. Thank you for watching this exploration of what happens when an orc warband captures a salamander's dreadnought who still remembers why he fights. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the complexity of consciousness and compassion in the grim darkness of the far future, please consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. There are more stories to tell from the Warhammer 40k universe, more examinations of the principles and philosophies that define its most interesting factions. Until next time, remember, even in the darkest places, humanity can find expression, and the choice to protect rather than destroy is what separates warriors from weapons. In the deepest vaults of fortress monasteries scattered across the Imperium, ancient war machines sleep in darkness. These are the dreadnoughts, walking tombs that contain the broken bodies of space marines who should have died 10,000 years ago. Some of these warriors fought during the Horus Heresy itself, walking beside the Primarchs when they were still whole, still magnificent, still gods among men. Yet when these ancients wake in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, when younger brothers gather to hear tales of glory from an age of legends, a strange thing happens. The ancient ones will speak of battles. They will recount tactics and strategies. They will name worlds that burned and enemies that fell. But when the conversation turns to the Primarchs themselves, to the demigod generals who led the legions during humanity's brightest and darkest hours, the ancients fall silent. This silence is not accidental. It is not the result of failing memory or damaged circuits. It is a choice, deliberate and profound, born from wounds that even 10 millennia cannot heal. To understand why these warriors who saw gods will not speak of them, we must first understand what it means to be a dreadnought, what the Primarchs truly were, and what it costs to remember the difference between myth and truth. The Primarchs stand at the very center of Warhammer 40k's mythology, figures so vast in their significance that their presence shapes the Imperium even in their absence. These were not merely enhanced humans or even superior space marines. The Primarchs were the Emperor's greatest works, 20 beings crafted from genetic mastery and warp-born power, each one designed to embody specific aspects of warfare and leadership. When the Emperor created them in his secret laboratories beneath the Himalayan peaks, he poured into each one a fragment of his own vast power, making them something beyond mortal, beyond even the transhuman Astartes, who would later be forged from their genetic templates. Each Primarch stood between 8 and 12 feet tall, their physical forms radiating an aura of absolute authority that could cow entire populations into submission without a single word being spoken. Their strength was such that they could tear through ceramite armor with their bare hands, move faster than the human eye could follow, and endure wounds that would kill even a space marine instantly. But their physical prowess was perhaps the least remarkable thing about them. The Primarchs possessed intellects that could process tactical information across entire star systems simultaneously, charisma that could inspire ordinary humans to acts of extraordinary heroism, and an innate understanding of warfare that made them peerless generals. Roboute Guilliman could administrate an entire star empire while simultaneously commanding its military forces. Perturabo could design and break sieges of such complexity that other Primarchs struggled to comprehend his strategies. Magnus the Red wielded psychic powers that rivaled the Emperor's own, capable of manifesting phenomena that bent reality itself. Vulcan possessed such extraordinary resilience that he was effectively immortal, able to regenerate from wounds that would atomize lesser beings. These were the figures who led the Space Marine legions during the Great Crusade, the 2-century-long campaign to reunite humanity's scattered worlds under a single banner. For the Space Marines who fought in those legions, serving under their Primarch was not merely a matter of following a commander. The genetic connection between Primarch and Legion ran deeper than blood. Each Space Marine was created using gene seed derived from their Primarch's own genetic template, making them biological sons in a very literal sense. This connection manifested in ways both physical and psychological. Space Marines could feel their Primarch's presence across vast distances, their very biology responding to proximity to their gene father. When a Primarch spoke, his sons listened with every fiber of their being, not because they were compelled to obey, but because obedience to their father was written into the fundamental structure of their existence. More than this, the Primarchs represented ideals made flesh. Sanguinius embodied nobility and sacrifice, his angelic wings and golden features inspiring devotion in all who beheld him. Rogal Dorn was unbreakable duty personified, his stoic determination forming the foundation upon which the Imperium's defenses were built. Leman Russ was the savage warrior made purposeful, channeling primal fury into the Emperor's service. To fight beside such beings was to witness the impossible made real every single day. The Primarchs did not merely lead battles, they transformed them. Where Angron walked, his berserker rage infected his sons with a fury that made them unstoppable in close combat. Where Korax moved, shadows themselves seemed to aid him, turning battlefields into killing grounds where his Raven Guard hunted with perfect efficiency. Where Ferrus Manus struck, his iron hands could shatter tanks and fortifications that heavy weapons would struggle to breach. These were not men playing at being gods. They were something genuinely transcendent, beings whose very existence challenged the boundaries of what was possible within the physical universe. For a Space Marine to serve directly under their Primarch during the Heresy era meant existing in a state of constant awe. Every day brought fresh proof of their gene father's supremacy. Every battle demonstrated abilities that seemed to violate the laws of nature. The Primarchs could go for weeks without sleep, continuing to function at peak efficiency when even Space Marines would require rest. They could analyze situations with such speed and accuracy that their battle plans often seemed like prophecy, predicting enemy movements with uncanny precision. Their memories were perfect, capable of recalling every face, every name, every detail of campaigns fought decades earlier. And perhaps most significantly, the Primarchs possessed something that no amount of genetic engineering could fully explain, an indefinable quality that made lesser beings want to follow them unto death itself. This was the reality that Heresy-era Space Marines lived every single day. Their Primarchs were not distant figures known only through propaganda or legend. They were immediate, present, overwhelming in their reality. A Space Marine might stand in the same room as his Primarch, feel the pressure of that immense presence, hear his father's voice giving commands that would shape the fate of entire star systems. They might witness their Primarch in single combat against enemy champions, watching as beings that terrified entire armies fell before their Gene Father's might. They might receive personal commendation from their Primarch's own lips, feel those eyes that had looked upon the Emperor himself, now focused with approval upon their own deeds. This was what it meant to serve in the legions during the Great Crusade and the early years of the Heresy. The Primarchs were not myths to be believed in. They were undeniable facts of existence, as real as gravity and twice as inescapable. Then came the Horus Heresy, and everything shattered. The tale of the Heresy has been told countless times in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, usually as a morality play about treachery and loyalty, about the price of ambition and the wages of hubris. But for those who lived through it, for the Space Marines who witnessed their Primarchs turn against each other, the Heresy was something far more terrible than any simplified legend could convey. It began with Horus himself, the War Master, the Emperor's favorite son. Corrupted by the ruinous powers during his recovery from a grievous wound, Horus turned from humanity's champion into its greatest enemy. But Horus did not fall alone. In the years that followed his corruption, 8 other Primarchs would join his rebellion against the Emperor, each for their own reasons, each bringing their entire legion with them into damnation. For the Space Marines who remained loyal, watching this happen was like witnessing the dissolution of reality itself. These were their Primarchs, beings they had believed incorruptible, flawless, eternal. Yet here they stood, declaring war not upon the enemies of humanity, but upon humanity's own defenders. Lorgar, who had worshipped the Emperor as a god, now proclaimed new gods from the warp and called down their terrible blessings. Fulgrim, who had embodied perfection in all things, descended into depravity and excess that degraded everything his legion had once represented. Perturabo, the siege master, turned his genius for destruction upon the very fortifications he had helped design. Magnus the Red, whose psychic might had illuminated the darkness of ignorance, fell into forbidden sorceries that threatened to tear open the walls between reality and the warp. The loyal Space Marines watched as their traitorous brothers transformed before their eyes. The World Eaters, once warriors with discipline and purpose despite their rage, became howling berserkers who cared nothing for tactics or strategy, killing friends and foes alike in their bloodlust. The Death Guard, who had endured hardship with stoic determination, surrendered themselves to Nurgle's plagues and became walking corpses animated by disease and despair. The Thousand Sons, scholars and seekers of knowledge, were reduced to animated armor containing nothing but dust and the screaming remnants of their souls. The Emperor's children, who had pursued martial perfection, degraded into sensation seekers who found pleasure in inflicting and experiencing agony beyond imagination. This corruption extended to the Primarchs themselves in ways that horrified those who witnessed it. Fulgrim became possessed by a demon, his beautiful features twisted into something that hurt to look upon, his voice carrying tones that drove listeners to madness. Angron was elevated to demon princehood. his already formidable rage amplified into something that could crack reality itself with its intensity. Mortarion embraced Nurgle's gifts, his body swelling with disease and corruption until he became a bloated parody of his former self. Magnus the Red made pacts with Tzeentch that shattered his legion and transformed him into a cyclopean horror of ever-changing flesh. For the Space Marines who fought on the Loyalist side, facing these corrupted Primarchs in battle was an experience that defied description. Imagine being a Space Marine of the Ultramarines, trained and conditioned to revere your Primarch as the pinnacle of tactical genius and civilized warfare, and then watching as Fulgrim strikes down Reboot Guilliman with a poisoned blade, gloating over the body of a fellow Primarch as if their brotherhood had meant nothing. Imagine being a Space Wolf, raised to honor Leman Russ as the ultimate warrior, and then hearing that Magnus the Red has broken the Emperor's wards around Terra itself, that the psychic might of a Primarch has been turned against the very heart of the Imperium. Imagine being an Imperial fist, standing on the walls of Terra during the final siege, and watching as Perturabo's siege engines pound your fortifications with a precision that only one who helped design them could achieve. These were not merely battles against superior enemies. They were confrontations with beings who had once represented everything the Loyalists aspired to be, now transformed into monsters that embodied everything they had sworn to destroy. And the loyal Primarchs were not immune to the horror of it all. Sanguinius, facing his brother Horus in the throne room of the traitor's flagship, had to reconcile the Warmaster he had loved as a brother with the demon-empowered abomination before him. Rogel Dawn, Master of Defense, watched as Perturabo's genius for siege warfare systematically broke apart every defense the Emperor's Praetorian could devise. Jagatai Khan, who had respected all his brothers even when he disagreed with them, found himself hunted by the Alpha Legion's endless deceptions and treacheries. Leman Russ, who had burned Prospero and scattered the Thousand Suns, discovered that his victory had only driven Magnus deeper into Chaos's embrace. Corax, who had prided himself on his legion's precision and discipline, watched helplessly as Lorgar and the Word-Bearers shattered the Raven Guard on Istvan V, reducing his legion from 100,000 Space Marines to barely 3,000 survivors. Vulcan suffered tortures at the hands of Konrad Kurz that would have broken lesser beings, enduring again and again the experience of death and resurrection at the hands of a brother who had descended into nihilistic madness. These were the events that Heresy-era Space Marines witnessed. They did not read about them in historical texts or hear about them in sanitized briefings. They were there, on the battlefields, in the command centers, watching as the galaxy tore itself apart, and their Primarchs, these beings they had believed incapable of failure, failed in the most catastrophic ways imaginable. Some Primarchs died during the heresy, their immortality proven to be merely extraordinary resilience rather than true invulnerability. Ferrus Manus fell on Istvan V, his head struck from his shoulders by Fulgrim's demon-possessed blade. Sanguinius died defending the Emperor, his back broken by Horus before he managed to wound the Warmaster in return. Konrad Kurz was assassinated, allowing his own death as a final act of spite against the Imperium that had rejected him. Alfarius, or perhaps Omegon, fell to Rogel Dawn's blade, though the mystery of the Alpha Legion's twin Primarchs ensured that uncertainty remained. These deaths were not clean or glorious in the way that Space Marine propaganda would later portray them. They were brutal, horrifying, impossible things that should not have been able to happen to beings of such power. For the Space Marines who witnessed them, each death was a small apocalypse, a fundamental piece of their understanding of the universe being violently torn away. Other Primarchs simply vanished, their fates unknown, leaving their sons to wonder if their fathers lived or died, had abandoned them or been destroyed. Leman Russ walked into the Eye of Terror 100 years after the heresy ended, telling his sons he would return, but never doing so. Rogel Dawn disappeared during a boarding action, only his skeletal hand ever recovered. though whether he truly died remained uncertain. Yaghatai Khan pursued Dark Eldar raiders into the webway and never returned. Korax retreated to his legion's fortress on Deliverance and then vanished into the Eye of Terror himself, apparently hunting the traitor Primarchs in an act of eternal penance. Vulcan simply left one day, telling his sons he would return when they found all the ancient artifacts he had crafted. But 10,000 years later, he has yet to reappear. Lionel Johnson lay in stasis, deep beneath the rock, his own sons unaware that their Primarch slept in their midst, wounded but alive and dreaming through the centuries. The surviving Loyalist Primarchs carried wounds that went far deeper than physical injury. Robut Gilliman recovered from Fulgrim's poisoned blade, only to spend 10,000 years in stasis, frozen at the moment of death, unable to either heal or pass beyond. Rogel Dawn threw himself into fortification construction and penitent crusades, punishing his sons for perceived failures during the Siege of Terror with such severity that the Imperial fists nearly destroyed themselves in their attempts to atone. Lemon Russ became increasingly erratic and withdrawn after Prospero, haunted by the knowledge that he had been manipulated into destroying a fellow Primarch's legion. His savage nature turned against him in a way that left him questioning everything he had believed about his purpose. Yaghatai Khan grew distant and philosophical, speaking of the fundamental flaws in the Emperor's design that had made the heresy not just possible, but perhaps inevitable. Korax was broken by the loss of his legion on Istvan V, and the horrific mutations that afflicted the Space Marines he tried to rebuild afterward. His pride in the Raven Guard's perfection transformed into self-loathing and despair. Vulcan suffered psychological trauma from his experiences at Konrad Kurz's hands that even his perpetual nature could not fully heal, his normally compassionate demeanor scarred by memories of tortures that should have killed him dozens of times over. And the traitor Primarchs who survived faced their own form of damnation. Elevated to demon princehood, they lost the last vestiges of their humanity, becoming puppets of the Chaos Gods who had corrupted them. Angron screams in perpetual rage within the warp, barely coherent enough to lead his legion when they emerge for their brief raids. Mortarion rules his plague garden in Nurgle's domain, a testament to despair made manifest. Magnus the Red sits upon his tower in the planet of the sorcerers, endlessly contemplating the chains that bind him to Tzeentch's service. Fulgrim luxuriates in Slaaneish's realm, so consumed by sensation and excess that the being who once valued perfection has become incapable of discerning any meaning or purpose beyond immediate gratification. This is what the heresy did to the Primarchs. It killed some, corrupted others, broke the spirits of still more, and scattered the remnants across the galaxy or beyond it entirely. For the Space Marines who witnessed this catastrophe, for those who fought through the 7 years of civil war and survived to see its aftermath, the Primarchs were transformed from beings of absolute certainty into reminders of failure and loss on a cosmic scale. And for those Space Marines whose injuries were so severe that their chapters interred them within dreadnoughts, ensuring that their service would continue for millennia to come, these memories became a burden that even death could not relieve. To understand why heresy-era dreadnoughts will not speak of the Primarchs, we must first understand what it truly means to exist within a dreadnought. The process of internment is presented to Space Marines as an honor, a way for warriors whose bodies have been destroyed, but whose minds remain intact, to continue serving the Emperor. But the reality of existence as a dreadnought is far more complex and far more terrible than this sanitized description suggests. When a Space Marine is so grievously wounded that even the chapter's advanced medical technology cannot repair him, the decision must be made whether to grant him the Emperor's peace or to preserve him within a dreadnought sarcophagus. This decision is supposed to be reserved for only the greatest heroes, warriors whose experience and knowledge are deemed too valuable to lose. But there is another factor that determines who becomes a dreadnought, one that is rarely spoken of openly. The warrior must want to continue fighting. The process of internment requires a will so strong that it can overcome the horror of what is being done. The understanding that from this moment forward there will be no rest, no peace, no end to war until the dreadnought chassis itself is finally destroyed beyond all repair. The actual procedure of placing a Space Marine within a dreadnought is as much ritual as surgery. The warrior's shattered body is carefully preserved, organs and tissues that can be saved, maintained through advanced life support systems, while everything else is removed. What remains is often little more than a torso, perhaps less, containing the vital organs and, most importantly, the brain. This remnant of humanity is then placed within the armored sarcophagus at the dreadnought's core, suspended in amniotic fluid that will sustain it indefinitely. Neural interfaces are drilled directly into the warrior's brain, creating connections between biological thought and mechanical action that allow the dreadnought to be controlled as if it were the warrior's own body. The senses that the warrior once possessed are gone, replaced by optical sensors, audio receptors, pressure monitors, and targeting systems. Hear as humans hear. Every input is filtered through mechanical systems before being translated into something the organic brain can process, creating a fundamental disconnect between perception and reality. This sensory disconnect is one of the first things that drives dreadnoughts toward madness. Imagine trying to touch something and feeling only pressure readings displayed on a tactical screen. Imagine looking at a sunset and seeing only wavelength analysis and light intensity measurements. Imagine hearing a voice and receiving it as audio data that must be processed and reconstructed before it becomes recognizable as speech. The human brain was not designed for this kind of existence. Even enhanced and modified as Space Marine brains are, they struggle with the fundamental alienness of receiving the world through purely mechanical senses. Over time, many dreadnoughts report that the world begins to feel less real, as if they are experiencing everything through a thick barrier that muffles and distorts all sensation. Some describe it as being trapped in a dream from which they cannot wake, aware that something is wrong but unable to fix it. Others compare it to drowning, gasping for sensory input that never quite satisfies the brain's desperate need for real, unfiltered experience. The physical limitations are equally punishing. A dreadnought cannot scratch an itch, cannot shift position to ease discomfort, cannot perform any of the 1,000 tiny movements that keep organic beings sane. The amniotic fluid helps, but it cannot eliminate the fundamental fact that the body within the sarcophagus is dying by inches, kept alive only through the constant ministrations of the life support systems. Pain is a constant companion for many dreadnoughts, as the interfaces connecting brain to machine generate feedback that organic nervous systems interpret as agony. Some chapters attempt to block this pain through chemical or surgical means, but others believe that pain keeps the warrior focused, prevents them from drifting too far into the mechanical coldness that threatens to consume all dreadnoughts eventually. Then there is the sleep. Between battles, dreadnoughts are placed in stasis, their biological processes slowed to almost nothing, while their mechanical systems are powered down to minimal levels. This is not the restful sleep of ordinary beings, full of dreams and the restoration of mind and body. Stasis sleep is more akin to death, a void where time passes without being experienced, where consciousness simply ceases until the dreadnought is awakened once more. For some dreadnoughts, this is a mercy, a brief respite from the constant assault of mechanical existence. For others, it is a source of profound existential horror, the knowledge that they are being erased from existence again and again, that each awakening might bring them to a galaxy that has moved on decades or centuries without them. And indeed, time becomes meaningless for dreadnoughts in ways that would be impossible for those who have never experienced it to fully comprehend. A warrior might be awakened for a battle, fight for days or weeks, and then return to stasis sleep. When he wakes again, he might discover that a century has passed. Brothers he fought beside are long dead. The chapter's organization has changed. The enemies they face have evolved. Even the language has shifted, words and phrases taking on new meanings or falling out of use entirely. Each awakening is a small shock, a reminder that the world moves on, while the dreadnought remains frozen, unchanging, increasingly out of step with the living universe around him. The psychological effects of this temporal discontinuity are devastating. Dreadnoughts lose their sense of causality, unable to maintain a coherent narrative of their own existence when large chunks of it simply disappear into stasis sleep. They struggle to remember which memories are recent and which are ancient, which brothers still live and which have been dust for centuries. Some dreadnoughts compensate by focusing only on the immediate present, refusing to think about anything beyond their current mission. Others retreat into the past, clinging to memories from before their internment, because those at least have the solidity of having been truly experienced. Still others simply fragment, their personalities splintering under the stress of existing across vast stretches of time without any continuity of consciousness to anchor them. The memory degradation is perhaps the cruelest aspect of a dreadnought's existence. The organic brain continues to age, neurons dying and synaptic connections weakening even as the life support systems keep the body technically alive. Over centuries and millennia, memories begin to fade, details becoming fuzzy, faces losing their distinctiveness, names disappearing entirely. For a dreadnought, this loss is not gradual and gentle as it might be for an aging human. Instead, it comes in sudden gaps, discovered only when the warrior tries to recall something and finds nothing there, a void where knowledge or memory once resided. Imagine knowing that you had brothers you fought beside for decades, being able to recall the bond you shared with them, but being unable to remember their names or faces. Imagine recalling a battle in vivid detail, the terrain, the enemy, the tactics employed, but having no idea which world it took place on or when it occurred. Imagine knowing with absolute certainty that your Primarch once spoke directly to you, that he commended you personally for some deed, but being unable to remember what he said or even what he looked like when he said it. This is the reality for older dreadnoughts. Their memories become like landscapes after a flood, recognizable in broad outline, but with crucial details washed away, leaving only the knowledge that something important once existed in those empty spaces. The emotional toll of this existence cannot be overstated. Many dreadnoughts describe feeling increasingly detached from their own humanity, as if the person they once were is slowly being eroded by the mechanical shell they inhabit. Emotions become muted, filtered through the same barrier that dulls all other sensations. Rage is reduced to calculated aggression. Joy becomes merely the satisfaction of a mission completed. Sorrow transforms into vague melancholy. Even love, the bond between brothers in arms, begins to feel abstract and distant. Some dreadnoughts fight against this emotional numbing, deliberately cultivating anger or pain or any feeling strong enough to pierce through the deadening effect of their mechanical existence. Others embrace it, viewing the loss of emotion as a kind of purification, a shedding of weakness that makes them more perfect weapons. But even these warriors often admit, in their rare moments of honesty, that something vital has been lost, that the price of eternal service is the gradual erosion of everything that made them who they were. Isolation compounds all of these difficulties. When a dreadnought awakens, he often finds that all his old comrades are gone, replaced by space marines who know him only as a legend, a walking relic from a time before they were born. These younger brothers approach the dreadnought with reverence, but also with distance, unable to fully relate to a being who exists in such a fundamentally different state. Conversations become difficult when one party remembers events from centuries ago as if they were yesterday, while the other knows of them only through historical records. Friendships are nearly impossible to maintain when the dreadnought might sleep for decades between meetings. The result is a profound loneliness, the knowledge that even among his own brothers, the dreadnought stands apart, too ancient and too changed to truly connect with the living world around him. For Chaos dreadnoughts, those who fell to corruption during or after the heresy, this existence becomes infinitely worse. Without the technology and traditions that allow loyalist chapters to place their dreadnoughts in stasis sleep, the traitor legion's dreadnoughts remain conscious during the periods between battles, trapped in their sarcophagi, with nothing to do but contemplate their imprisonment. The influence of chaos accelerates their descent into madness, whispers from the warp promising power or release, but delivering only further degradation. Many Chaos dreadnoughts are kept chained between battles, their own brothers fearing what they might do if left unsupervised. When they are finally unleashed in combat, it is often with the knowledge that they are as likely to attack their own forces as the enemy, their rage and despair having consumed whatever loyalty or purpose once motivated them. The transformation of loyal dreadnoughts into hellbrutes represents the ultimate horror of this existence, the fusion of biological remains with demonic entities that turns the warrior into a screaming engine of pure torment, aware enough to suffer but too far gone to ever find peace. This, then, is what it means to be a dreadnought. It is not glory or honor, though it is sold as both. It is a particular kind of damnation, a condemnation to exist in a state between life and death, serving the chapter in a form that becomes less human with each passing century, unable to truly rest until destruction finally claims the war machine and frees the warrior within. For a dreadnought, who was interred during the Horus Heresy, who has existed in this state for 10,000 years, the accumulated weight of that existence is almost beyond imagining. And when that dreadnaught's memories include watching Primarchs in their prime, when he carries within him the knowledge of what those demigods truly were, the choice to speak of them or remain silent becomes fraught with meaning far beyond what younger brothers could possibly understand. Bjorn the Fell-Handed stands as perhaps the single most important exception to the general silence of Heresy-era dreadnoughts regarding the Primarchs, and in being the exception, he paradoxically proves why the rule exists. Bjorn is unique among all dreadnoughts in the Imperium, not merely for his age, though being over 10,000 years old certainly qualifies as remarkable, but for his willingness and ability to speak about Leman Russ, the Wolf King, the Primarch of the Space Wolves. Every century, Bjorn is awakened not for war, but specifically to share his memories of Russ with the current generation of Space Wolves, to keep alive the oral traditions of the chapter through first-hand testimony of events that would otherwise exist only in fragmentary records. Yet even Bjorn's exceptionalism reveals the tremendous cost of bearing such memories and the reasons why other Heresy-era dreadnoughts choose silence instead. Bjorn's relationship with Leman Russ was complex and painful in ways that even 10,000 years have not fully resolved. He was not one of Russ's original Wolf Guard, not one of the Primarch's closest companions during the Great Crusade. Instead, Bjorn rose to prominence through tragedy, becoming the Fell-Handed after he fought and defeated the Daemon Arvax, the Arch-Slaughterer, avenging the death of his entire pack. This act of desperate heroism earned him a place in Russ's personal retinue and the Primarch's attention, but it came at the cost of survivor's guilt that haunted Bjorn for the rest of his mortal life and beyond. Russ saw in Bjorn something that he valued highly, a capacity to endure loss and continue fighting despite it, a strength of will that would allow the young warrior to bear burdens that would break lesser men. This was why, when Russ departed for the Eye of Terror 100 years after the heresy, he left Bjorn behind. All of Russ's other Wolfguard accompanied their Primarch on that final journey. Only Bjorn remained, charged with becoming the first Great Wolf, the first chapter master of the Space Wolves in Russ's absence. The decision devastated Bjorn. He felt rejected, abandoned by the father he had come to love more than life itself. That Russ trusted him enough to leave him in command was little comfort when what Bjorn wanted most was to continue serving at his Primarch's side. This wound, this sense of having been left behind, colors everything Bjorn says about Leman Russ even now, 10,000 years later. When he speaks to his chapter about the Wolf King, there is love in his words, certainly, and pride in having served such a master. But there is also bitterness, anger that has not diminished despite the millennia that have passed. Bjorn remembers Russ with perfect clarity, or at least he remembers the Russ that existed before the Primarch became distant and haunted by the consequences of Prospero. He recalls the Primarch's fierce joy in battle, his loyalty to the Emperor, his love for his sons. He also recalls Russ's flaws, his arrogance, his willingness to be used as a weapon against his own brothers, his failure to see how Horus had manipulated him into attacking Magnus and the Thousand Sons. These memories exist in Bjorn simultaneously, the adoration of a son for his father, entangled with the resentment of one who was left to pick up the pieces after that father walked away. When Bjorn speaks, he speaks truth, but it is a truth complicated by emotion, by personal investment, by the particular nature of his relationship with Russ. What makes Bjorn willing to speak when so many others remain silent? Part of the answer lies in necessity. The Space Wolves maintain strong oral traditions, passing down knowledge through story and song rather than purely through written records. For them, Bjorn serves as a living link to their founding, a source of authentic testimony about their Primarch that prevents the chapter from drifting too far from Russ's original vision. Bjorn understands that his brothers need these stories, that without them, the Space Wolves risk losing touch with their identity. So he speaks, despite the pain it causes him, because the alternative is to allow Leman Russ to fade entirely into myth. But there is a cost to this speaking, one that becomes apparent when examining the actual content of Bjorn's testimony. He does not speak freely or without constraint. He chooses his words carefully, curating the image of Russ that he presents to each generation. Certain topics are avoided, certain truths left unspoken, certain complexities glossed over in favor of simpler narratives. Bjorn presents a Leman Russ that his chapter can understand and aspire to emulate, not necessarily the complete truth of who the Wolf King was. This curation is necessary because the full truth would be too complicated, too contradictory, too painful for his sons to bear. Consider what Bjorn witnessed during his time fighting alongside Leman Russ. He was present at Prospero, participating in the burning of the Thousand Sons' homeworld, watching as his Primarch carried out what he believed to be the Emperor's command to punish Magnus for his use of sorcery. Bjorn saw the Thousand Sons fight back with desperation, saw the innocents caught in the crossfire, saw his own brothers die fighting warriors who should have been their allies, and then, in the years that followed, as the heresy unfolded and the truth of Horus's manipulation became clear, Bjorn watched Russ realize what had been done to him. The Primarch, who had prided himself on being the Emperor's loyal executioner, who had believed absolutely in his right to carry out judgment, discovered that he had been used as a tool to divide the loyalist legions, that his actions at Prospero had driven Magnus straight into Tzeentch's arms. The guilt of this realization changed Russ, made him more cautious, more questioning, but it also wounded him in ways that never fully healed. Bjorn witnessed this transformation, saw his Primarch struggle with the knowledge that his greatest loyalty had been turned against the very cause he served. How does one speak of such things to Space Marines who view their Primarch as a figure of uncomplicated virtue? How does Bjorn explain that Leman Russ was fallible, that he was used, that his absolute confidence in his own righteousness led to catastrophe? The answer is that he cannot. Not fully, not without risking damage to the chapter's morale and identity. So Bjorn speaks, but he speaks selectively, sharing what can be shared, while keeping the most difficult truths locked away in his own memories. Bjorn also carries the weight of having watched other Primarchs, not just Russ, operate during the heresy. He fought alongside Space Wolves who served in joint operations with other legions. He saw Rogel Dawn's absolute dedication to fortification and defense. He witnessed Jagatai Khan's lightning-fast raids. He heard reports of what happened on Istvan, of Primarchs turning on their brothers without warning or mercy. These experiences give Bjorn context that most dreadnoughts lack, a broader view of what the Primarchs were collectively, rather than just what his own Primarch represented. This broader perspective makes him more willing to speak, because he understands that Russ was not unique in his flaws or his virtues, that all the Primarchs were complex beings whose actions had consequences far beyond their understanding. But this same perspective makes speaking more complicated, because how does one explain to space wolves raised on stories of their Primarch's superiority that Leman Russ was, in many ways, equal to his brothers, rather than greater? How does Bjorn maintain chapter pride while acknowledging the broader truth of what the Primarchs were? The physical toll of speaking also weighs on Bjorn in ways that younger space wolves rarely consider. Every awakening from stasis brings pain, as his ancient body protests being roused once more. His memories, even the ones he has managed to preserve, become harder to access with each passing century, requiring more effort to dredge up from the depths of his degrading neurons. The act of speaking itself is exhausting in ways that combat never is, because combat requires only the execution of practiced movements, while speaking requires conscious thought, the careful selection of words, the constant awareness of audience and effect. After Bjorn finishes sharing his tales of Russ with his chapter, the relief he feels when returned to stasis sleep is profound, not because he wishes to be silent, but because the burden of being the keeper of these memories has grown almost unbearable. Yet despite all this, Bjorn continues to speak, century after century, awakening after awakening, because he understands what the alternative would mean. If he remained silent, if he refused to share his memories of Leman Russ, then the Wolf King would become purely mythological, a figure of legend with no anchor in authentic experience. The Space Wolves would drift farther and farther from their founding principles, interpreting Russ through whatever lens seemed most convenient or most flattering. By speaking, even selectively, even with the pain it causes, Bjorn keeps some measure of truth alive in his chapter. He serves as a corrective to the worst excesses of mythology, a reminder that the Primarch was real, was complex, was worthy of remembrance, not because he was perfect, but because he was genuinely extraordinary. In this sense, Bjorn proves the importance of testimony from Heresy-era dreadnoughts. His willingness to speak enriches the Space Wolves immeasurably, giving them a connection to their past that other chapters must reconstruct from fragmentary records. Yet even Bjorn's example reveals why most Heresy-era dreadnoughts choose silence. The cost is simply too high. The pain of remembering, the difficulty of articulating truths that defy simple explanation, the risk of damaging one's chapter through inconvenient honesty, all of these factors push towards silence as the easier, safer choice. Bjorn perseveres because he has no choice, because the Space Wolves need him to speak, and because Russ's final command was for Bjorn to hold the chapter together until the Primarch's return. But for dreadnoughts who lack that specific mandate, who serve chapters with different traditions, or whose relationships with their Primarchs were less central to their identity, silence offers a relief that speaking cannot provide. The memories themselves are part of the problem, representing a burden that grows heavier rather than lighter with time. A Heresy-era dreadnought carries in his mind images of Primarchs in their full glory, visions of beings whose presence could fill an entire battlefield with their sheer force of personality. These are not memories of distant commanders, known only through Vox communications and strategic briefings. They are memories of standing in the same room with a Primarch, feeling the weight of that immense consciousness focused upon you, hearing words spoken by a voice that could command armies or inspire individual warriors with equal facility. Such memories do not fade gracefully. They retain their intensity across millennia, remaining as vivid and overwhelming as the day they were formed. This persistence of intensity creates a fundamental disconnect between the dreadnought's memory and his current reality. Consider a space marine who fought during the heresy, who once stood in Sanguinius's presence and felt the full impact of the angelic Primarch's charisma. That moment is frozen in his memory with perfect clarity: the golden armor, the magnificent wings, the expression of compassion and determination that made every blood angel want to be worthy of such a father. Now imagine that same space marine, 10,000 years later, interred within a dreadnought, awakened to fight in an era where Sanguinius is long dead, where the blood angels struggle with genetic flaws that would have horrified their Primarch, where the chapter's greatest heroes are measured not against Sanguinius himself, but against pale shadows of his legend. How does this ancient warrior reconcile his perfect memory of what Sanguinius was with what the chapter has become in their father's absence? How does he explain to blood angels who know their Primarch only through art and story and hagiography what it felt like to actually stand before him, to be judged by those eyes, to hear approval or disappointment spoken in that voice? The answer is that he cannot, not really, because the experience is fundamentally inexpressible. Language fails when trying to convey what the Primarch's presence felt like. Comparisons fall short. Metaphors sound hyperbolic. Even detailed description cannot capture the totality of the experience, the way a Primarch's presence affected every sense simultaneously, creating an impression that was more than the sum of its parts. So the dreadnought remains silent, knowing that any attempt to speak will only diminish the memory, will reduce something transcendent to mere words that cannot do it justice. Better to keep the memory pristine, locked away in the privacy of one's own mind, than to watch it be misunderstood or trivialized through inadequate articulation. This inadequacy of language becomes even more pronounced when the memories involve difficult or contradictory aspects of the Primarchs. It is one thing to remember Sanguinius's nobility. It is another to remember the barely controlled hunger that sometimes flickered in his eyes, the hint of the genetic flaw that would one day curse his legion. It is one thing to remember Roboute Guilliman's tactical genius. It is another to remember his arrogance, his certainty that his way of organizing the Imperium was the only correct way, his tendency to dismiss brothers who did not share his vision. It is one thing to remember Leman Russ's loyalty. It is another to remember his savagery, the way he gloried in the burning of Prospero, his willingness to be the Emperor's executioner without questioning whether execution was truly just. The Primarchs were not simple beings. They contained multitudes, contradictions, flaws that coexisted with their virtues. A dreadnought who witnessed them in life remembers all of it, the good and the bad, the inspiring and the disturbing. But conveying this complexity to Space Marines who have been raised on simplified narratives of their Primarch's perfection is nearly impossible. Any attempt to add nuance or admit to flaws risks being seen as heresy, as diminishing legends that the chapter needs to maintain morale and identity. The problem is compounded by the fact that, in many cases, the simplified legends serve a necessary purpose. Space Marines in the 41st millennium face horrors that would break lesser beings, and they endure because they believe themselves to be sons of demigods, inheritors of a legacy of superhuman excellence. If a heresy-era dreadnought were to speak honestly about the Primarch's limitations, about the ways they failed or made catastrophic errors, he might undermine the very foundations of his chapter's courage. A blood angel who learns that Sanguinius sometimes struggled with the same bloodlust that now drives Death Company insane might begin to doubt whether his genetic heritage is truly worth preserving. An Imperial Fist who discovers that Rogel Dawn was racked with guilt after the Siege of Terra, who punished his legion for perceived failures during the defense, might question whether the chapter's traditions of penance are truly honoring their Primarch or simply perpetuating his mistakes. An Ultramarine who realizes that Roboute Guilliman's Codex Astartes was written partially out of Guilliman's own need for control and order after the chaos of the heresy might wonder whether slavish adherence to its doctrines is truly what their Primarch would have wanted. These are dangerous thoughts in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium. where doubt can open the door to corruption, and where the Imperium's survival depends in part on the absolute conviction of its defenders. So Heresy-era dreadnoughts choose silence, protecting their chapters from truths that might do more harm than good. They let the legends stand, even when those legends diverge significantly from the reality they remember, because the alternative is to potentially weaken the very institutions they have spent millennia serving. This is not cowardice or dishonesty in any simple sense. It is a calculated decision to prioritize the present over the past, to value what their chapters need now over what actually happened then. The dreadnoughts understand that they are not historians trying to preserve objective truth. They are warriors still serving their chapters, and sometimes the greatest service they can provide is to keep their memories to themselves, allowing younger brothers to draw strength from simplified versions of the past, rather than being paralyzed by its full complexity. There is also the matter of what speaking about the Primarchs would reveal about the dreadnoughts themselves and their own failures. Every warrior who survived the Horus Heresy carries guilt for things left undone, for brothers they failed to save, for battles they did not win decisively enough. For those who became dreadnoughts, this guilt is amplified by the knowledge that they are still here, still fighting, while so many who were worthier perished and are now forgotten. Speaking about the Primarchs would inevitably involve speaking about one's own service under them, and that means confronting uncomfortable questions about one's own adequacy. Why did the Primarch fall when you survived? Why were you not at his side when he needed you most? Why did you fail to prevent the tragedies that befell your legion? These questions have no good answers, only rationalizations that sound hollow even to the one offering them. Silence spares the dreadnought from having to voice these inadequate explanations, allows him to keep his shame private rather than exposing it to the judgment of younger brothers, who might not understand the impossible situations the heresy created. The simple fact is that witnessing the Primarchs and witnessing the heresy left wounds that have never healed, and speaking about those wounds requires a vulnerability that most dreadnoughts are unwilling to show. They are supposed to be fonts of wisdom, exemplars of the chapter's values, sources of inspiration for younger warriors. Admitting the depth of their trauma, revealing how broken they remain after 10,000 years, would undermine the role they are supposed to play. Better to maintain the image of the invincible ancient, the warrior whose long service has granted him perspective and serenity, even if the truth is that sleep offers the only real escape from memories too painful to fully confront. In their silence, Heresy-era dreadnoughts preserve not just their chapter's idealized vision of the Primarchs, but also their own carefully maintained facades of having transcended the suffering that their existence entails. The Horus Heresy was not merely a civil war where brother fought brother. It was a rupture in reality itself, a period when everything the Space Marine legions believed about their purpose and place in the universe was revealed to be built on foundations far more fragile than anyone had imagined. For the Space Marines who lived through it, particularly those who were later interred within dreadnoughts and thus forced to carry memories of the heresy across millennia, the experience left scars that no amount of time can truly heal. When these ancient warriors choose not to speak of the Primarchs, they are also choosing not to speak of what they witnessed during those terrible years, and the two silences are inextricably linked. The betrayal began at Istvan III, where Horus sent loyalist elements of his own legion, along with loyalists from the Emperor's Children, World Eaters, and Death Guard, down to the planet's surface under the pretense of bringing it to compliance. Then he ordered the virus bombing of the entire planet, attempting to kill every loyalist in his forces in a single stroke. Many survived the initial bombing, taking shelter in fortifications or being protected by their power armor's environmental seals. So Horus sent down forces to finish the job, traitor Space Marines hunting their own brothers through the ruins of a dead world. The fighting on Istvan III lasted for months, a desperate last stand by warriors who knew they had been betrayed by their own primarchs, but could not quite comprehend the scale of what was happening. When Angron, in his impatience, descended to the surface to join the slaughter personally, the Loyalists found themselves facing not just their corrupted brothers, but a primarch whose rage had been unleashed without any restraint. Those who survived long enough to witness Angron's full fury, who watched him tear through their lines like a demon given flesh, who felt the psychic pressure of his killing rage pressing down on them like a physical weight. These warriors learned firsthand that the primarchs were not merely superior versions of themselves, but beings who operated on an entirely different scale of existence. But Istvan III was only the beginning. The true horror came at Istvan V, the drop site massacre, where the traitors sprang their most devastating trap. 7 legions arrived at Istvan V to punish Horus and his collaborators for their betrayal at Istvan III. The first wave consisted of the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard, who descended to the planet's surface and immediately engaged the traitor forces. The second wave, which was supposed to support the first, consisted of the Iron Warriors, Word-Bearers, Night Lords, and Alpha Legion. But the second wave did not come to support their loyalist brothers. They came to slaughter them. As the Iron Hands, Salamanders, and Raven Guard fought the traitors to their front, the supposedly loyal legions in the second wave opened fire from behind, catching the loyalists in a killing field with no escape. The massacre that followed was total. 3 entire legions were reduced to remnants in a matter of hours. Ferrus Manus, Primarch of the Iron Hands, fell in single combat with Fulgrim, his head struck from his shoulders in a moment that should have been impossible. Vulcan was captured and subjected to tortures that would have killed any being less resilient, dying and resurrecting repeatedly under Conrad Kersey's ministrations. Korax barely escaped with a fraction of his legion. The Raven Guard's numbers reduced from nearly 80,000 Space Marines to fewer than 3,000 survivors. For the Space Marines who witnessed the drop site massacre and survived, the experience was fundamentally world-shattering. They had seen primarchs revealed as traitors, had watched beings they believed incorruptible turn against everything they had claimed to serve. Worse, they had seen one primarch killed by another, had watched Ferrus Manus's head displayed as a trophy by warriors who had once been his brothers. The primarchs were supposed to be eternal, foundations upon which entire legions could build their identity and purpose. But Ferrus died, proving that even primarchs could be destroyed, and he died at the hands of Fulgrim, proving that even the most seemingly virtuous primarchs could fall into corruption so deep that they would murder their own brothers. For a Space Marine to witness such things and then be forced to carry the memory of them across 10,000 years, waking occasionally to find the galaxy still grappling with the consequences of that betrayal, creates a burden that cannot be adequately expressed in words. How does one convey what it felt like to watch Ferrus Manus die? How does one describe the moment when the second wave opened fire from behind, when it became clear that the trap was total and that death was the only certainty? These are not memories that can be shared in any meaningful way, because the horror of them is too vast and too personal to fit within the constraints of narrative. The fighting that followed Istvan V ground on for years, spreading across the galaxy as the traitor legions pushed toward Terra, and the Loyalists fought desperate rearguard actions to slow their advance. Every battle brought fresh atrocities, fresh proof that the galaxy had fundamentally changed. On Calth, the Word-Bearers betrayed the Ultramarines, attempting to destroy the 13 Legion through a combination of orbital bombardment, ground assault, and sorcerous corruption. Robut Gilliman survived only through extraordinary luck and determination, rallying his shattered legion to fight back against overwhelming odds. The Ultramarines would spend the rest of the heresy rebuilding in Ultramar, unable to reach Terra in time to defend it, a failure that haunted Gilliman for the remainder of his life. On Prospero, the Space Wolves completed their destruction of the Thousand Suns, burning the Legion's homeworld and scattering its survivors into the warp. Lem and Russ believed he was carrying out the Emperor's will, punishing Magnus for his violations of the Nicaea Edict against sorcery. Only later would he learn that Horus had manipulated his orders, turning what might have been an arrest into an extermination campaign. The guilt of this realization, the knowledge that his loyalty had been weaponized against a brother who might have been saved, left scars on Russ that never fully healed. Throughout the heresy, Space Marines found themselves fighting not just against traitor legionaries, but against Primarchs whose corruption had transformed them into something barely recognizable. Fulgrim, having fully embraced his demonic possession, became a creature of such depravity that even his own sons struggled to look upon him. Angron, elevated to demon princehood by Horn, transcended into a being of pure rage that killed everything in its vicinity, friend and foe alike. Mortarion accepted Nurgle's gifts, becoming the Death Lord, a bloated embodiment of despair and decay. Magnus the Red made his final pact with Tzeentch, transforming into a cyclopean demon whose very presence caused reality to warp and twist. For loyalist Space Marines who had once known these Primarchs, who remembered them from before their fall, witnessing their transformation was like watching gods descend into madness. The beings who emerged from the warp bore their Primarchs' faces and voices, but everything else had been corrupted beyond recognition. To fight such creatures was not merely to face superior enemies. It was to confront the ultimate failure of everything the Great Crusade had represented, to see in physical form the proof that even the Emperor's greatest works could be turned against him. The Siege of Terror represented the culmination of all these horrors, bringing the war to the very doorstep of the Imperial Palace. For months, the traitor legions battered at Rogel Dawn's fortifications, grinding through defenses that should have been impregnable through sheer weight of numbers and the application of overwhelming force. Perturabo, master of siege warfare, brought his genius to bear against fortifications he had helped design, identifying weaknesses that only one who understood their construction could exploit. The Death Guard unleashed plagues that rotted through ceramite and stone. The Thousand Suns manifested sorceries that turned whole sections of the palace into warp-twisted nightmares. The World Eaters simply threw themselves at the walls again and again, accepting casualties that would have broken any other force because Khorne cared only that blood flowed, whether from loyalist or traitor. Defenders who fought in that siege witnessed Primarchs leading assaults personally, saw Mortarion walking through walls of defensive fire that would have vaporized entire companies of ordinary Space Marines, watched Angron carve paths through Imperial defenses that should have required entire armies to breach. These were not the Primarchs of the Great Crusade, inspiring figures who led from the front but still fought according to recognizable strategies and tactics. These were demon princes, beings who existed partially in the warp and could therefore ignore many of the limitations that had once bound them. To fight against such creatures was to realize that the Primarchs had never truly been human, that whatever humanity they possessed had been a thin veneer over something fundamentally other, and that when that veneer was stripped away, the result was monstrous. The climax came in the final confrontation between the Emperor, Sanguinius, and Rogel Dawn on one side and Horus on the other. The details of what happened in the throne room of Horus's battle barge vary depending on who tells the story, but certain facts are undeniable. Sanguinius faced Horus first, fighting his most beloved brother in single combat, and Horus killed him, breaking the angel's back and ending one of the Imperium's greatest heroes. Then the Emperor confronted Horus, and in the battle that followed, the Emperor was mortally wounded even as he struck down the War Master. Rogel Dawn arrived to find both his father and his brother dying, Sanguinius already dead, the heresy effectively over but at a cost beyond calculation. For Space Marines who learned of these events, whether through direct witness or through reports from those who were there, the impact was devastating. The Emperor, the ultimate authority around which the entire Imperium was built, had been crippled by his own son. Sanguinius, the most beloved of all Primarchs, had died defending the Emperor. Horus, the War Master, the brightest of the Emperor's sons, had been destroyed in turn, his soul annihilated so completely that even the Chaos Gods could not preserve it. The foundations of the Imperium had cracked, and the galaxy would never fully recover. The aftermath of the heresy brought its own traumas. The traitor legions fled into the Eye of Terror, leaving behind a galaxy scarred by 7 years of total war. The surviving loyalist Primarchs dealt with the consequences of the war in their own ways, and for the Space Marines who had served under them, watching their fathers grapple with guilt and grief and rage added another layer of pain to their memories. Rogel Dawn became obsessed with fortification and penance, driving his Imperial fists to punish themselves for perceived failures during the siege. Roboute Guilliman threw himself into rebuilding the Imperium, creating the Codex Astartes, and reorganizing the legions into chapters, imposing order where chaos threatened to consume everything. Corax withdrew into isolation, haunted by the loss of his legion and the failed attempts to rebuild it through accelerated gene seed implantation that resulted in horrific mutations. Leman Russ grew increasingly erratic, struggling with the knowledge that he had been manipulated into attacking Magnus. Vulcan endured, as was his nature, but the scars of his tortures remained, visible to those who knew him well. Jagatai Khan became more philosophical, speaking of fundamental flaws in the Emperor's design, questioning whether the heresy had truly been avoidable or whether it was the inevitable result of creating beings as powerful and as flawed as the Primarchs. For the Space Marines who witnessed their Primarchs in this wounded state, who saw their fathers struggle with consequences that transcended normal human comprehension, the contrast with the confident demigods of the Great Crusade could not have been more stark. Then came the disappearances. One by one, the surviving loyalist Primarchs vanished, leaving their legions without the guiding presence that had defined their entire existence. Rogel Dawn disappeared during a boarding action, presumably killed, though only his skeletal hand was recovered. Leman Russ walked into the Eye of Terror and never returned. Corax followed him, apparently hunting the traitor Primarchs in an act of eternal vengeance. Jagatai Khan pursued Dark Eldar into the Webway and was never seen again. Vulcan simply left one day, promising to return when his sons found all the artifacts he had scattered across the galaxy. Lionel Johnson was struck down by Luther, his most trusted lieutenant, and fell into a healing coma deep beneath the rock, unknown to his own sons. For the Space Marines, who had fought through the entire heresy, who had endured years of horror with the knowledge that their Primarch remained to lead them, these disappearances represented a final abandonment. The fathers who should have remained to help rebuild what the heresy had destroyed, instead departed, leaving their sons to carry on alone, to make sense of the post-heresy galaxy without the guidance that had always been their foundation. And what of Roboute Guilliman? For 10,000 years he lay in stasis, poisoned by Fulgrim's blade, frozen at the moment of death, neither dead nor alive but suspended between states. His Ultramarine sons could see him in his shrine, could witness his body preserved in that eternal moment, but they could not speak with him, could not receive his wisdom or his commands. When he was finally revived in the 41st millennium, the galaxy he returned to was so different from the one he had left that he barely recognized it. The Imperium he had tried to organize through the Codex Astartes had become a grotesque parody of his vision, a vast bureaucratic nightmare where dogma had replaced reason and stagnation masqueraded as stability. For heresy-era dreadnoughts who witnessed Guilliman's return, the contrast between the Primarch's disappointment with what the Imperium had become and their own memories of what he had hoped to create adds yet another layer of tragedy to their burden of remembrance. All of these experiences, these memories of betrayal and transformation and loss, contribute to the silence of heresy-era dreadnoughts. When younger Space Marines ask them about the Primarchs, they are not asking for the full truth of what those beings were and what happened to them. They are asking for stories that will inspire them, legends that will give them something to aspire toward. The ancient dreadnoughts know that providing such legends requires omitting the most painful truths, the betrayals and failures and departures that defined the heresy's aftermath. So they remain silent, protecting their younger brothers from knowledge that would burden rather than inspire them, keeping the full horror of the heresy locked away in memories that even 10,000 years of service have not managed to diminish. Among the many unspoken topics that heresy-era dreadnoughts carry with them, few are as deliberately suppressed as knowledge of the two lost Primarchs, the 2nd and 11th Legions, whose very existence has been erased from imperial records. To understand why discussion of these lost brothers represents such a profound taboo, we must first understand what little is known about them and why their erasure was deemed necessary by the Emperor himself. Before the Horus heresy, there were not 18 Primarchs, but 20. The two additional Primarchs and their legions were expunged from all imperial records through an edict of obliteration, a formal censure so complete that even speaking of them became forbidden. Their names were struck from every monument, their deeds were removed from every chronicle. Their very existence was systematically erased, leaving behind only gaps in the numerical sequence where the 2nd and 11th Legions should have been. The few references that survived speak of them as the forgotten and the purged, suggesting that their removal from history was both deliberate and absolute. What crime could have been so severe that the Emperor would not only destroy 2 entire legions, but also attempt to erase all memory of them? The answer remains one of the greatest mysteries of the Imperium, deliberately left unanswered to allow for speculation and uncertainty. What we do know is limited but telling. During the Great Crusade, all 20 Primarchs and their legions were active, fighting to bring humanity's scattered worlds back into compliance. At some point during this period, something happened involving the 2nd and 11th Legions that was so catastrophic that the Emperor decided their continued existence posed an unacceptable risk. The exact nature of this catastrophe has never been recorded, or if it was recorded, those records have been destroyed. Some fragmentary evidence suggests involvement in the Rangdan genocides, a series of campaigns against an alien threat so dangerous that it nearly destroyed the Imperium before the heresy even began. Other hints suggest that one or both of the lost Primarchs may have been corrupted by Xenos influence or forbidden knowledge, that they discovered truths about the warp or the Emperor's plans that made them too dangerous to allow to survive. Still other theories propose that the lost Primarchs simply failed in some fundamental way, proving to be flawed in ways that even the Emperor's genius could not correct, and that their elimination was both punishment and practical necessity. Whatever the truth, the erasure was carried out with the Emperor's full authority and with the cooperation of the surviving 18 Primarchs. In the novel, The First Heretic, word-bearers who are shown visions of the past witness the moment when the infant Primarchs were scattered by chaos and speak of the 2 lost legions as if their disappearance was common knowledge among the Primarchs themselves. Robuta Guillemot, in the novel Dark Imperium, refers to the lost Primarchs as having failed rather than rebelled, distinguishing them from the traitor Primarchs of the heresy. Rogel Dawn, in the Lightning Tower, passes by empty plinths where statues of the lost Primarchs should have stood, and notes that they have been vacant for a long time, suggesting that the erasure happened relatively early in the Great Crusade. These scattered references hint at a tragedy known to the Primarchs, but deliberately kept from their legions, a secret maintained through collective agreement rather than mere censorship. For Space Marines who served during the time when all 20 legions still existed, the memory of the lost legions poses a unique challenge. They cannot speak of them without violating the Emperor's edict of obliteration, yet they cannot forget them because the memories were formed before the erasure occurred. Some scholars have speculated that elements of the lost legions were absorbed into other legions, rather than being entirely destroyed, possibly integrated into the Ultramarines. whose numbers mysteriously increased during the same period that the Lost Legions disappeared. If this is true, then some Space Marines who believed themselves to be Ultramarines may actually have carried gene seed from one of the lost Primarchs, their true lineage hidden even from themselves. For dreadnoughts who remember this period, who witnessed the disappearance of 2 entire legions and the subsequent reorganization, the knowledge creates an impossible burden. They know what happened, or at least they know that something happened, but they are forbidden from speaking of it by order of the Emperor himself. The prohibition against discussing the lost Primarchs extends beyond mere censorship. It appears to be enforced through some combination of social pressure, institutional memory erasure, and possibly psychic conditioning. Space Marines who attempt to research the Lost Legions find their investigations blocked at every turn. Records have been destroyed or classified beyond even Chapter Masters' ability to access. The few sources that mention the 2nd and 11th Legions do so only in the most oblique terms, refusing to provide concrete details. Even the Primarchs themselves, when speaking to their sons, enforce this silence, changing the subject or refusing to answer questions about their lost brothers. The message is clear. Some knowledge is too dangerous to be preserved, and the fate of the lost Primarchs falls into this category. For Heresy-era dreadnoughts, this prohibition creates a painful dilemma. They carry memories of events that they are forbidden to share, knowledge that they are required to suppress despite the natural impulse of warriors to preserve and transmit the lessons of the past. Some may remember fighting alongside Space Marines from the Lost Legions, may recall their tactics or their culture or their relationships with other legions. They may remember when those legions disappeared, may have witnessed the reorganization that followed, may have heard rumors or speculation about what happened. But all of this must remain locked away, never spoken, never examined, never used to inform current decisions, despite its potential relevance. The silence surrounding the lost Primarchs represents a particular kind of censorship, one that acknowledges that some truths are too dangerous for the Imperium to confront. If the lost Primarchs fell to chaos before Horus did, if they discovered forbidden knowledge that threatened the Emperor's plans, if they were corrupted by Xenos influence, if they proved to be fundamentally flawed in ways that called into question the entire Primarch project, any of these possibilities would undermine the mythology that the Imperium requires to function. Space Marines need to believe that their gene seed comes from perfect sources, that their Primarchs represent ideals worth emulating, that the Emperor's works are beyond reproach. The existence of 2 Primarchs who were not merely defeated but erased, whose very memory was deemed too dangerous to preserve, challenges these necessary fictions. Better to maintain complete silence, to let the gaps in history remain unfilled, than to risk the destabilization that truth might bring. For Heresy-era dreadnoughts, the decision to remain silent about the lost Primarchs is not merely following orders. It is participating in a collective agreement to protect the Imperium from knowledge that it cannot handle. They understand, perhaps better than anyone, that the younger generations need their simplified mythologies, their uncomplicated narratives of heroism and sacrifice. Introducing the lost Primarchs into these narratives would complicate them in ways that serve no useful purpose. What good would it do for current Space Marines to know that 2 of the Emperor's sons failed so completely that they had to be erased from history? What benefit would there be in revealing that the Primarchs were not perfect, that even at their very inception the project that created them contained flaws severe enough to require the destruction of 2 entire legions? The answer is that there would be no benefit, only confusion and doubt and questions that cannot be satisfactorily answered. So, the Heresy-era dreadnoughts keep their silence, adding the lost Primarchs to the long list of truths that they carry alone, protecting their chapters through the withholding of dangerous knowledge. In this, the silence about the lost Primarchs exemplifies the broader silence about all the Primarchs, the recognition that complete truth serves no one well when that truth is complicated and painful. and potentially destructive. The dreadnoughts understand that they are not merely warriors, but custodians of history, and part of that custodianship involves knowing what should be remembered and what should be forgotten. The lost Primarchs fall firmly into the latter category, and so they remain unspoken, their absence marked only by gaps in the numerical sequence, and the occasional oblique reference that raises more questions than it answers. Yet even this enforced silence carries its own burden. The dreadnoughts know that by suppressing knowledge of the lost Primarchs, they are complicit in a lie of omission, allowing the Imperium to maintain narratives that do not fully reflect reality. This complicity weighs on them, adding to the psychological burden of their existence. They are warriors, trained to value truth and honor, yet they find themselves perpetuating ignorance in service of a greater good. The contradiction is difficult to resolve, and many heresy-era dreadnoughts likely struggle with it during their brief periods of wakefulness, questioning whether their silence truly serves the Emperor or merely preserves a comfortable fiction that will eventually crumble under the weight of its own contradictions. But in the end, they choose silence, because the alternative, speaking truth that has been forbidden by the Emperor himself, would make them traitors to everything they have sworn to uphold. And so the knowledge of the lost Primarchs remains locked away, known to the dreadnoughts, but shared with no one. A secret that will likely die with them when their sarcophagi are finally destroyed, and the last living witnesses to that ancient tragedy pass beyond even a dreadnought's ability to preserve memory. Among the many reasons that heresy-era dreadnoughts choose silence, perhaps none is as simply heartbreaking as the passage of time itself. These ancient warriors exist in a state of profound temporal dislocation, waking periodically to find that decades or centuries have passed, that everyone they knew is dead, that the galaxy has moved on without them. This disconnection creates a particular kind of loneliness, one that makes speaking about the past increasingly difficult because the audience for such speech no longer exists. When a dreadnought who fought during the heresy awakens in the 41st millennium, he finds himself surrounded by space marines who have no frame of reference for what he experienced. These younger brothers know of the Horus heresy only through historical records and chapter legends, sanitized accounts that bear little resemblance to the chaotic reality of living through those events. They cannot comprehend what it meant to fight beside a Primarch, because they have never experienced anything remotely comparable. Their understanding of the Primarchs comes from art and sculpture and hagiography, idealized representations that capture the form, but not the substance of what those beings were. When they ask the ancient dreadnought to tell them about the Primarchs, they are asking him to describe something that they fundamentally cannot understand, like asking someone who has never seen color to imagine the sky at sunset. This communication gap manifests in painful ways. The dreadnought might speak of a battle where he fought alongside his Primarch, describing the tactical situation and the execution of the attack. But when he tries to convey what it felt like to be in the Primarch's presence during that battle, to experience the weight of that consciousness directing the flow of combat, words fail him. The younger Space Marines nod and make appropriate responses, but the dreadnought can see in their eyes that they do not truly understand. How could they? They lack the reference points necessary to process what he is describing. They have never stood in a Primarch's presence. They have never felt their gene father's attention focused upon them. They know intellectually that the Primarchs were superior beings, but intellectual knowledge is a pale shadow of lived experience. The result is a profound sense of isolation, the knowledge that even when speaking to his own brothers, the dreadnought remains fundamentally alone with his memories. This isolation is compounded by the fact that the younger Space Marines often approach the dreadnought with preconceived notions about what they want to hear. They are not coming to the ancient warrior seeking complicated truth. They are coming seeking validation of the legends they have been raised on, wanting the dreadnought to confirm that yes, the Primarchs were exactly as glorious as the stories say. Yes, Serving under them was the greatest honor imaginable. Yes, everything about that era was better than what exists now. When the dreadnought hesitates, when he tries to introduce nuance or complexity into his account, the younger brothers become confused or disappointed. They did not come to hear that Reboot Gilliman sometimes made mistakes, or that Lehman Russ had moments of doubt. They came to hear stories of infallible demigods, and anything less than that feels like a betrayal of what they need the past to have been. Faced with this disconnect, many dreadnoughts simply choose not to speak at all, understanding that their authentic memories serve no useful purpose when their audience wants mythology rather than history. The passage of time also erodes the dreadnought's own confidence in his memories. After 10,000 years of stasis sleep, interrupted by brief periods of wakefulness, after countless awakenings where he discovers that everything familiar has changed, the ancient warrior begins to doubt his own recollections. Did events really happen the way he remembers? Or have the memories become distorted through repeated recall, shaped by his own biases and needs, until they no longer reflect objective reality? The dreadnought knows that human memory is malleable, that each time a memory is accessed, it is potentially altered, and even his enhanced space marine physiology cannot fully protect against this degradation. Over millennia, memories that were once crisp and clear become fuzzy at the edges, details disappearing or transforming into approximations. The dreadnought can recall fighting beside his Primarch, but when he tries to remember exactly what the Primarch said during that battle, he finds only the general sense of the words rather than their precise form. He remembers the feeling of being commended for some deed, but the specifics of what that deed was have faded into uncertainty. This uncertainty makes speaking treacherous. If the dreadnought shares a memory that turns out to be inaccurate, if he describes events that did not happen quite as he recalls them, he risks undermining his own credibility and calling into question all his other testimony. Better to remain silent than to discover that his memories have become unreliable, that time has stolen even the certainty of his own past from him. For dreadnoughts, whose primary identity rests on being witnesses to history, the possibility that their witness might be flawed is almost too terrible to contemplate. The silence, in this case, protects not just the chapter's mythology, but also the dreadnaught's sense of his own purpose. As long as he does not speak, his memories remain pristine in their privacy, unchallenged by external evidence that might reveal their imperfection. The loneliness of temporal displacement extends beyond simply having no contemporaries. It involves existing in a galaxy that has fundamentally changed from the one the dreadnought remembers. The Imperium of the 41st millennium bears little resemblance to the Imperium that existed during the Great Crusade, or even during the scouring that followed the heresy. The optimism and expansion of the Crusade era have been replaced by stagnation and paranoia. The belief in human progress has given way to religious dogma that would have horrified the Emperor. The Space Marine legions have been broken into chapters, their massive strength dispersed to prevent any single force from wielding power comparable to what Horus commanded. Every aspect of Imperial culture has shifted, evolved, degraded in ways that make the dreadnought feel like a stranger in his own Imperium. When such a dreadnought looks at the current generation of Space Marines, he sees warriors who have been shaped by 10,000 years of gradual decline. They fight with less sophisticated equipment than the Crusade-era legions possessed. They operate under doctrines that were created as reactions to the heresy rather than based on offensive conquest. They believe things about the Emperor and the Primarchs that would have been considered heresy during the Great Crusade, worshipping them as gods rather than acknowledging them as extraordinary but ultimately material beings. The disconnect is so vast that meaningful communication becomes almost impossible. The dreadnought and his younger brothers are speaking different languages, even when using the same words. Their understanding of concepts like honor, duty, and sacrifice having been shaped by fundamentally different experiences and contexts. Speaking about the Primarchs under these circumstances means trying to explain not just who the Primarchs were, but also the entire cultural and philosophical context in which they operated. It means unpacking assumptions that the younger Space Marines are not even aware they hold. It means challenging the foundations of their worldview while offering nothing to replace those foundations with except complicated truths that provide no clear guidance for how to fight in the present. The task is exhausting and ultimately futile, which is why so many Heresy-era dreadnoughts simply choose not to attempt it. There is also the grief, profound and unending, of having outlived everyone. A Space Marine interred during the Heresy has now existed for over 10,000 years, longer than most human civilizations endure. In that time, he has watched thousands of his battle brothers live and die. He has seen generations of chapter masters come and go. He has witnessed his chapter's culture evolve, its traditions shift, its very identity transform in ways large and small. Everything he knew from his mortal life is gone, not just changed, but utterly vanished, replaced by people and practices that bear only superficial resemblance to what he remembers. The Primarchs, at least, were eternal in ways that ordinary Space Marines were not. They should have endured, should have remained as constant points in an ever-changing galaxy. Instead, they died or disappeared or were corrupted, leaving the dreadnought with not even that anchor to his past. When he speaks of them, he is speaking of beings who no longer exist in any meaningful sense. And that awareness infuses his words with a melancholy that younger Space Marines find difficult to bear. The grief is not just for the Primarchs themselves, but for everything they represented. The certainty of purpose that came from serving under such beings. The sense that the Imperium's expansion was both just and inevitable. The belief that humanity's future would be one of increasing glory rather than grinding survival. All of these certainties have been proven false by subsequent history. The Imperium did not conquer the galaxy and bring enlightenment to all humanity. It barely survived the heresy and has spent the subsequent 10 millennia in a slow decline, punctuated by moments of desperate resistance against threats that seem to multiply endlessly. The Primarchs did not remain to guide this decline or reverse it. They left, whether through death or disappearance, abandoning their sons to face a future that grows darker with each passing century. For a dreadnought to speak of the Primarchs is to confront this abandonment, to acknowledge that the fathers he served so loyally ultimately proved no more permanent than anything else in this terrible universe. The pain of that acknowledgement is so great that silence often seems preferable, a way to preserve at least the memory of a time when things seemed destined to work out differently. And yet, beneath all the practical reasons for silence, beneath all the theological and institutional pressures, there exists something simpler and perhaps more profound. The Heresy-era dreadnoughts choose silence out of a kind of protective love, a desire to shield their younger brothers from knowledge that would hurt them without providing any compensating benefit. They remember what it was like to believe in the Primarchs completely, to serve under beings whose presence made everything seem possible. They understand how powerful and necessary that belief was, how it sustained them through horrors that would have broken lesser warriors. And they can see that the current generation of Space Marines needs that same belief, needs to think of their Primarchs as incorruptible exemplars, rather than as complicated, flawed beings who failed in ways both catastrophic and profoundly human. In their silence, the ancient dreadnoughts perform an act of mercy. They allow their younger brothers to maintain their necessary illusions, to draw strength from simplified narratives of Primarchs who were purely heroic or purely traitorous, without the messy reality of beings who contained multitudes and whose choices had consequences that even they could not fully foresee. The dreadnoughts bear the burden of complete memory so that others do not have to, carrying the weight of complicated truth so that their brothers can fight with the moral clarity that survival in the 41st millennium requires. This is not cowardice or dishonesty, but rather a recognition that not all truths serve useful purposes, that sometimes the greatest service a warrior can provide is to keep his own counsel and let younger generations make their own mistakes, rather than being paralyzed by the mistakes of the past. When a Space Marine asks a Heresy-era dreadnought about the Primarchs and receives only silence in response, he is not being denied knowledge. He is being given a gift, the gift of innocence preserved, of beliefs maintained, of a past that can remain legend rather than becoming merely history. The dreadnought knows that if he were to speak, if he were to share everything he remembers about the Primarchs, the truths good and bad, the complexities and contradictions, he would be taking something precious from his brother. Better to let the younger Space Marine keep his idealized vision, his source of inspiration and strength. The truth will not die with the dreadnought's silence. It will simply remain his to carry, his burden and his alone, until the day when his sarcophagus is finally destroyed and he can at last rest. The tragedy of Heresy-era dreadnoughts is that they serve as bridges between past and present, but can never fully cross that bridge themselves. They stand with one foot in the age of the Primarchs and one foot in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, belonging fully to neither era, able to speak to both, but unable to make either truly understand the other. In their silence, they preserve the distance between past and present, allowing each era to maintain its own character without being overwhelmed by the weight of the other. Perhaps this is the greatest service they provide, not the preservation of history, but the preservation of the present's ability to function without being crushed by the full knowledge of everything that was lost, everything that failed, everything that might have been but never was. The Primarchs are gone, one way or another, and the galaxy must learn to survive without them. The dreadnoughts who remember them choose silence because they understand that the past, however glorious or however terrible, must eventually be let go if the present is to have any chance of becoming a future worth fighting for. While the Imperium of the 41st millennium views the Primarchs as distant legends, figures from a mythical golden age that bears little resemblance to the reality of current existence, the few Heresy-era dreadnoughts who remain carry memories of a very different sort. They remember the Primarchs not as myths, but as beings they stood near, fought alongside, received orders from, and in rare cases, conversed with directly. This gulf between memory and legend creates perhaps the most painful aspect of their silence. The knowledge that the truth they carry cannot be integrated into the mythology their chapters require to function. The modern Imperium needs its myths about the Primarchs. In a galaxy where humanity teeters constantly on the edge of annihilation, where every day brings fresh horrors, and where hope is in perpetually short supply, the stories of the Primarchs serve a crucial psychological function. They remind Space Marines that their gene seed comes from beings of transcendent excellence, that they are not merely enhanced humans, but the genetic sons of demigods. This belief sustains them through battles that should break their spirits, through losses that accumulate beyond counting, through the knowledge that their entire lives will be spent in war without any realistic hope of final victory. The Primarchs represent the possibility of excellence, the proof that humanity can produce beings capable of standing against any enemy the universe throws at them. To learn that the Primarchs were fallible, that they made catastrophic errors, that they could be corrupted or killed, or could simply walk away from their responsibilities, would undermine this necessary belief. So the Imperium has, consciously or unconsciously, transformed the Primarchs into figures who bear only superficial resemblance to the beings who actually existed. Consider how Sanguinius is remembered. In the 41st millennium, he is the angel, the most beloved of all Primarchs, the one who embodied everything noble and self-sacrificing about the Imperium's ideal of service. His statues show him with golden armor and magnificent wings, his face serene and beautiful, his posture suggesting both strength and mercy. The Blood Angels and their successors tell stories of his perfection, how he was so pure that even knowing he was destined to die did not shake his resolve, how he faced Horus willingly to buy the Emperor precious moments. These stories are true, as far as they go. Sanguinius did all of these things, but the stories leave out the complexity, the inner struggles, the moments of doubt and fear that made Sanguinius's courage meaningful, precisely because it was not the absence of fear, but the decision to act despite it. They leave out his barely contained hunger, the genetic flaw that he knew he was passing on to all his sons. They leave out his sometimes fraught relationships with his brothers, his disagreements with Guilliman over post-war organization, his weariness as the crusade dragged on and the toll of constant warfare began to show even on a Primarch's superhuman constitution. The Sanguinius who actually existed was more complicated and more interesting than the legend, but the legend serves the Blood Angels better than the truth would. For a dreadnought who fought in the Blood Angels' Legion during the heresy, who witnessed Sanguinius directly, this simplification of their Primarch must be both comforting and maddening. Comforting because it shows that Sanguinius is remembered and revered, that his sacrifice was not in vain, and that his sons carry on his legacy with pride. Maddening because the real Sanguinius, the complicated being who struggled and doubted and fought against his own nature, even as he led his legion to glory, has been replaced by a cardboard cutout, a collection of virtues without the human details that made him a person rather than merely a symbol. To speak honestly about Sanguinius would require exploding this comfortable legend, showing that the angel was troubled by the genetic curse he had passed to his sons, that he sometimes questioned whether their legion should be allowed to continue, that his nobility was a choice he made every day, rather than a simple expression of his essential nature. What would such honesty accomplish? It would not help the Blood Angels fight better. It would not cure them of the black rage or the red thirst. It would simply burden them with knowledge of their Primarch's struggles, making them doubt whether they were truly worthy of being his sons. So the dreadnought remains silent, allowing the legend to stand because the truth, however authentic, would serve no useful purpose. The same pattern repeats across all the Primarchs, loyalist and traitor alike. Rogel Dawn is remembered as the exemplar of duty and fortification. His imperial fists told that their Primarch was unyielding and unbreakable, a foundation upon which the Imperium itself was built. What the legends leave out is Dawn's capacity for spite, his treatment of his own sons after the Siege of Terror, when he drove them to near-suicidal displays of penance, his stubborn refusal to accept Guilliman's reorganization of the legions into chapters until political pressure made resistance impossible. The Rogel Dawn who existed was tremendously impressive but also flawed, driven by guilt and a need for control that sometimes manifested in destructive ways. To speak of these flaws would diminish the Imperial Fist's pride in their Primarch without offering them any better model to follow. Robert Guilliman is revered as the avenging son, the master administrator and tactician whose Codex Astartes provides the blueprint for how Space Marines should organize and fight. In the 41st millennium, particularly after his return from stasis, Guilliman is treated almost as a living saint, his word given weight equal to the Emperor's own. What the hagiographies obscure is Guilliman's arrogance, his certainty that his way was the only correct way, his tendency to dismiss brothers whose approaches differed from his own as somehow deficient. The Guilliman who created the Codex Astartes was brilliant, certainly, but he was also traumatized by the heresy and desperately seeking to impose order on a galaxy that had revealed itself to be fundamentally chaotic. His solutions were practical, but also reflected his own psychological needs, his inability to accept that some problems cannot be solved through superior organization and planning. To acknowledge this would not help the Ultramarines or their successors fight more effectively. It would simply introduce doubt where certainty is needed. The traitor Primarchs present different problems. The official narrative treats them as wholly corrupted, beings who fell completely into darkness and lost everything that had once made them great. This narrative serves the important function of clearly distinguishing between loyalist and traitor, of making the choice to remain loyal seem both obvious and inevitable. What it obscures is the tragedy of their falls, the fact that beings of such extraordinary potential were lost not through simple moral failing, but through manipulation, circumstance, and flaws that the Emperor either did not see or chose not to address. Horus did not fall because he was secretly evil all along. He fell because he was wounded, because he was exposed to the Chaos Gods at a moment of vulnerability, because he had been given too much responsibility without enough support, because the Emperor departed without explaining why or where he was going. Understanding Horus's fall as a tragedy rather than a simple moral fable might lead to insights about how to prevent similar falls in the future. But it might also lead Space Marines to sympathize with the traitors, to question whether absolute loyalty is truly possible when the beings demanding that loyalty are themselves capable of such catastrophic errors. Better to maintain the simplified narrative of pure corruption, of traitors who chose damnation freely and deserve nothing but destruction, than to risk introducing moral ambiguity that could weaken resolve. For heresy-era dreadnoughts who remember the traitor Primarchs before their fall, this simplification may be even more painful than the idealization of loyalist Primarchs. To have known Fulgrim when he was the Phoenician, the perfectionist who wanted every action to be a work of art, and to see him reduced to a demon of excess and depravity, is to witness a fall so complete that it challenges basic assumptions about the permanence of virtue. To have fought beside World Eaters when they were disciplined warriors rather than mindless berserkers, to have respected Angron despite his visible suffering, and then to learn that he had been elevated to demon princehood and become nothing but rage incarnate, is to confront the fact that even Primarchs could be destroyed not in body, but in essence, their very selves consumed by the powers they had been created to fight against. These memories are dangerous, not because they inspire sympathy for the traitors, but because they suggest that corruption is always possible, that no amount of nobility or strength guarantees permanence, that the line between hero and monster is thinner than anyone wants to believe. The modern Imperium cannot afford such nuanced views. It needs clear enemies and clear heroes, traitors who are wholly evil and loyalists who are wholly good, because ambiguity is a luxury that humanity's desperate situation does not permit. So the heresy-era dreadnoughts remain silent about these complications, allowing each chapter to maintain its mythological understanding of its Primarch. They understand that myths serve purposes that history cannot, that the Space Marines of the 41st millennium need archetypes rather than biographies, inspiration rather than information. The real Primarchs, with all their virtues and flaws and contradictions, have become irrelevant to the Imperium's needs. What matters is not who they actually were, but what their sons need them to have been. In this sense, the silence of the ancient dreadnoughts is an act of narrative construction, a choice to participate in the creation of useful fictions, rather than insisting on complicated truths. They understand that they are among the last who remember the difference between the Primarchs as myth and the Primarchs as beings, and they have chosen to let myth win because myth is what their chapters need to survive. This decision is not without cost. Every time a dreadnought chooses not to correct a misconception, not to add complexity to a simplified story, not to share a memory that would complicate the official narrative, he reinforces the distance between what was and what is remembered. Over millennia, this distance grows until the Primarchs of memory bear almost no resemblance to the Primarchs who actually existed. The ancient dreadnoughts become conspirators in their own isolation, choosing to preserve truth privately rather than share it publicly. And in doing so, they ensure that when they are finally destroyed, when the last dreadnoughts who remember the heresy are gone, the full truth of what the Primarchs were will die with them. Perhaps this is as it should be. Perhaps the 41st millennium has no place for the truth about the Primarchs. Perhaps that truth is too complicated for a galaxy that runs on dogma and desperation. But the loss is real. Nonetheless, the knowledge that an entire dimension of human experience and achievement will be reduced to simplified legends because the complexity of reality is too difficult for those who remain to process. In the end, the silence of Heresy-era dreadnoughts regarding the Primarchs represents one of the Imperium's many tragedies, a sacrifice that goes unrecognized because it is invisible. These ancient warriors bear the burden of complete memory so that their brothers do not have to, carrying truths that cannot be shared, and watching as mythology replaces history without being able to intervene. They know what the Primarchs truly were, beings of extraordinary power and equally extraordinary flaws. And they know that this knowledge is now useless, that the galaxy has moved on to a place where such complexity serves no purpose. In their silence, they perform one final service to the Primarchs they once followed. They allow those demigods to be remembered as legends rather than merely as men, to inspire future generations through simplified greatness rather than burdening them with complicated reality. It is a lonely service, thankless and unending, but the dreadnoughts understand that it is necessary. The age of the Primarchs is over, and what the Imperium needs now is not truth but hope, not history but mythology, not the complicated legacy of beings who failed as often as they succeeded, but the clear inspiration of heroes who were everything their sons needed them to be. So when young Space Marines approach ancient dreadnoughts and ask about the Primarchs, seeking stories from those who were there, who witnessed the glory days firsthand, they are met with silence or with carefully curated tales that confirm rather than challenge their existing beliefs. And the dreadnoughts, in their wisdom and their weariness, understand that this is how it must be. The truth they carry will die with them. And perhaps that is the final mercy they can offer to a galaxy that has already endured more than any should have to bear. Let the myths stand. Let the Primarchs be remembered as perfect beings, whose only failing was to be too noble for the universe they sought to save. Let the younger brothers fight with the certainty that comes from believing they serve the genetic legacy of demigods. And let the ancient warriors who know better keep their silence, bearing the burden of complete memory so that others can fight unburdened by the weight of the past. The sound of that silence echoes through 10,000 years, from the battlefields of the heresy to the desperate struggles of the 41st millennium. It is the silence of grief unspoken, of truths too dangerous to share, of memories too precious to risk diminishing through inadequate words. It is the silence of warriors who have seen gods and found them to be as flawed as any mortal, who have witnessed the fall of titans and lived to carry the memory of their descent. It is the silence of the last, witnesses to an age that the rest of the Imperium can only dream of and misunderstand and reduce to stories that bear only passing resemblance to the reality. And in that silence, there is a kind of terrible mercy, a final gift from those who remember to those who cannot, the gift of being allowed to believe in something greater than what actually was, to find strength in mythology that complicated truth could never provide. The Primarchs are gone now, one way or another, scattered across death and disappearance and demonic transformation. What remains are their sons, fighting endlessly in a galaxy that grows darker with each passing century. Those sons need their fathers to be more than they were, to represent ideals worth dying for, rather than merely beings who once existed. The Heresy-era dreadnoughts understand this need and choose to honor it through their silence, to let the age of the Primarchs remain wrapped in legend, preserving its glory by refusing to unpack its complications. In 10,000 years, this silence will have served its purpose, protecting the Imperium's defenders from truths that would weaken rather than strengthen them. And when the last Heresy-era dreadnought finally falls, when the last living witness to the Primarchs passes beyond even the mechanical extension that has preserved him, the truth will die completely, leaving only the myths that the Imperium needs to survive. Perhaps that is the greatest service these ancient warriors will have provided, not the battles they fought or the wisdom they shared, but the silence they maintained, the truths they refused to speak, the gift of letting the past remain idealized rather than forcing it to become merely real. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the lore of Warhammer 40,000, please like and subscribe to our channel for more explorations of the grim darkness of the far future. There are countless stories still waiting to be told, mysteries to be examined, and horrors to be confronted. Join us as we continue to explore the Imperium of Man and the shadows that threaten to consume it. The Emperor protects, and knowledge is the first line of defense against the darkness. Welcome back to another deep dive into the strange and violent corners of the Warhammer 40,000 universe. Today, we're exploring one of the most bizarre hypothetical scenarios you could imagine in the grim darkness of the far future. What happens when orcs capture a Chaos Dreadnought? And even more improbably, that tortured machine actually wants to join the Greenskin Warband. This is a scenario that pushes against the very fabric of 40k lore. It requires us to examine the fundamental nature of two wildly different forces in the galaxy, to understand what makes them tick, and to explore what might happen when these incompatible philosophies collide. It's a thought experiment that reveals just how strange, how violent, and yes, how darkly comedic this universe can be. The Imperium of Man fights endless wars against the forces of chaos, viewing them as the ultimate corruption, the antithesis of everything the God Emperor stands for. Meanwhile, orcs fight everyone, including themselves, caring nothing for the philosophical implications of their enemies and seeing only the joy of combat. But what happens when these two chaotic forces meet not on the battlefield as enemies, but in a twisted alliance born from the most unlikely of circumstances? To understand this scenario, we need to first understand what a Chaos Dreadnought truly is. We need to comprehend the unique psychology of the orcs and how their culture operates. We need to explore the mechanics of orc looting, the power of the Gestalt, field, and the incompatibility between chaos corruption and orc beliefs. Only then can we begin to construct a plausible, or at least entertaining, exploration of this most unusual situation. The nature of chaos. Dreadnoughts, walking tombs of madness. Before we can understand how a Chaos Dreadnought might end up wanting to join an orc warband, we need to understand what these nightmarish machines actually are, and more importantly, what it's like to be entombed within one. In the Imperium, to be interred in a dreadnought is considered among the highest honors a space marine can receive. When a warrior has been so gravely wounded that death is certain, but his service is deemed too valuable to lose, he may be entombed within the armored sarcophagus of a dreadnought. His broken body is preserved in amniotic fluids, while his mind is hardwired directly into the war machine, allowing him to continue fighting for the Emperor even when his flesh has failed him. Loyalist space marines view this as a sacred duty, a way to serve the God Emperor for centuries or even millennia beyond their normal lifespan. But for Chaos Space Marines, this same process is nothing short of a living nightmare. The traitor legions that turned against the Emperor during the Horus Heresy retained much of the technology to create and maintain dreadnoughts, but without the resources and infrastructure of the Imperium, their dreadnought patterns have degraded over the millennia. More significantly, exposure to the warp and the malevolent influence of chaos has twisted these machines into something far more horrific than their Imperial counterparts. The most common type of Chaos Dreadnought in the current era is known as a Hellbrute. The very name speaks to the horror of what these machines have become. Unlike Imperial Dreadnoughts, which keep their pilots in a form of stasis sleep between battles, Hellbrutes offer no such mercy. The sarcophagus of a Hellbrute is pseudo-parasitic, its infernal warp-tainted machinery forcing an agonizing connection between the pilot's nervous system and the machine's corrupted systems. This interface subjects the pilot to an endless waking nightmare, a torment that rapidly drives even the most hardened Chaos Space Marine to the deepest pits of madness. The process doesn't end there. Over time, the flesh of the warrior within begins to literally meld with the metal of the machine. Muscle fuses with cables, bone merges with adamantium, until the line between biological being and mechanical construct becomes increasingly blurred. The machine itself begins to take on organic characteristics, with metal warping into claw-like talons and artificial limbs growing and mutating in grotesque parodies of life. What emerges is neither fully machine nor fully demon, but something that exists in a horrifying, liminal space between the two. For the consciousness trapped within, this transformation is accompanied by an ever-increasing madness. A Hellbrute pilot is consumed by rage, frustration, and despair in equal measure. He can no longer feel the kick of a bolter in his hands or see the battlefield through his own eyes. He cannot taste victory or smell the blood of his enemies. Every sensation is filtered through machine spirits corrupted by chaos, every experience mediated by systems that inflict constant agony upon his consciousness. Many Hellbrutes go completely insane within days or weeks of their interment, their minds shattered by the trauma of the transformation. This insanity manifests in terrifying ways on the battlefield. Unlike Imperial dreadnoughts, which are revered and treated with the utmost respect by their battle brothers, Hellbrutes must be chained down between battles like rabid beasts. Their weapons are forcibly removed and their sarcophagi are disconnected from their chassis, left to seethe in darkness until they're needed again. When battle comes, the Hellbrute is awakened to a fresh hell of sensory input and psychic agony, and it's unleashed upon the battlefield with the single purpose of venting its rage on everything in its path, friend and foe alike. Among Chaos Space Marines, being interred in a Hellbrute is not an honor, but a punishment. It's a fate considered worse than death, and it's often used as such by Chaos Lords to dispose of rivals or punish those who have failed. The technology to create new Hellbrutes continues to exist, maintained by warpsmiths and the Dark Mechanicum, but unlike the Imperium, where only heroes are chosen for dreadnought interment, anyone can end up in a Hellbrute. The mortally wounded, the politically inconvenient, or simply those in the wrong place at the wrong time can find themselves shackled to an existence of eternal torment. There are older patterns of Chaos Dreadnought that have not fully degraded into Hellbrutes. The Ferrum Infernus pattern, relics from the Horus Heresy itself, can vary widely in their state. Some pilots have retained enough sanity to become hardened veterans with millennia of combat experience. Others have descended into complete madness, their consciousness fractured by the long ages of war and exposure to chaos. These older dreadnoughts are prized by Chaos warbands, specifically because they haven't yet undergone the full transformation into Hellbrutes, though even they are gradually succumbing to chaos corruption as the centuries wear on. The rarest and most valued are the Contemptor pattern Chaos Dreadnoughts. These ancient war machines date back to the Great Crusade, incorporating technology that even the Dark Mechanicum struggles to fully replicate. Contemptors are built well enough and maintained carefully enough that their pilots do not suffer the same descent into madness that afflicts other Chaos Dreadnoughts. Interment in a Contemptor is typically reserved for powerful Chaos Lords, and the pilots retain enough of their faculties to remain effective battlefield commanders. But Contemptors are vanishingly rare, and few warpsmiths possess the knowledge to maintain them properly. Regardless of the pattern, being a Chaos Dreadnought means existing in a state between life and death, sanity and madness. The pilot's consciousness remains aware, but is slowly being consumed by rage, corrupted by chaos, and isolated from any meaningful connection with the living world. They fight because that's all they can do, because in combat, they can momentarily release some of the psychic pressure building within their tortured minds. But combat brings no real relief, only temporary distraction from their eternal torment. This is the being that we're imagining might somehow want to join an Orc warband. To understand why such a thing might happen, or how it could even be conceivable, we need to examine the circumstances that might drive a Chaos Dreadnought to such desperate measures, and what it might hope to gain from such an unlikely alliance. Understanding the Orcs, violence, simplicity, and the power of belief. To understand how Orcs might react to a Chaos Dreadnought wanting to join them, we need to understand how Orcs think, which is both surprisingly simple and bewilderingly alien to human comprehension. Orcs are not complicated beings. They exist for one purpose, and one purpose only: to fight. Not to conquer, not to build empires, not to spread ideology or worship gods in the traditional sense, just to fight. An orc wakes up every morning with one question on his mind: what can I crump today? Everything else in orc society flows from this simple, fundamental drive toward violence. This isn't metaphorical. Orcs are literally engineered for warfare, created millennia ago by the ancient Old Ones as weapons in their war against the Necrons and the Satan. Orcs are genetically programmed with instinctive knowledge and an overwhelming urge toward combat. An orc doesn't choose to be a warrior the way a human might enlist in an army. An orc is a warrior in the same way that a shark is a predator or a plant seeks sunlight. It's not culture or training, it's fundamental biology. But orcs aren't mindless. They have distinct personalities, likes and dislikes, ambitions and fears, though they'd never admit to the latter. They form complex social structures organized around might-making right. The biggest, strongest orc becomes the war boss, and other orcs follow him because he's obviously the best at crumping. If you want to take his place, you just need to crump him first. It's a remarkably efficient, if brutal, system of governance. Orc society is divided into clans, each representing a different philosophical approach to warfare. The Goths love close combat and headlong charges. The evil sons are obsessed with speed and vehicles. The Bad Moons are wealthy and flash, showing off their best gear. The Death Skulls are looters and scavengers who believe blue is lucky. The Blood Axes actually use tactics and sometimes even cooperate with other races, which most orcs find deeply suspicious and probably un-orky. Underlying all of this is the most important aspect of orc existence: the whack. The whack is many things. It's a war cry, it's a military campaign, it's a migration, but most fundamentally, it's a psychic phenomenon that defines the orc species. Every orc generates a low-level psychic field, and when orcs gather together in large numbers, these fields combine into a gestalt psychic energy that has real, tangible effects on reality. The WAG field is what allows orc technology to function. This is crucial to understanding how orcs might interact with captured enemy equipment. You see, orc technology shouldn't work. Their weapons are literally slapped together from scrap metal and held together with good intentions and the occasional rivet. Their vehicles are cobbled together from parts that have no business functioning together. By all the laws of physics and engineering, most orc technology should fall apart the moment it's used, if it even activates in the first place. But it does work, because orcs believe it works. The WAH field takes that belief and makes it real. Within limits, of course. An orc can't just pick up a rock, believe it's a gun, and start shooting. But if an orc builds something that could theoretically be a gun, even if it's technically non-functional by any reasonable engineering standard, the WAG field will give it that extra push it needs to actually fire. The more orcs present, the stronger this effect becomes. This same principle applies to orc cultural beliefs. Orcs genuinely believe that red vehicles go faster, and through the power of the WAG, they actually do. They believe blue is lucky, so blue equipment genuinely performs better in orc hands. They believe that if you paint flames on something, it becomes more effective at burning, and reality warps to accommodate these beliefs, at least when there are enough orcs around to power the Gestalt field. The orcs worship two gods, Gork and Mork. Gork is brutally cunning, and Mork is cunningly brutal. The difference between these two concepts is hotly debated by orcs, sometimes resulting in massive interclan warfare over whether Gork or Mork is the better god. Most non-orcs can't tell the difference, but to orcs, it matters intensely. Gork hits you when you're looking, Mork hits you when you're not. Gork represents raw physical power, Mork represents tactical cunning. Both are necessary for proper orc warfare. Gork and Mork exist in the warp, much like the Chaos gods, but they're fundamentally different entities. They're reflections of the Orc species' collective psyche, born from and sustained by the Gestalt psychic energy of all Orcs everywhere. They're considered indestructible. Even when defeated in the warp, they always come back, just like Orcs themselves. This is significant because it means Orcs have their own warp entities to revere, entities that are completely incompatible with Chaos. Which brings us to a crucial point. Orcs are highly resistant to Chaos corruption, not immune. There are rare cases of individual Orcs falling to Chaos, particularly when isolated from other Orcs for extended periods. But as a species, Orcs are remarkably difficult for Chaos to corrupt. Their souls are too blunt, their psyches too simple. They don't experience the complex emotions that feed the Chaos gods. They don't feel despair that Nurgle can exploit, excessive pleasure that Slaanesh desires, elaborate scheming that Tzeentch thrives on, or even the sophisticated bloodlust that Khorne prefers. Orcs just want a good fight. That's not the same as Khorne's desire for skulls and blood. Khorne represents martial honor twisted into endless slaughter, a sophisticated concept of warrior pride corrupted by Chaos. Orcs don't have that sophistication. They're not building skull thrones or conducting blood rituals. They're just hitting things because hitting things is fun. It's too straightforward, too honest for Chaos to properly get its hooks into. Moreover, the presence of other Orcs strengthens each individual Orc's resistance to Chaos. The Warhammer field and the connection to Gork and Mork provide a psychic buffer against Chaos corruption. An isolated Orc might potentially be corrupted over time, but an Orc in a proper warband is protected by the sheer mass of Orky psychic energy surrounding him. This resistance to Chaos is going to be crucial when we consider what happens when a Chaos Dreadnought encounters an Orc warband. The Hellbrute is saturated with Chaos corruption, its very existence sustained by the malevolent energies of the warp. But the Orcs don't care about Chaos, don't really understand it, and are largely immune to its influence. They're not going to be corrupted by proximity to a Hellbrute. They're just going to see a big stompy metal thing and think about whether they can loot it. Finally, we need to understand Orc attitudes toward technology and salvage. Orcs are consummate looters. They'll grab anything that looks useful or interesting and drag it back to their mech boys to be fixed and turned into proper Orky equipment. This includes enemy vehicles, weapons, and equipment. The Deathskulls clan in particular are famous for looting everything not nailed down, and sometimes things that are nailed down if they can find a crowbar. When Orcs loot enemy equipment, they don't use it as is. That would be un-Orky. Instead, they immediately begin modifying it, adding more weapons, painting it in garish colors, welding spikes and armor plates to it, and generally making it more proper. The original function of the equipment becomes secondary to making it big, loud, and intimidating. Subtlety is not an Orc concept. If something works, you make it bigger. If it's broken, you hit it until it works. If it still doesn't work, you add more guns to it anyway, because that's never a bad idea. This is the culture and psychology that a Chaos Dreadnought would be encountering, a species that fights for the joy of it, that believes things into working through psychic gestalt fields, that's resistant to Chaos corruption, and that will cheerfully loot anything they can get their hands on. Whether they'd accept a Chaos Dreadnought into their warband is another question entirely, one we'll explore in detail. But first, we need to understand how such an encounter might even occur in the first place. The capture. When Chaos meets green. For a Chaos Dreadnought to end up in Orc hands, and potentially asked to join them, we first need a scenario where the Orcs actually capture one alive, or at least functional enough to communicate. This is trickier than it might sound, because both Chaos Space Marines and Orcs tend to fight to the death, leaving very few opportunities for capture. Let's construct a plausible scenario. Imagine a Chaos warband conducting raids across an Imperial sector. This warband is led by a particularly ambitious Chaos Lord who's been promised power by his patron god in exchange for securing certain artifacts, or conducting specific massacres. The warband includes several units of Chaos Space Marines, corrupted Imperial Guard regiments, demon engines, and at least one Hellbrute. Let's call him Malog, a former Iron Warriors legionary who's been locked in his metal prison for over 3,000 years. Malog is profoundly insane. The centuries of torment have shattered his mind into fragments, but some part of him still remembers what it was like to be mortal, to feel sensation, to experience something other than rage and pain. This memory torments him more than the physical agony of his imprisonment, because it reminds him of what he's lost and can never regain. The Chaos Warband makes the mistake of attacking a world that happens to be in the path of a growing The Orcs had been gathering for weeks, drawn by the presence of a particularly large and successful war boss named Gorfang Ironjaw. Gorfang's success against nearby Imperial and TOE forces has attracted thousands of Orcs to his banner, and the Wag energy is building to critical levels. The Greenskin Horde is looking for a good fight, and the Chaos Warband has just announced themselves as perfect targets. The battle that follows is absolute carnage. The Chaos Space Marines are skilled warriors with millennia of combat experience, but they're vastly outnumbered. For every Orc that falls to bolter fire, 3 more charge forward, roaring with delight at the quality of the fight. The Chaos Lord quickly realizes they're not going to win this engagement through conventional means, and begins calling for a fighting withdrawal to their landing craft. Malog the Hellbrute is positioned at a choke point, his twin heavy flamers turning entire mobs of Orcs into charred corpses. But Orcs are nothing if not persistent, and they recognize a tough opponent when they see one. Several mech boys in Gorfang's warband spot the Hellbrute and immediately begin salivating at the prospect of looting such an impressive war machine. They redirect their boys to focus on the Hellbrute, even as the rest of the Chaos forces begin to retreat. What follows is a brutal melee. Orcs swarm over Malog from all sides, attacking with crude power claws and rockets. Malog crushes dozens of them, his power fist pulping Orc bodies with each swing, his flamers reducing entire squads to ash. But there are simply too many of them. An Orc Nob, with a massive power claw, manages to sever some critical power conduits, causing one of Malog's weapon arms to go dead. More Orcs pile on, attacking joints and exposed cabling with brutal efficiency born from thousands of years of fighting armored opponents. Malog's rage reaches a crescendo. He can feel his systems failing, can sense the Orcs overwhelming him through sheer weight of numbers. Some part of his fractured mind recognizes that the rest of his warband has abandoned him, leaving him to face the Orc horde alone. The Chaos Lord didn't even try to extract him. Why would he? Hellbrutes are expendable, easily replaced with fresh victims. But instead of destruction, Malog experiences something unexpected. The Orcs manage to disable his locomotion systems without destroying his sarcophagus. His consciousness remains intact, even as his ability to fight back is stripped away. He topples backward, crashing into the rockcrete, and suddenly he's surrounded by excited Orc faces peering at him with fascination rather than hostility. "What's this thing?" one Orc shouts. "It's a metal Yumi," another responds. "Look at all the Dakar on it." "Nah, it ain't just metal. There's something inside. I can hear it." This is when Malog makes a choice that will change everything. In the seconds before the Orcs figure out how to pry open his sarcophagus or simply rip him apart for scrap, he does something that surprises even himself. He speaks. His Vox speakers crackle to life, powered by emergency backup systems. "Wait," he says, his voice a grinding mechanical rasp distorted by millennia of corruption. "I can help you." The Orcs fall silent. This isn't normal behavior for loot. Loot doesn't talk. Well, sometimes it talks, but usually it's just demons screaming or machine spirits making weird noises. This is different. This sounds almost rational. The mech boys push forward, fascinated. One of them, a particularly clever big mech named Grotbog, peers at the Hellbrute's optical sensors. "You're still working, Din?" "I am. Functional," Malog responds. His mind races. What remains of it that can still think clearly? Why is he doing this? What does he hope to gain? But even as he asks himself these questions, he knows the answer. Anything is better than going back to the Chaos Warband. Anything is better than being chained in darkness between battles, serving masters who view him as nothing more than a weapon to be discarded when convenient. At least the orcs seem genuinely interested in him, as something other than expendable ammunition. "What can you do?" Grotbog asks, genuinely curious now. "I can fight," Malog says. "I have fought for 3,000 years. I know how to kill Space Marines, Imperial Guard, Xenos of every description. I can crush vehicles, destroy fortifications, and I require minimal maintenance compared to your own." He pauses, searching for a diplomatic term. "Constructions." The orcs look at each other, confused. This isn't how loot is supposed to behave. But it is interesting, and orcs are nothing if not opportunistic. "We's gonna talk to the boss," Grotbog declares. "You stay right there and don't try nothing funny." As if Malog could go anywhere with his locomotion systems destroyed. He lies there in the rubble, listening to the sounds of battle fade as the remaining Chaos forces retreat and the orcs begin celebrating their victory. He has absolutely no idea what's going to happen next, but for the first time in millennia, he's not chained in darkness waiting for the next deployment. And that, incredibly, feels like progress. This is how a Chaos Dreadnought might end up in orc custody, not as inert wreckage to be stripped for parts, but as a functional, conscious being with agency and the desperate desire to avoid returning to his previous existence. Now the real question begins. What do the orcs do with him? The Mech Boys' examination. Orc engineering meets warp-tainted technology. When the orcs drag Malog back to their main camp, it causes quite a stir. Orcs are used to looting enemy equipment, but enemy equipment that talks and asks to join them is highly unusual. Gorfang Ironjaw, the war boss, is initially inclined to just have the thing torn apart for scrap. After all, it's clearly some kind of chaos thing, covered in spiky bits and weird symbols that hurt to look at, and it probably isn't lucky. But Grotbog the Big Mech argues passionately for keeping it intact. "Boss, think about it," Grotbog says, his eyes gleaming with technological avarice. "This thing's been fighting for 3,000 years. It's got all kinds of gubbins we could learn from, and it can still fight. We just need to fix it up proper." "It's a chaos thing," one of the other knobs points out. "Chaos ain't natural. Might corrupt the boys." Grotbog waves this off dismissively. "Chaos ain't nothing to us. We's orcs. We's got Gork and Mork looking out for us. Some spiky bits ain't gonna hurt nobody." This is actually a reasonable argument by orc standards. The orcs genuinely don't fear chaos corruption the way other species do, partly because they don't really understand it, and partly because they're largely immune to it. The WAG field surrounding the warband provides psychic protection, and their simple psyches don't offer much purchase for chaos to grip onto. The debate continues for several hours, with various orcs offering opinions. Some think it's a great idea, some think it's stupid. A few fights break out, as is traditional in orc political discourse. Eventually, Gorfang makes his decision. "All right, here's what we's gonna do. The Mech Boys get to tinker with it, see if they can fix it up and make it proper. But if it causes any trouble, we scraping it. And if it can fight good, maybe we keep it around. But it ain't a real boy until it proves itself." This is about as official as orc policy gets. Malog is dragged into the Mech's workshop area, which is less a proper facility and more a large cleared space full of half-assembled vehicles, piles of scrap, and Gretchen running around carrying tools and parts. The Big Mech and his crew of lesser Mech Boys and Spanners immediately begin examining their new acquisition with the enthusiasm of children on Christmas morning. "Look at all these cables," one Mech exclaims. "Check out the power core, it's still running on some kind of warp thing," another observes. "Ooh, nice shooters, we can probably boost dose." Marlog, conscious throughout all of this, experiences a mixture of horror and fascination. The orcs aren't treating him with the reverence the Adeptus Mechanicus might show to ancient technology, nor with the contempt his Chaos Masters displayed. They're treating him like a really interesting puzzle that might explode at any moment, which in a way is refreshing in its honesty. "Can you hear us?" Grotbog asks, tapping on Malog's hull. Yes, Marlog responds through his Vox speakers. Good. Now, we's gonna fix you up, but we gotta know what's broken and what ain't. Can you move? Yeah. Grotbog waves vaguely at Marlog's limbs. Grabby things. My power fist is functional but low on power. My left arm's motivators are severed. My locomotion systems are offline. Internal diagnostics show damage to 17 major systems. The mechs look at each other, impressed. It knows what's wrong with itself. That's proper useful, that is. What follows is one of the strangest experiences in Marlog's long existence. The orcs begin working on him with tools that range from precision cutters to large hammers, and their approach to repair could charitably be called creative. They have absolutely no understanding of the sophisticated technology that went into creating a dreadnought, let alone one corrupted by millennia of warp exposure. But they have instinctive knowledge of how mechanical things should work, and more importantly, they have the WAH field backing them up. This conduit's all melted, a spanner observes, looking at Marlog's severed locomotion control. We need something to replace it. Use that cable from diluted Lehman Russ, Grotbog suggests. But boss, that cable's for treads, not legs. So, a cable's a cable. Hook it up. They proceed to do exactly that, welding and bolting the cable into place with cheerful disregard for compatibility issues. By all rights, it shouldn't work. The cable is designed for tank treads, not for the sophisticated servo systems of a dreadnought's leg. The gauge is wrong, the connections don't match, the power requirements are different. It absolutely should not function. But when they fire up the system, Marlog feels his leg respond. Slowly, jerkily, but it moves. The cable is doing its job despite being completely inappropriate for the task. This is Marlog's first direct experience with the WAG field in action. The orcs believe the cable will work, so it does. Their collective psychic energy forces reality to accommodate their expectations. It's not even conscious. The orcs don't know they're doing it. They just expect their repairs to work, and that expectation becomes reality. Ha! Told ya! Grotbog crows. Now let's fix the other leg, and we gotta get more Dakar on this thing. Needs more guns. It already has 2 heavy flamers, Marlog points out. Yeah, but they ain't working right now. And besides, you can never have too much Dakar. That's just common sense, that is. Over the next several days, the mechs systematically repair and modify Marlog. They reconnect his locomotion systems using a mix of appropriate parts, salvaged from wrecked vehicles, and completely inappropriate parts that work anyway, because the orcs expect them to. They restore power to his weapons, though they also add additional guns that they weld directly to his chassis, including a rocket launcher that has no business being there. But it's the cosmetic changes that really drive home to Marlog what he's gotten himself into. The orcs are offended by his appearance. He's covered in chaos symbols, spikes pointing in weird directions, and colors that the orcs find deeply unpleasant. We gotta repaint this thing, Grotbog declares. Can't have it looking all chaotic. That ain't proper. What color should we paint it? A mech asks. Red. Red makes things go faster, but it's already got some red on it from the chaos gits. Yeah, but not enough. We paint the whole thing red, except for the shooters. Those can be black, and we put the clan symbol on it so everyone knows whose it belongs to. Marlog tries to object. I would prefer not to be painted red. Tough, Grotbog responds cheerfully. You're one of us now, so you gotta look proper. Red makes you faster, and you need to be faster, because you're a big stompy thing, and big stompy things should be stomping all over their enemy. They proceed to paint him. Not carefully or artistically, but with generous splashes of red paint applied with industrial sprayers and large brushes. They paint over the chaos symbols, though some of them still show through the red. They add crude clan symbols and orky glyphs, working with genuine artistic enthusiasm, even if the results are objectively terrible. Much better, Grotbog declares when they're done. Now you look like proper orc stuff. Marlog, viewing himself through his optical sensors, realizes he looks absolutely ridiculous. The sophisticated, terror-inducing appearance of a hellbrute has been replaced with a garish red war machine covered in orky symbols and with random guns bolted to his chassis at odd angles. He should be humiliated, but instead, he realizes he's feeling something he hasn't felt in millennia: amusement. The absurdity of his situation, the cheerful incompetence of the orc repairs, the sheer wrongness of being repainted red by Xenos who think it'll make him go faster. It's all so ridiculous that some fragment of his shattered psyche actually finds it funny. "You have made modifications," he observes dryly. "Yeah, you're all fixed up now, ready to test you out in a proper fight." The mechs roll him out of the workshop to cheers from the assembled orcs. He's still clearly not an orc. His shape is all wrong, he's still obviously a dreadnought chassis, and he speaks in precise High Gothic rather than orcish. But he's been made orky through the application of red paint, extra guns, and enthusiastic welding. Whether that's enough to truly integrate him into the warband remains to be seen. The Hellbrute's proposition,